Well, hello and welcome. It's the very beginning of Big Finish Day online. We can't come to you, not because of anything that's wrong with you. We don't trust the people who populate the universe of Doctor Who not to lick their fans on the face or not wash their hands as they shake them vigorously. So we're keeping them away from you, but bringing them to your home, which is the most hygienic way possible in this time of pestilence that grips us all. We've got 5 hours of guests and chat and just all-round celebration of the fantastic phenomenon that is Doctor Who. My name's Toby Hadoke, but that's not important right now because I'm joined by 2 comedians who've been great friends to the Doctor, who've popped into the Big Finish universe, and all-round very entertaining fellows who've had great careers outside of the world of Doctor Who, but the Venn diagram has occasionally and with increasing frequency crosses. So I shall introduce them, or no, I shall get them to introduce themselves. Say hello, gentlemen, starting with the one whose first name begins with an M.
Hello, Toby. It's Mitch Benn here, yes. And it's just occurred to me that we are basically the status quo of Big Finish Day, aren't we? We are the quo opening of Live Aid of online Doctor Who fandom. That's what we are. As in sort of, we're still already a bit superannuated and ridiculous, but we may yet turn out to have 35 years left on the clock. So
I'm now wondering who's going to be Led Zeppelin and refuse for their bit to be used when it's released.
DVD,
yes. And who do we have whose name begins with a J?
Hello there, welcome to the start of Big Finish Day. This is Jon Culshaw here. I love the status quo analogy. Toby, that would make you, having done the introduction, you're the Richard Skinner saying, now, live around the world.
I'll take it.
I always think they could have got the chap from Sale of the Century to do that. So now, live from Norwich, it's the quiz of the week. That's how I think.
There's nothing like the sentence "live from Norwich," is there, to sum up everything about a particular corner of the entertainment industry. Well, I'm glad we've already compared ourselves to a worldwide charitable event that had seismic implications for entertainment and indeed world famine. We're pretty much on a par, I'm sure. You're both great, hugely successful comics outside the world of Doctor Who, but have always been proper fans, not like some that we know who, when they go, oh yes, I've always been a fan. Who directed Creature from the Pit? What's that? We know those people, don't we? So I guess the first question is first memory of Doctor Who, and then first inkling that perhaps you were more than other people of our generation who just watched Doctor Who, but were actual proper fans.
If I'm going to go first, I was, because this came up on Twitter a few days ago, actually. What was your very first Doctor Who? I think my very earliest Doctor Who memory is the Master watching the Clangers in prison in the Sea Devils. I would have been about 3. I think it wasn't the initial screening. I think it was one of those bank holiday afternoon sort of portmanteau repeats that they used to do in the 70s.
There was an omnibus of the Sea Devils, yeah.
Yeah, I seem to recall the Sea Devils was repeated probably all in one go on, like, I don't know, Easter Monday 1973 or something. And I remember, I think what it might be, weirdly, my very earliest memories of Doctor Who are being terrified of it. In particular, the original John Pertwee title sequence, the Halloran one, apparently just completely terrorized me when I was like 2 or 3 years old, to the point where I couldn't actually watch the show. And I think my mum might have sat me down in front of that clip because I might find it reassuring because the Clangers were in it, because I was a massive Clangers fan. And I had Clangers wallpaper on my bedroom walls when I was a kid, and it was still there when I was 14. But yeah, that's my very earliest principal memory. I guess the moment at which I realized that I was actually a proper fan, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's the moment at which you find yourself you find yourself and other fans gravitating together. So it's, on the one hand, you find that yes, I am not as other men with regards to Doctor Who, but other people are like me as well, and I'm slowly picking them out, and we're gravitating towards each other. And this guy's got even more target novelizations than I have, and I suppose, yeah, because that was kind of the extent of your fandom expression back in the 70s, was how many Target books did you have? Because that, and I guess, yeah, I had the Dennis Fisher figures. I mean, I had Star Wars figures as well, but I actually had the 70s Dennis Fisher figures. And yeah, I think that was probably the moment at which I realized that. And I guess the moment at which I started to pursue fandom almost as a hobby would be when, at the time, Doctor Who Weekly started up, which was, I remember, late 79, because it was kind of tied in with Destiny of the Daleks being on the TV. And that was sort of the moment at which I sort of became aware, I guess, of fandom as a community, in as much as it was in those days, because obviously there was no internet for a long time. But I guess that's the moment at which I sort of became, you know, if ever there was a card to carry, a card-carrying Doctor Who fan, you know, and I guess that was the moment.
Well, and we can trace your ground zero, Mitch. It was the 27th of May, 1974. You were one of 4.6 million people watching an unscheduled repeat of the Sea Devils omnibus. So, John, what about you?
Never knowingly off-brand, Toby. Well done.
For me as well, it was the Jon Pertwee era. I wonder if the first story I remember was The Demons. I certainly remember Bok, the gargoyle, chasing across and doing that sort of stuff. And that wonderful reaction that Jon Pertwee's Doctor always gave, knowing exactly what to do. The threat would appear in this incandescent manner, and straight away, he would know exactly what to do. Close your eyes, my darling, or 3 of them at least. Straight in. He was protective, he was paternal, and I was just hooked after that forevermore, and still am.
Interesting, you've both prospered in your careers, which of course intersect with Doctor Who because it's entertainment. How much of your work, when you started to be creative, would you say was influenced by Doctor Who? And of course, in our industry, I would say for a while it was the love that dared not speak its name. So, were you conscious of I remember when you had your show, John, was it the one on ITV? And suddenly you go, hang on, that's Dudley Simpson's music. Because funny enough, bizarrely, knowing you from doing the Tom Baker thing, and you'd got all the references and things like that, there was still part of me went, I wonder if he's a fan. And I don't know why I didn't think that at the time, because I think it was such a good impression and a very mainstream show that it didn't seem like a fan thing. Do you know what I mean? So how has it influenced, firstly, what you do, and also, to what extent did you want to include it in your work as well?
Oh, I couldn't resist but to include it. I just love the language. Those kind of phrases, especially when you say them as Tom Baker. 1007 from Galactic Zero. And just this, yes, you must be building a rocket. It's an anti-gravity drive. What you really need is a rhodium sensor. Taking these sci-fi descriptions and speaking them with that velvety boom of Tom Baker and putting them into an everyday situation, such as wandering into a taxi office or strolling in to buy a wardrobe in a furniture shop. The clashing of worlds is just so irresistible. And it's just so delightfully unusual. And you really can read the telephone directory or the instructions of a sandwich toaster as Tom Baker, and they will sound absolutely glorious, won't they?
What about you, Mitch?
Oh, well, I mean, it's probably not quite as directly influential in as much as, I didn't spring to fame doing a Tom Baker impression, except in the playground. Yeah, my favourite line was always, well, it must be exceptional. Even I, because you're wrong about something, it was just damn off. That's my favourite line. And I'm fairly sure I caught Peter Capaldi doing it in the one with Reese Shearsmith, the Morpheus one. Peter's got one line where somebody says, he asks what Morpheus is, and somebody says, don't be ridiculous, everybody knows what Morpheus is. And Peter says, well, can we just assume for the sake of the argument that we don't? What is Morpheus? And I thought, you totally just did the Davros line from Genesis. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it kind of doctorishness seeps into one's being. When I was about the age I was sort of getting sucked into fandom, I discovered that Tom Baker and I have an awful lot in common. We were born on the same day. We've got the same birthday. We're both from Liverpool. We got, and that I already felt a great sort of affinity for Tom Baker's Doctor, just because I loved the fact that he was, of all the sort of TV, because so many TV heroes triumph by being, a better shot than the bad guy, or by being a better fighter than the bad guy, or in the case of American TV, as often as not, they appear to triumph purely by dint of being better looking than the bad guy. And what I loved about Tom Baker's Doctor is he triumphs by being funnier and cleverer than the bad guy. And one can't help but admire that, particularly when you're a sort of a, gabbling, prodigious freak, as indeed I was. But yeah, I mean, it seeps into all that. I mean, yeah, obviously, in my years on the Now Show, I mean, when I first, got that job, that was in '99. So we were right in the middle of the wilderness years. The Paul McGann movie had been and gone, and the chances of it ever coming back were pretty much nil. But because I was on the radio for the time up to the resurrection of it in 2005, and then for a good many years after that, I got to sort of document little pivotal moments in its evolution, which is quite nice. I was sort of, on hand to memorialize like the little turning points, like the new season 2005. I remember once I wrote a song as a lifelong Liverpool supporter for the first time ever, really wanting Manchester United to win something, because they had an FA Cup semi-final against Watford, and if it went to extra time, then Rise of the Cybermen was going to get put off till the next week. So it was, yeah, no, come on, just finish them off. It's Watford, So that was, I remember that in particular.
Well, you talk about sort of, writing stuff to order, and that's one of the things that you do as a comic, is you take the influence, turn the. I notice you're wielding your guitar, Mitch.
Oh, it's it, yeah.
Have you brought something with you for us?
Well, I thought I'd do. I mean, of all my Doctor Who songs, this is the one that I actually get requests to do. It's also Neil Gaiman's favourite song of mine, for reference sake. And I wrote this, I think, back in about 2001, 2002, so very much back in the wilderness years. And but I've recently revisited it. So this song is sung very much in character. It reflects, as what's the thing that they're putting up in front of all TV shows? This song reflects antiquated attitudes that may be out of step with modern thinking. But anyway, everything I need to know, I learned from watching my TV, and I'm afraid that it has had a serious effect on me. My head's stuck in the 70s, can't be fashionable or hip, and it has influenced what I look for in all of my relationships. Can't handle independent women with their modern ways. I need a woman like the ones I saw on Saturdays. Be my Doctor Who girl with a trusting face, patient and understanding, as I drag you through time and space. My beautiful assistant, to flash your eyes and toss your gowns, tell me that I'm brilliant. Be my Doctor Who girl. Saturday afternoon, what excitement, what a rush, between the end of final score and the start of Basil's brush. I love the show, I love the tune, I love the scarf, I love the hat, I love the girls. So myself, one day I'll have a girl like that. Behind my sofa there's a special place where we can hide. You find my love is bigger on the inside than the outside. We, my Doctor Who girl, will make a real good team. I'll do all the thinking. You look good in shorts and scream. Give me someone to rescue. Get changed and give
Be my Doctor Who girl. Be my Doctor Who girl. Follow me at lunch. Ask me loads of questions so I can explain the plot. Say you'll stand beside me. Say you'll help me save the world. Fall and twist your ankle. Be my Doctor Who girl. So I wrote that a very long time ago.
Mitch,
And then the show came back, and we had a few more new doctors. And then, as you know, we have a lady doctor. So I had to revisit the song. Because at the time I was wondering, you know, what kind of companion would this new lady doctor have? Now, for the sake of balance, I think she should really have had an improbably hot young male assistant who, for no adequately explained reason, spends the whole time wearing lycra bicycle shorts. But as it was, this is kind of my way of throwing my hat in the ring. And weirdly, I think I got kind of close to what they eventually did. I want to be your Doctor Who boy, though I'm kind of old. I can do light relief while you are wise and brave and bold. I can be cute and quirky, but not so much as to annoy. Don't let the monsters hurt me. I want to be your Doctor Who boy. And I did write that before they cast Bradley Walsh. So.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
Mitch, Ben, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Brilliant. Well, and John, let's pop over to you because I think we all played Doctor Who in the playground, but when you did it, you probably sounded more like it than the rest of us. So, I mean, was it part of your development as an impressionist that you were aping your favourite show?
Oh yes, it certainly was, and many of the aliens and enemies. I used to love that. Still do. The little Exelon, Bellal, went, "Please, I mean you no harm. I will help you if I can." I love him.
He turned 100 last month.
Arnold Yarrow.
He turned 100.
Very happy returns, Arnold Yarrow. Yes, wonderful, wonderful portrayal. Bellal would make a wonderful returning companion.
Yeah.
I think Bellal would be a great companion for half the season, something like that. And Lynx. I adored the Sontaran Lynx. That's one of the most iconic moments in Doctor Who, the first appearance of a Sontaran Lynx in The Time Warrior. And it gave me a phobia of Christmas puddings for many years. But that wonderful piece, fear not, I shall not harm you. I am a Sontaran officer. My name is Lynx. And I copied the creatures. The Sea Devils as well, the aforementioned Sea Devils. They sort of give you a good facial muscle workout. You know, they have this sort of, yes, I will consider what you have said. It's quite a good vocal workout just to try those out before you go on to human voices. You know, it does you no harm at all.
Well, we because of course, as the Doctor Who universe has expanded, because I mean, both of you were great sucker for the Doctor Who fan with nothing in their lives during the wilderness period. It was like parts of the media are keeping the flame burning. But then, obviously, when it came back, I mean, you spoke to me the other day, John, and one of the things about comedy is juxtaposition. You spoke to me as the ninth. Our new first Doctor being the actual first Doctor. So I would feel covetous if I only let that be for my own benefit. So perhaps we should share it with the viewer.
Isn't this one of the most fascinating things? Doctor Who has given us so many profound and stirring and emotional speeches, which have such a strong moral code, and they're so iconic, delivered by the Doctor Who delivered them. But I think we are fascinated when you put another Doctor into those, and it gives you equal profundity, but with a different flavour altogether. So yes, that famous speech was delivered by the ninth Doctor. One day I shall come back. Yeah, I'll come back. Until then, there must be no regrets, no tears, no anxieties. Just move forward in all your beliefs and prove to me that I am not mistaken in mine. I wonder how he might have done it. He might have done it that way. and this wonderful Troughton speech too, from the moon base. This always resonates with me as it's something I could hear the Brigadier delivering this one in that wonderful tone, that wonderful voice which matured as the years went on, like a fine whiskey. How about this one? There are some corners of the universe which have bred the most terrible things. Things which act against everything we believe in. They must be fought, Miss Shaw. They must be fought. That brings to mind the feeling of that wonderful scene between the Brigadier and Liz Shaw in Spearhead from Space, where we get that wonderful gravitas from the Brigadier at the peak of his unit command at that time. Wonderful.
I think you've just launched a whole new subgenre of potential DVD and Blu-ray extras, where it's Doctor Who, but with different people playing the parts. The Staggering Stories of Doctor Who de Bargos or something. So now, of course, one of the other things that kept us all going during the dark days of Doctor Who in the wilderness was Big Finish. So, I mean, and as people both established in your field, you know, do you go, wow, they're making Doctor Who. Shall I wait for them to call, or do you go, I'm making Doctor Who? Do you know who I am? I mean, how keen were you to be involved, and how did it happen eventually?
I'm trying to remember how it happened. I mean, I've been in two. I was in one called was called Army of Death. I think eventually it's called Army of the Dead when recording it, which was a Paul McGann, which starred David Harewood among other people, which is quite interesting. And I did that, I think, back in 2010, 2011, something like that. And I played multiple parts of that, including a sort of, just a kind of gruff kind of security officer, but then also this evil emperor who reincarnates himself as a great sort of stack of zombies, which was quite fun. So I got to do the sort of some proper monster voice. The second one was particularly fascinating because it was one which they brought out a little slate of them in 2013, making reference to 1963 because of the 50th anniversary. And I was in one called Fanfare for the Common Men, which is a vague reference to Unearthly Child, but is about the Beatles, but not. And I just done a show in Edinburgh about the Beatles because I'm from Liverpool. I grew up in the sort of, wading through the ruins of Beatlemania, as it were. And my parents knew them in the 50s and blah, blah, so I've got all kinds of weird little connections to them. And I forget, I think, I remember in the late great Paul Spragg put out just a word for, we need some Beatle voices for this. So I did an audition tape as all of them in the end, actually, because it's basically about the doctor. It's a Peter Davison one. The doctor takes the Nissa to see the Beatles to cheer her up and discovers that the Beatles aren't there. They've been removed from history and replaced by a band who are the Beatles and everything but name, except there's only three of them. So there's no George, there's a John, there's a Paul, and there's a Ringo, but they're all called something else. And I did this audition tape, and in the end, I ended up playing. Well, it's not John Lennon. It's an alien who thinks he's John Lennon, but it's the only song I've ever got to do my John Lennon voice, sort of outside of my own shows and that. But it was quite fun, doing this for a couple of days and everything. And there were songs there. I didn't write the songs. I think Eddie Dobson wrote the songs. They're pretty good. But so that's quite fun. But of course, you get all kinds of weird Beatles Doctor Who crossovers because, of course, probably the most facially convincing John Lennon ever was Paul McGann's brother Mark, in a thing called John and Yoko Love Story in 1984, in which George is played by very young Peter Capaldi. And then, of course, Eccleston played Lennon not that long ago, and Andrew Scott played Paul, and it's you get all kinds of weird sort of little Doctor Who Beatles crossovers. So that was the second one I did. And I'd really like to write for them. I'm going to pitch for that right now. I want to write some Big Finishes. So while I'm here, I'm going to abuse my privileges as my presence of Big Finish Day. So I want to write some Big Finish stories. I'd very much like to do that.
I definitely think we'd all go for that. And what about you? What about you, John? Because you're very much prolific in the Big Finish field.
Oh, my first story was called The Kingmaker, and that was written by Neve Fountain, the great comedy writer of Dead Ringers and the Mervyn Stone Adventures and many things. And this was a Fifth Doctor story, and my scene was was playing the voice of Tom, who had the fourth Doctor, who had recorded something onto a recording device. And the fifth Doctor needed to listen back to some audio notes that he'd made in an earlier incarnation.
Oh, that's lovely.
That message. That's the kind of nifty idea Neve Fountain would come up with. So that was in around about 2000 and 2001. And then I didn't do anything for a while. And Sylvester McCoy, who's a great pal of mine, we lived in the same neighbourhood, and most Mondays would go for a curry at the Fleet Tandoori. And he was talking about how much he loves his days with Big Finish. And he said, I'll give you a mention to them. I'll give you a mention. Let's see if something comes up. And so I joined about, I think, 5 years ago, most recently once again, for a story, I believe it was called You Are the Doctor, where multiple endings were recorded and the listener can choose which way the story weaves. And that was with the Seventh Doctor. And then I really just had the privilege and the honour to really get to know the Big Finish family and work with the team a lot more, which is always a glorious joy. As Tom Baker himself has said on occasions, that I really don't deserve this joy. You know, here I am, I'm 84. I don't deserve this joy. This is rather beautiful. And it really does feel like that working there. And I've taken on parts of Chameleon, who I sort of play in this kind of, this is the default voice that I gave to him, to that sweet robotic face. And then most recently, off the back of doing the audiobook for the Five Doctors, I was asked to portray the role of the Brigadier, which is a very great and most unexpected honour, as somebody once said.
Well, big shoes to fill, but I can't imagine anybody filling them as well as you, John. And I wouldn't have imagined anybody else playing the Brigadier, but it's uncanny and brilliant. Well, look, I was told at the beginning of this, look, if it runs a bit short, that's fine and stuff. And I thought, there's no way with these two gentlemen it's going to run short. So unfortunately, time has defeated us, but I think it would be unfair to leave you that quickly, getting you to say to the fans where you are online, should they want to hear the bits that you would have said if we'd had time, and generally, where they can find you, should they want to seek more of you out online.
Yes, I suppose my Twitter feed, I tend to bung a few things on there, at Jon Culshaw is probably... I don't tend to go on Twitter a great deal because it tends to peck at your mind like some sort of voracious toucan giving you distractions, but occasionally I do look at it.
Mitch?
Well, I mean, you can go to mitchbenn.com, which is basically sort of a gateway to everything else I do. I've got a YouTube channel. I've got, I'm on Twitter far too much at Mitch Benn, and I've got my Patreon up and running. If you're into what I do and you want to help me keep doing it, then patreon.com/MitchBenn. That'll be lovely. Lovely to see you then.
Yep, live comedy and comedy performers do need your patronage at these times because there's nowhere to do it. So, well, look, thanks very much for joining us to kick this off, Mitch Benn and Jon Culshaw. We hope you stay with us. This is it for Status Quo. We're off to the bar, and the group is. I'm sorry about that. So you'll just have to wait for Sade and Paul McCartney and all the other guys as we play Big Finish Day, where there are guests, there are interviews, there's lots of chat about Doctor Who, and the most appealing aspect of this, of course, seeing what the houses of the people whose work you enjoy are like. Mitch Benn lives in episode 1 of The Mind Robber, as you can see. So you'll, as well as all the fun guests, you'll be able to go, goodness me, Fraser Hines got a lot of James Ellroy books, and just how many hostages is Wendy Padbury holding? And all sorts of other fun that you'll see. But for now, my name's Toby Hadoke. I'm sorry about that. Mitch Benn, Jon Culshaw joined me for this opening salvo of Big Finish Day. Hope you enjoy the rest of it. Thanks very much, and ta-ta for now.
I'm here now. Whatever you want from me, let's get it over with.
So, this energy, whatever it is, you think it's alien?
We are going to take the fight to the enemy and make them regret the day they ever came here.
I very much like your cape. You cut a dash, sir.
You have quite a silhouette.
The intruders pass this way. Noblemen coordinate for search in Sector 18. Seek, locate, exterminate.
Hi, my name is Rosalind, and my first big finish was Doctor Who, The Sirens of Time. I was really excited when I first found this audio adventure because I relished the opportunity to hear more Doctor Who adventures, and also I love a multi-Doctor story. It sparked a lifelong love of Big Finish, particularly the Sixth Doctor. I love the adventures, I love the new companions, and the stories are just fantastic.
In 2019, Big Finish marked its 20th anniversary of Doctor Who releases, and of course there was something special to mark the occasion that nobody knew about. We were given the 7th Doctor and Strike Squad Dalek, the War Doctor and Dalek Scientist, and perhaps most exciting of all for Big Finish fans, the 8th Doctor in the new outfit introduced in Dark Eyes, plus the Dalek Interrogator Prime. All three exciting new figures, ones that nobody expected, and this is the story of how they came to be. It all began with a conversation in the car while driving home from work, involving myself and Alistair Dewar from Character Options.
Somewhere between, from my side, Hampton Court and Shepperton, and somewhere between Edinburgh and Glasgow on his side, one evening as we were chatting, I think we sort of came up with the idea of a sort of co-promotion, so we could bring some of the Big Finish universe into the Doctor Who range, and that would give the collectors something new to potentially have.
We were discussing our mutual love of Big Finish, and also he was saying that he was looking for ideas for new action figure sets. So, for some reason or other, we came up with the idea of doing Big Finish sets.
That was the real germ of the idea. Was let's just you know, take something as simple as Doctor and Dalek sets, which have been very successful in the past, but realistically there's only a certain number of times you can revisit those, and give them a twist. So that was really the genesis, for want of a better word, of where the idea came from. So there was no real net gain for either party, really, other than just, as I say, a sort of co-promotion exercise and a sort of experimental one.
And after that, I put Al in touch with Chris Griffin, the marketing guru at the time of Big Finish, and the discussions began with a conversation in Jason Haigh-Ellery's club in London.
They gave us access when we needed it to a couple of bits of their artwork, but they were very enthusiastic. And then from my side, I use Kenny as a bit of a fact checker generally on Doctor Who, but obviously he has a very in-depth knowledge of the Big Finish set.
Exterminate the Doctor! Exterminate him! Exterminate him! Oh, hello. How did we choose the actual figures to create? Of course, the obvious one to do was this chap, the 8th Doctor in the outfit introduced in Dark Eyes.
We haven't really explored the sort of leather jacket, main range look of the 8th Doctor, which is, I think everyone likes it, it's pretty cool.
So it was a fairly simple matter really to create this one, given that we had the leather jacket. It looked rather similar to the 9th Doctor's outfit, so we have the Christopher Eccleston figure, but the Knights of the Doctor Paul McGann figure. Put them together, and a new paint job, and we get this. And even down to the detail on the jeans is correct. The original version actually had black shoes, but I noticed from the photo shoot that the Doctor's costume had brown shoes. So we got that corrected pretty late in the day.
So using the 7th Doctor was great because it meant that we could kind of tread on territory that we hadn't gone into before, such as, you know, things like sort of set post the TV movie. So my sort of thinking was, post the TV movie, stylistically the 7th Doctor looked different, and that gave us a great route.
It had various versions of the 7th Doctor in his cream and brown outfits, so again, easy enough to create a TV movie version, which hadn't been released up until that point, so we now have 2 of them, of course, and particularly with his nice checky trousers. And then the War Doctor is an obvious one to do, except he was given a different colour of waistcoat, which is very much the sort of thing we're used to.
For the War Doctor, again, he has a fairly set costume, and again, the War Doctor series gave us an avenue to just tweak that. We don't have many new parts or bits, but what it did mean was we could mess around with things a little bit.
Of course, how did we choose the Daleks? So, having had a look through some CD covers, we found from Gallifrey, we had the Axis Strike Squad commander with his distinctive black dome and gold spheres. From A Thing of Guile, the Dalek scientist with silver dome and silver spheres. But then, of course, came the final option: which Dalek do we go for? So we have this chap, the Dalek Interrogator Prime, who appears, although we don't actually see it on the cover, in The Garden of Death from Time War. I spoke to Guy Adams, the writer of the story, just to make sure we could get a good designation for the Dalek. So here we have the Dalek Interrogator Prime, a name which Guy contributed, and here we have the figure, which looks rather distinctive in his rather lovely dark blue and silver colour scheme, making him slightly different from the standard Dalek.
So that was really where it came from. So from a 5-minute conversation on the road home one night, the idea of a cross promotion came, and it was very successful, which was and well received, which is also good, and visually created a very different product. So yes, that is the background to the Big Finish Doctor and Dalek set.
So now you know the full story of how these came to be in your shelves, all thanks to one conversation in the car from two guys who love the Doctor who love the Big Finish, on their way home from work.
Hello, I'm Bryn, and my first Big Finish was The Light at the End. Now, I absolutely love this story. It is fast, it's fun, it was, at the time, really the biggest multi-Doctor story we've ever had, with all 8 of the classic Doctors and 5 of them being played by the original actor. It's also absolutely chock full of companions, including, it was my introduction to the Big Finish companion, Charlotte Pollard, who I absolutely adore, and one of the best bits of it is getting to hear the 8th and the 4th Doctors interact, which is just something you wouldn't expect, and the sort of thing Big Finish can do, but you couldn't do on television, really. It's also got one of the absolute best arrangements of the theme tune for Doctor Who. I think it's just so amazing, and if you've never heard that version of the theme tune, I suggest you go and find that and listen to it, and honestly just listen to the whole thing because it's great. Yeah, it was a brilliant introduction. I recommend it to anyone.
Hello there, good afternoon. I'm Emma Haigh and I'm the producer of Callan, and I'm delighted to be joined today by Ben Miles, who plays Callan, and Frank Skinner, who plays Callan's friend and partner in crime, Lonely. It's really great to have you both back with us in this second series of Callan. Ben, are you able to tell us a little bit about the history of Callan and how it came to be?
Yes, absolutely. Callan began life as a TV series in the 1960s, which was created by James Mitchell. It centres around the sort of life and times of this ex-Royal Marine, David Callan, who after his time in the armed services ends up working for a fictitious secret service organisation called the Section, which is pretty much MI5 or MI6. I forget which one the domestic one is. I think it's MI5. And so it's a series of stories. Each sort of episode encompasses a particular case that Callan is working on with his superior hunter. Each episode is called a file, so it would be a file on an angry American, or a file on a missing priest, or whatever. Each sort of episode has a particular sort of case file that they're working on. It's fantastic sort of British homegrown espionage. In the same tradition as the kind of Carter films of Michael Caine, the early Bonds. It's kind of cloak and dagger, Secret Service, a little bit of breaking the rules, and with a little bit of help from Callan's dodgy, if you like, friends from his past. He spent time inside where he met his kind of unofficial cohort, Lonely, Frank, which I think is where you might come in and talk a bit about your character.
Yeah, so it's one of those. I think perhaps the closest relationships are made in prison. They probably spent many a night making an ornate tobacco tin together and getting swallows tattoos on the backs of their hands. So he lives in a completely separate world. Lonely, the character that I play, he doesn't really. I'm never quite sure if he's supposed to know the espionage element. He's basically called in by Callan to be a professional criminal, which is what he's best at. So he does a lot of breaking in and a lot of following. I don't know where he learned to follow, because I don't know if that is a criminal activity. Generally speaking, but those are his main big things. He's very, very good at getting into places discreetly.
Yeah.
Frank, I think you were saying earlier you remember the original series, or you've seen some of the original series.
No, as a kid, I loved the original series. Edward Woodward, who played Callan in that one, I think that was what made him a sort of major star. Had an incredibly grit. I remembered it being in really sort of low rent, bleak, horrible rooms and stuff. And they've started re-showing it recently. It begins as his haunting theme tune, which I'm happy to say is on the Big Finish recordings. And on the TV show, there's this swinging bare light bulb, which reminds me of every student flat I ever lived in. It's got that real grimness about it. But I watched a couple of episodes recently that are being re-shown. It's really good. I mean, it's not quite up to the Big Finish version, but honestly, it's properly punch you in the stomach, sort of gritty realism.
So, do you think you talked about prison, and that's where these characters met? How do you think that's affected their relationship, Ben?
I think they have an almost telepathic relationship now. I think both of them know what the other one is thinking about 5 sentences ahead. I mean, whenever Callan calls Lonely up, I imagine Lonely knows it's not for a kind of social catch-up. Callan's got some kind of job he needs doing that no one else can do in quite the way that Lonely can. So I think as Frank said, they obviously just got to know each other extremely well in prison. I imagine they shared the same cell, or certainly the same wing, and now, you know, have a relationship where they just know every tick of the other's face and what they're thinking. And, you know, you can, throughout the whole series, there's this kind of camaraderie and this sort of bleak comedy throughout, which I think is a sort of echo of their years together inside, and certainly a mechanism of how they sort of survived that time in prison. You know, it's quite, they're sort of quite dry with each other. They're sort of mocking each other. They, you know, they take the mick out of each other, but there's a great sort of respect and, you know, love almost, and a kind of a codependency too. You know, each has something they want or they can get from the other. And it's always great in each episode we do, when you get to the Callan lonely scenes, it's sort of nice to sort of get back to this, one of the kind of, they're almost like a domestic couple almost, in a way. It's like,
and Frank, would you
gets what he wants.
Yeah, Frank, would you say, I mean, they almost have a brother in arms, they almost have a brotherly relationship, would you say?
Well, I think that I think Lonely is probably Callan's bit of real. I don't think Callan likes hanging around with all these public schoolboy intelligence people. And I think he's sort of stuck in between the two. Callan is really, he's in both of those worlds, but he's in neither of those worlds as well. Whereas Lonely, I think, he's still firmly entrenched in that sort of low-life criminal underworld. And I get the feeling that Callan is much more at home there than he is with the posh boys, certainly.
Yeah, and is it nice to return to characters that you've played before, Ben?
Oh yeah, it's great. When this second series of Callan for Big Finish has been on the cards for a while, and I was really excited to hear that it was coming back. You know, I couldn't wait to get back to it. And I'm even more thrilled that we're managing to do it against the odds of what's going on around us today. It's fantastic that we've done it despite everything else. It's really great to come back to a character, you know, and such a great character as well. And the stories and books and TV episodes that have a very sort of large following, quite a sort of loyal fan base, you know. It was really nice to learn the sort of scale of appreciation that Callan had and still has, I think, today. So yeah, I was thrilled to get back to it, definitely.
Frank, do you like Lonely? Is he a nice compadre to have?
I mean, one thing about the fact that we filmed it during the coronavirus pandemic, I think was sort of great research for me and Ben as to what those prison years might have been like. So that's quite good. Yeah, I like Lonely. When I first moved down to London from Birmingham, I lived in Hoxton before it got cool. Yes. And there was lots of people like that knocking around in the cafes and things, and everyone's related. Everyone was somebody's cousin. And with Lonely, everyone he knows is auntie this and uncle that. So yeah, I like I like that aspect. I like that he's sort of profoundly working class, I suppose, is one of the things I like about him. He seems to have been unspoiled by his dalliance in British intelligence. He's still basically, I like that he's kept his, well, it's not his day job, it's his night job, but he's still doing standard thieving apart from his specialist work with Callan. So I like that he's a purist. It's like when, you know, a comedian gets on telly, but they keep doing live stand-up, and Lonely's doing that. He's still doing the live work in other people's houses.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you tell us a little bit, Ben, about what happens in this latest series? Some of the sort of storylines a little bit.
Yeah, Callan and Lonely get involved in various stories. There is sort of intrigue within the service that is, you know, the details of which are discovered as the episode goes along. There's foreign travel. We get sort of continental. We go down to the Costa del Sol to get involved in dodgy dealings with Spanish Secret Service, and there's involvement with other very sort of high-powered, ruthless Secret Service agencies from abroad as well, not just in Spain. The CIA are involved. We get roped into some very dodgy CIA counterintelligence assassination plots. We're wined and dined in Paris. It seems like a more sort of international series, this series, than series one. There's of course the ever loyal Liz back at the office, who helps Callan out with various little bits of information that he perhaps isn't given by his superior Hunter. And then of course there are all the fabulous sort of sleazy, slightly greasy locations that he meets up with Lonely in, like these kind of greasy spoons at some Pancras station, some railway station. There are all these fantastic sort of, as you say, Frank, these sort of grim cafes and market stalls that anyone who's ever sort of spent time in London at the kind of lower end of existence will instantly recognise. So there's lots.
You did get a glamorous trip to Oxford in this series.
Oh, yeah.
And Lonely, you got to shimmy up a drain pipe in one of the Oxford colleges, Frank.
And one of their meetings is in a park as well, which actually terrifies Lonely, because there's too many sort of respectable people knocking about.
You've both done a lot of audio work, and I just wondered what does the audio world give you? Does it give you something more over telly and film, Frank?
Well, it gives you not having to learn your lines, which is one thing it gives you. I don't know. I do a lot of radio. I do a lot of sort of live talk radio stuff. And when I talk to people who listen to that show, they all talk about this intimacy thing that you get when there are no pictures, where you are just listening to someone. And I think they feel more connected. And I'm a Big Finish subscriber. I mean, you'd think I would get that free, but no, I am a subscriber. And I feel like with in the Doctor Who stuff, if I may refer to that for a second, like with the Sylvester McCoy Doctor, with the Colin Baker Doctor, I feel I know them a lot better, and I'm a lot closer to those characters when I watch them on telly. So there is something about audio, and you could probably write a psychological treatise on this, but people feel more involved. I think there's, on telly and in film, you are given everything. When you listen to the Callan audio, you're having to create those terrible rooms and cafes and those exotic foreign locations for yourself. And I think in the end, that's a more satisfying thing. But it's a sort of a interactive entertainment.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. You're kind of more of a participant when you listen to drama on audio than you might be if you're sat in the cinema or sat watching the telly. And it makes you feel like you're there. Your imagination is actually really there, and there's a part of your brain that's stimulated that I think isn't in other formats of drama. And when we're recording it as well, your imagination I'm often sort of surprised that I'm actually stood here in my garage surrounded by stuff I should have cleared out years ago, when I've just been sort of on a yacht in the Mediterranean with a military walkie-talkie trying to chase some Germans around the bay. It's really exciting imaginatively. It reminds me of when I was a kid. When I was about 7, me and my 2 brothers, we had this old reel-to-reel tape recorder, and we used to make up these stupid kind of detective stories in a way. And it was like days would go by, and we'd go all over the place just imagining these stories. I wish I'd still got them. They're probably terrible, actually. But it sort of takes you back to the sort of the beginnings of using your imagination again, and it's exciting to record these, but also I hope really rewarding to listen to them as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. It would be lovely to have Callan and Lady back again with us at some point. So fingers crossed we can we can do this again. They could. Who knows what the sequel, the next series, could hold for them both.
I'm guessing that Big Finish will be on to Ben, asking him if he can possibly find those childhood tapes. They'll be out any time now.
Yeah, we can release them as a companion series to Callan. Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us today, and yes, we look forward to seeing you both again soon and hearing you back on the airwaves with Big Finish as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You never forget your first time, do you? You're nervous, you don't quite know what to expect, it's intimidating, and it's all over far more quickly than you expected. I was a Big Finish virgin until I listened to Spare Parts by Mark Platt. And what I love about Big Finish audio is, well, first of all, the actors never get old. In my head, they're exactly the same age as they were in the 70s and 80s. Secondly, the special effects are much better in my imagination than the BBC could ever have managed back in the day when they were making the classic series. And thirdly, you don't really have to listen to it with your clothes off. Well, you don't have to.
We have just a quick moment for another interstitial anomaly. A wonderful, profound speech from the Doctor Who universe, recited by not the original speaker, but someone who rather suits the words. We turn to the Ark in Space now. That wonderful speech from the Ark in Space. I'm sure you know it. And to me, it seemed Sir David Attenborough should deliver this one. Homo sapiens. What an inventive, invincible species. It's only a few million years since they crawled up out of the mud and learned to walk. Puny, defenseless bipeds. They've survived flood, famine, and plague. They've survived cosmic wars and holocausts. And now, here they are, out among the stars, waiting to begin a new life, ready to outsit eternity. They're indomitable. Indomitable.
Hello there.
Hello.
Welcome to Big Finish, everyone. Hi, hello, Dan Starkey, who plays Strax. Hello, Catrin Stewart, who plays my beautiful wife, Jenny Flint. Woo-hoo. And of course, there's me.
And hello, Neve, who plays the wonderful Vastra.
Madam Vastra. So we have to talk today.
Tiara.
Sorry? Yes, I thought it was, normally it's Tiara Tuesday. I wear my tiara, but I thought I'd make an exception for
Tiara Thursday. Tiara Thursday.
Or Tiara Boomdi Day. Haha. Sorry, bad gag. So yeah, so we're going to talk about the Paternosters today, aren't we, guys?
What else do we talk about, guys?
Yeah. Well,
we can't talk about coronavirus.
No. No.
Well, I am a nurse, so obviously I have no cure for it whatsoever.
No, Strax, get in there, get it back into your basement.
If only we could sort it out as the Paternoster gang.
I know, how easy. Yeah.
What a cheery note to start the conversation.
I know, yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
The limits of art.
Yes. Well, we've got a wee series of sort of suggestions for questions, haven't we?
Yes.
So, and first is what's our first memories of Doctor Who? Go on. Someone jump in.
Mine is being very, very cold in an airport hangar in. Is it Newport or outside Newport?
St Athens.
St Athens, that's it.
Yeah,
Really cold, waiting around all day to film our first scene, I think, which was a night shoot in the airport hangar for Good Man Goes to War. I think it was nighttime, or anyway, I've been sat around in a corset, you guys have probably been sat in your prosthetics. And yeah, just walking into the sheer size of the set and the cold and being quite nervous. It was such a big deal. Oh,
I don't know why, but oops. Ruby is next to me, and I'm not sure if she set something off on my phone.
Ruby is Neve's cat. Just
just to let you know, my little pussy cat. Hold on. Hold on.
She there?
She is. There she is.
Oh, she's cozy.
Yeah, she's all cozy in my little, So I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted. Go, Catrin.
No, just that it was I realised it was quite a big deal that we were doing Doctor Who. I don't know if that was the first day of filming, but that airport hangar sticks in my memory, and I'm just always cold. So, but it was a good day, obviously. What's yours?
The thing which I remember about that place was that the acoustic was bizarre, and so we're both in prosthetics, so we can't hear anything anyway. But for some reason, because it was so big, you saw any word that you said just died within about half a meter of speaking. So it was the whole thing of just not being able to hear anything, and then sort of going, "Is it my cue or not?"
Yeah.
Can't see anything, can't hear anything. Go and act. Yeah,
and it's
great.
my first day.
Yeah. Sorry.
My first memory of Doctor Who is older than that. It's from 1980 when I got scared by a Marshman. And I told that to Andrew Smith the other week, and he felt old. So there we go. The Marshmen.
That's interesting. You saw the question as like memory of watching it, or your first experience, whereas mine was all about me and my work.
Your encounter with it. Well, I think you didn't grow up with it in quite the same way.
Watch it, no.
Yeah. It's intrinsically tied up with my childhood, so that's one a very strong memory of that.
Come on then.
What's yours, Neve?
I mean, I remember that hangar, and especially as Dan was saying, the noise. There was that whole bit when our lovely compatriot, she has her big death scene, and Matt's leaning over her, and it's a really beautiful close scene. Of course, I'm in the background going, "What? I had a line to come in on, and of course Matt's doing this beautiful, close, lovely death scene, and I'm sort of in the background going, I'll just guess and jump in, but we managed to work something out.
Yeah, it was Creasey's song, wasn't it?
Yes, Creasey. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was a big reveal about who River's song was, and I
know that was that.
I didn't know.
Yeah, that was also the first day as well that we all got to do the, where they say to everybody freeze, and then they flat pack away the TARDIS, and everyone's like that as it dematerializes.
Yeah.
It's fabulous, great fun. But yes, I remember way back in the Tom Baker days. You coming through, Pussycat? Come on. She doesn't want to come in front of the camera. She's camera shy. It's crafty. But Tom Baker was my doctor growing up. So I remember so much. Weirdly, we were talking yesterday about the Planet of the Spiders when it changes from John Pertwee into Tom Baker, the big spider on his back. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, cool. So our next question: what is the best thing about working with Big Finish? The lunches.
Lunches. Yeah, they look after you very well. Everyone's very lovely, and we get to. You can turn up in your pajamas if you want. I don't.
Well, we can now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's just great, I think, to revisit the characters all these years later, and I think it's so cool we have our own spin-off because.
Yeah.
Look, guys, everyone was asking for it, and Big Finish delivered it. And it's just really exciting because you get to work with all these brilliant actors, and all the crew and producers and directors and writers, and every episode is always very exciting and full of adventure.
Yeah, new things to do. Because how do you feel then that's helped our characters develop then? With doing these,
I think we fleshed out a bit of backstory for us both. Sort of mining the world. There's obviously sort of the situation is what will happen if Strax met old Sontarans, or who are Jenny's family, or whatever. Does she have a family?
Yeah.
What world has Vastra left behind, all that sort of thing. So it's nice to explore those dramatic.
Yeah, and we've had a bit of a set. We can give ideas as well, which has been
Yeah.
And also, I think is one thing about Big Finish and working in radio in general. The pictures are great.
Yeah.
And the budget is unconfined.
Yes.
And also, I mean, because I've worked for Big Finish a lot even before the Paternosters as well. This whole thing, you're not constrained in your casting on audio, on radio as well. So the amount of characters I played, there was one I did years ago, which was a Colin Baker story, where I played this absolute sort of jock, meathead South African, like astronaut, sort of like 7 foot tall, which is obviously Not quite what I'm like in real life, but it's really fun in that way. As long as you can sound like it, then it.
Yeah, you're very good at all the weird sound effects. Like, didn't you play a walrus or something? Was it a walrus? Or have I just?
That was the one I wrote. That was one I wrote. The aliens like walruses. Yeah.
Yeah, and didn't you do the sound of the walrus or some sort of creature? You were doing maybe in a different episode. You're very good at creature sounds.
At making noises. Yes. Only child, I made my own fun.
What about you, Neve?
Well, yeah, I think it's really we've discovered so much, and we've had input into it. You know, that we can develop them, and I think I'm really loving how our relationship, our marriage, is going. And you know that we have little days when we get a bit touchy with each other, as all couples do, and just it feels like something we're so much a part of. Because even though we developed when we were doing the TV, but we didn't know what was going to get flung at us. Whereas this now we kind of I feel we're so much more a part of it. Because I'm just trying to think as well, because we've got another question about what's our favourite Big Finish Paternoster, but I can't pick one.
I had to think about this. The thing that I was surprised at, I had a look online because I wanted to remember some of the names. And it's amazing how many we've done already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 series, and then we've recorded... Is it a 4th one we've done now?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. We've got one. Have we got one more story to do on that, or are we?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
That was really and that's been in quite a short amount of time as well. So the way that they managed to sort of get the stories out is brilliant. I think mine is just because it's Jenny's backstory was the family one by Lisa I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget how to say it. McCullen?
No.
McCullen.
Yes. Is it C-U-L-L? Yeah.
McCullen. Sorry, Lisa.
In my head, I made a bit of a backstory for Jenny, but then to discover these family she has and where she comes from and how Madame Basta really did save her from this not a very nice upbringing, and the discovery of like the circus, that was really fun to do.
Yeah. Because it's like what I really loved about it. It's like we saved each other, and in a sense, it's like we are the three of us is just such a lovely little bunch of, in a sense, sort of orphans or misfits, but we found each other and we formed our own little family. We are the gang. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. What about you, Dan? You got a favourite one?
And you wrote one.
Yeah.
I did write one. That was well. I'm actually just hearing everyone sort of turning it into a piece of audio as opposed to something where I'm sitting in my spare room with my head sort of like talking to myself. It's great hearing it out loud and sort of like it's coming. And there was one bit where I sent a screenshot when I was writing it to Matt Fitton, our script editor, and I just the stage direction, the cheese rears. I was quite pleased with having written that into a script. But I think the one which I hadn't wrote in the last box set that released last month. The one, the Hound of the Baskervilles one, where we went to the Jurassic Coast. That was really fun. Where Annette Badland sort of takes a shine to Strax. That was very fun. And then you've got also like the the Silurian sort of like pot and sort of marital stuff. It's had a lot of stuff in that story. And it was I enjoyed that one very much. Sets up the whole sort of arc. Nicely.
Yeah. I'm loving because I'm loving everyone's a brilliant sort of discovery now because we have got this arc that's going on. I know obviously all the prehistoric sort of extra stuff that's happening with Vastra. She's almost still got a foot in the past.
Yeah.
Getting dragged back, or is she going forward? It's great.
Wait and see.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how much we can say because I'm confused about how many people have actually seen. No spoilers. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's how many people have actually listened to. Okay.
No spoilers. Just
no
fun.
Spoilers. Absolutely no spoilers. Yeah. I know, but I don't know. I did enjoy. I did because I sort of got to my giggling fit with yourself and our other lovely Sontaran player, and you had
Chris Ryan.
Chris Ryan. Yes.
Yeah.
You had a Sontaran off. That just made me.
Yes. Who should salute who? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, what else have we got? Oh, this is a good question. I don't think we've ever been asked this one before about similarities between us and our characters. So I am occasionally green of a morning, but that just depends on how much I've had to drink the night before.
Yes, just sometimes when I've had an evening out with you as well, Neve, I wake up green as well. It's a little recurring theme in our friendship, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know about me and Vasta.
Interesting one. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I can be irritable in the way that Strax is occasionally. Just bursts of ill-focused anger sort of come out occasionally.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not as handy as he is, so it just tends to simmer.
I ask quite a lot of questions, like Jenny does. I'm quite curious, I guess. I'm probably not as brave or like tough as Jenny. You know, she's pretty fearless, isn't she?
Yeah.
And cheeky. Yeah, maybe a bit cheeky sometimes.
Oh yeah, I think we're all quite good and cheeky with each other. I think we've all got that in common. We've got a good banter between the three of us when we're all together. It's a lot of fun working with you guys.
Yeah.
Brilliant, the three of us.
Yeah.
And you've used swords before, haven't you, Neve, as well?
Well, this is true. Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I was in my fencing club at school, and then when I was at college, I got my grades and I got my basic instructors for foil. And I was going to go on and do instruction for Epi and Sabre as well, but then I ended up going out into the world and trying to get a job. And then, yes, I ended up marrying my ex-husband, was a Japanese swordsman in a sense. He studied Iaido and Kendo. He actually, I think he won, at one point he did one before I met him, the European Iaido Championship. So I actually learned some of the stuff that I actually needed from Vasta from him.
That's handy.
Yeah, so
One good thing.
Useful for something.
What did you say?
He was useful for something. Oops, cut that bit out, no?
It's live!
Yeah, Doctor Who's
live! Oh, yeah, no, but yeah, I've always kind of, been that kind of girl that's like, I would always sort of a tomboy. It's like, dolls, no, give me swords, guns, you know, I'll leap off walls onto boys or climb trees faster than them, so, yeah. Okay, how long have we got? Ooh, I'm tired. I'm supposed to be in charge of all of this.
Oh, how are we doing for time?
We've still got almost 10 minutes. So come on, what else can we talk about? Oh, okay. This one's a common one, and I can never think of anything.
Oh, I know which one this is.
The TARDIS. If we had our own TARDIS
all the time,
yeah, and I always get a bit because I don't know. Everyone must say, "Oh yeah, back to ancient Egypt," or actually, it would be fun to go back and actually see the point when the meteorite hit and everything was killed off for a bit, to see where it actually hit.
Yeah.
Go back and see them all wiped out.
I had thought, this is really just selfish, but I had thought I'd like to go back to when my mum and dad were younger. This isn't about history, but you know, like during those like when they were like living together or just sort of met, and what the world was like. They were quite political and like just. It was probably in like early 80s, just to see a sense of what they were like when they were younger.
Oh wow, right.
You know, you always imagine what your parents were like before they had kids. That was just a thought I had, but that's not really historical. But I guess I'm intrigued with like what not just Britain, but how the world has changed so much in just 50 years. You know.
Yeah, gotcha.
I was
well, it's even I don't know if anyone.
What do you say?
I was 10, so I can remember.
Tell me.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else is having weird lockdown dreams, but I'm permanently in the 1990s. Like, adolescence. I still have a sense of youth and hope. University, somewhere that's like university, not quite, as a kind of thing. So I'm having more or less fun than I did at the time. You know, it's really strange how your brain is recycling all those sorts of things when before the world got strange. So perhaps that would be interesting. It's a weird thing of when they repeated This Life a couple of months ago. Watching that again, because it's sort of modern, but it's not quite, because everyone's like in their early 20s and they're also like doing a job, and they're in London. It doesn't look that different, but no one's got a smartphone, no one's got the internet. You know, one of the characters just sits in her bedroom and just plays solitaire by herself when she hasn't got anything else to do, and you're going, oh, that's a different world, as a kind of thing from how it is hyper now.
Yeah,
and it's kind of so it's just being reminded of that. A little tap on the shoulder is quite interesting.
Yeah, go back to simpler times.
Yeah, that was
of the 1990s.
Simpler times.
Yeah,
I quite like to go to the Bronze Age collapse. That's I've been reading a bit about that in history. It's like the sort of Trojan War and that kind of era. So there we go.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah,
in the 1990s.
Yeah. Oh, Joy in the 1990s. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. That's some psychedelic movie we could make.
Yeah.
Let's go there.
Big Finish episode.
Yeah. Well, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, Catrin, about that thing that you could go anywhere and do anything. Or I think it was Sylvester McCoy was having a chat when we did that little thing yesterday, the convention thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? Because you could go anywhere. I love the idea that you're sort of Back to the Future.
I know.
But it is. That's Back to the Future is great for that because it's like he's got to keep ducking out of the way or try and get his parents together. But,
yeah.
What would you want to see in the future? Do you think?
Oh God, I'd want to see a better world.
Simple.
I want to see the world survive.
Yeah.
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 It doesn't look very good at the moment. Hopeful.
Well,
let's think of positive things. Peace on earth.
Yeah. Goodwill to all.
Christmas 2020. Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah. Friends. I'd like to see Friends.
Yeah. I'd like a hug or two from people.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice, just a wee.
It's all right, but you got a cat.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but she's buggered off. Excuse my language, children.
Yes.
But yeah, she's knocked off. But yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, it would be nice to see. I mean, I think that everyone's going to go quite crazy. Or I'm hoping maybe it's just wishful thinking that when the lockdown finishes, that we'll all just run out and have a massive street party in every street in London or something.
There have been raves and stuff going on.
There was Manchester.
Yeah, like massive, which isn't a good idea, but people are just going mad, like more mad than usual.
Yeah. What else have we got? Oh yeah, actually, that's one of the last questions we've got. Is how are we keeping ourselves busy
during lockdown?
Yeah, I'm putting up shelves.
Oh, that's good. DIY.
But DIY. I've got some paint coming, and I just got delivered like a raised bed for the garden. So if the rain eases up a bit, then this afternoon I can get out and dig that over and start building that.
Yeah.
And grow some veggies.
I know that I haven't got a garden. We haven't got a garden, but that's something I feel like is so important now. You know, more than ever, having outdoor space. It's been pretty up and down for me. At the beginning of lockdown, I found myself being quite productive, and I got really into like painting and reading and running, and I've just had a bit of a dip recently.
Yeah, me too. It's a thing like that. It's kind of
Yeah, but trying to do more reading. I've been doing a bit of volunteering on the phone, just things like things that. But in terms of work, it just feels quite scary, really, for the foreseeable, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of sort of self tapes for jobs, but of course, then you don't. I mean, it's not. You don't hear anything nowadays, but but they still don't know if that's going to happen, if they're going to make it. So
yeah, and the theatres.
It's going to be next year, I think, before a lot of theatres. My mum has got a season ticket. She has a season ticket for the Lyceum in Edinburgh. And they're saying it's not going to be fully up and running. I think they're going to do some things, but not a proper rep running until next year. So, yeah, it's going to slowly creep in. People are starting to do little one-off readings and things.
It's quite amazing how people have adapted.
Yes, well, you can see. We're doing my old company, the Fitzrovia Radio Hour. We are doing a thing called Fitzrovia Cinema Noir, where we're live performing one of our old scripts, a pulp sort of like thriller, a cult thriller, using green screens, and that'll be on. It'll be sort of streamed on YouTube. So there'll be a link, and it's like also like make sure that's like get post out so people can see it. So but that'll be interesting. It's a bit of an experiment.
Do you do it remotely then?
Yeah, we've also like learned bits of our script, and it's all a question of we've all got iPads or like laptops, and sort of like and a viewing platform, video conferencing software that people use, and then it's being sort of live, sort of like mixed. I won't say exactly how because I don't understand quite, but and then it's questions like eye lines and that sort of thing. So it's a really interesting process. So that's kind of been keeping me sane over this last month. Rehearsing, learning lines.
To focus on.
Yeah, doing stuff. It's all having projects, isn't it? Really, like which keeps you going.
Yeah, and things like reading. I've been doing a lot more reading and things, but clearing things out. It's like having boxes of old papers and scripts and bags of stuff. I don't remember this. I came across a bag that was filled with some. Sorry guys, but I think I've finished them now. But fan mail. So just start one day, like I can do this. I can just get on and get this done. I've still got another pile to get through, but yeah, that'll be getting done. So I think we've got a couple of minutes left. Anything else you guys want to talk about? As soon as I put you in the spot, then everything becomes a bit whoops.
Yeah, just to say thank you to Big Finish and the people who listen, because it's brilliant that we can keep working on Paternoster Gang and that people love it so much. And hopefully there'll be more to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does look like there is. Sorry, Dan, go.
Sorry, no, I was just saying, like when we did a bit of recording in April, because basically all the way through that month, we're going, oh great, I've got this to look forward to. I've got a bit of recording to look forward to, and building a studio that I can do. Oh great, because I'll be able to use this. And then once that week was over, when we'd done a bit of recording, it was like, oh,
what now?
It was that real kind of deflation. So it is, it keeps.
Yeah, great to do that during lockdown. Have some
and it's in somewhere where you can go anywhere and do anything. It's kind of it's really quite fun in this. This current.
Although I had to do quite a lot of re-recordings of mine because you realise how amazing the technical aspect of it is, because I had a lot of like pops and things. So that's been really good as well, like a sort of challenge to.
We've learned, haven't we? We've really learned a lot on this. Cool.
And it's almost as though we work with technical professionals with sort of like decades of or production experience behind them who are quite good at their jobs.
And we're
trying to apply those skills in a month.
I don't feel like that.
We can just our lives.
Work. Big button.
Yes.
Well, I think last few seconds we should say a lovely goodbye to all our fans and a massive thank you for Big Finish.
Thank you.
All our fans. Mwah. Stay safe.
Thanks for listening, watching. Stay safe, stay alert.
Hey. Stay alert.
Stay at home. Stay at home fuming.
Fuming and going, I want to party. Yes.
So you can listen to all the audio series of Big Finish because you're at home.
Yeah, exactly. That keeps us going.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Hi, my name's Aaron. My very first Big Finish was One Rule, which is a Torchwood monthly range CD written by Joseph Lidster, and I think probably what grabbed me, like my attention to it most, is probably what Big Finish is best known for, is the characters that were in Doctor Who that we've probably not necessarily thought that we're ever going to see again, that their stories were finished, that they can sort of bring them in from sort of 10-15 years ago, give them new adventures, let them meet new people, let them meet other characters that we're really familiar with, and it's just that escapism that I love, that we can go on these like hour-long adventures, 4-hour-long box sets with characters that just sort of grab your attention straight away and just give us the adventures that we never thought we'd get.
Outbreak is a 3-hour audio drama set between series 2 and 3 with Jack, Gwen and Yanto in Cardiff Bay. It's the classic Torchwood team.
Outbreak actually tries to capture the period between the end of series 2 and Children of Earth. So it's sort of in a way it's kind of channeling a golden age of Torchwood, really.
And moving into the next ones.
And moving into the next ones.
Two very distinct eras of Torchwood, but bridging them.
It's a nice big reunion in the sense that the actors are back together and we get to slip into the skins of our characters again.
I would say going back to Jack is, with no pun intended, like putting an old coat on.
An alien virus manifests and takes the population of Cardiff by storm.
There is an outbreak of a mysterious infection which threatens Cardiff and possibly the world, and the only thing standing in its way is, of course, Torchwood.
That really does sum it up very well.
Got it from the guy the police picked up. Inside me. Growing.
I'm coming down there.
It's not
Once upon a time, there were 3 very different little girls who came to the attention of the British Empire. Marlowe Sweet.
Well, you're not listening. I have proof. There are wormholes right here in Connecticut and aliens already living among us.
Charlie de Bergère.
One more move and they'll be shampooing your brain out of this carpet for weeks.
And Gabriella Martinez.
This ain't like no engine I ever seen before. This is why I joined Torchwood. Buckle up, baby.
Big Finish. We love stories.
Time for another speech, another interstitial anomaly. This one is from Genesis of the Daleks, and it's rather alarming how not out of place it sounds when this speech is recited by this particular person.
The only living thing, a microscopic organism reigning supreme. A fascinating idea. Yes, to hold in my hand a capsule that contains such power. To know that life and death on such a scale was my choice. To know that the tiny pressure of my thumb, enough to break the glass, would end everything. Yes, I would do it. That power would set me up above the gods and through the Daleks. I shall have that power. Daleks. That's the correct way to pronounce it.
Hello and welcome to this, the Space 1999 chat. And we've got some fantastic people to speak to here. We've got Mark Bonner and Maria Teresa Creasey. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. How are you?
Really, really good. Yeah, it's good to be doing this all virtually and being able to make this happen today. So it's great that you've got the time to do this, and also for us basically to chat about Space 1999 and what's to come as well. So we'll start off by just asking the question, what you knew about Space 1999 before you got the parts. I'll direct this to you, Maria, first.
Uh-oh, me. I was going to say Mark.
Sorry, because I'm eating.
No, well, fine. You have your lunch. I have to be honest that I didn't know a lot about Space 1999 before I started working on it. I knew it was a TV show. I knew it had a cult following, but it wasn't really anything that I grew up with. I know I'm very different to Mark in that way. So I had really only seen the first episode and didn't see the whole thing because I was a little bit like, I don't know, fresh eyes, kind of fresh ears on it. But yeah, no, I didn't know much about Space 1999, but now I'm in.
It's a real baptism of fire then, and quite a contrast to you, Mark, wasn't it?
Yeah, I my kind of formative years and some of my best nightmares were provided by Space 1999 when I was a wee boy. It was when it was first, I think it was, I can't remember who it was asked me if I could do, and I'm always mucking around. When we're doing the 11 in studio, I'm always mucking around doing silly voices, and well, that's my job, but especially with the 11, but no, I'm always kind of doing silly accents and blah, and I've done American a couple of times, and they asked me if I could do an American accent. I said, yeah, I can. And then they asked me to audition for it, and that was when I first discovered it was going to be Space 1999. And of course, I absolutely fell over with excitement because it was such a huge part of my childhood growing up. And Landau as John Koenig was just fantastic. I mean, despite that, when you look back now, its production values weren't massive, and it was doing the best with what it had, but it managed to create a fantastic atmosphere, I think. and I was absolutely over the moon when I got the part.
Absolutely. I mean, many brilliant memories of it, watching it as a child and being blown away by it, because it was a very kind of more mature program compared to, say, the puppets that Jerry Anderson had done previously. I mean, with that in mind, Maria, I mean, I'm presuming, I seem to recall in one of your interviews, you actually did go back and watch Barbara's character originally, didn't you?
Of course I did. I mean, I didn't know what I was getting myself into, and I had gotten this script and sort of, was kind of very curious and knew that it was based on something else. So yeah, I mean, I think like Mark said, you could tell that they were doing the best with what they had at the time. Barbara Bain was very specific as well, and I think it's sort of helpful coming to it not really knowing how much people love the show, because there is sort of that moment of thinking like, do I need to sort of, is this how the character should be? Or, I mean, she was very much of her time. And then looking at Dr. Russell sort of now and the differences in that. But yeah, no, watching it, I mean, yeah, it's really fun. And I think for me, coming into it and actually being in the room with everyone was when I really kind of realized how special it was and how lucky I was to be in the room.
Absolutely. And the great thing is that you were both brought in as actors to bring yourselves to the roles. This wasn't to imitate or replicate. It was bringing a piece of your own kind of personalities and talents to this. Just out of interest, Mark, where were you when you heard you'd been successful at getting the role?
I just finished being imprisoned by Sylvester McCoy in the 11 prequel story, because I've done lots of, we discovered 11 in jail, sort of imprisoned at the very beginning of his story, and I'd just done with Sylvester, I'd just done a group of episodes leading up to that moment. So I just finished on the, whatever day it was, I don't remember, but I was taken into a small studio next to the one we were working in and going, oh, by the way, you've got Space 1999, they just wanted to let you know before the weekends. And I was like, my inner 10-year-old, I was like, oh, that's great, thanks very much. But inside I was going, oh my God! So yeah, it was really cool.
And how do you guys find coming into a new production when, I mean, the chances are you've not met this cast before, it's all very fresh, isn't it, from day one?
I mean, for me at least.
Yeah. Go on.
No, sorry. Yeah. I'd say it's exciting and nerve-wracking and all of those things at once, I didn't know anybody in the room when I came. I don't know if Mark did. Mark probably did. Mark knows everybody. But I didn't know anybody. So I was sort of like nervous but excited and, yeah, all of the above.
And what about you, Mark?
It's always like first in school, isn't it? It's always.
Totally.
I do. Well, yeah. You mean me and Maria? Yeah, I think it's kind of it's always like first day at school when you're when you start a new job, whatever that job is. You've got to go around the room and you've got to say hello to everybody and go, oh, or if you know a couple of people, that's nice. You get your mates, but it is always kind of quite a daunting prospect. It's like people usually, I guess, have maybe 2, 3, 4. Max 5 jobs in their life, I guess, on average. But we can have that in a year, So it's quite you get kind of used to that that going, hi, oh, I know so and so. You always find somebody because it's a very small world, But I think that what part of the job is for us is to be able to establish very quickly a working relationship and a banter together, so that you can do those things that are required of you, whatever they may be. And sometimes they can be very tricky situations. Sometimes you're arguing with each other. Sometimes you're making love with each other. It can be very, very odd. And to do that with somebody you've just met. So, but yeah, I mean, me and Maria hit it off immediately, I think. And I think from what I bring memory-wise, from what I was the impressions I was given from the show as a child, I think it feels very much the same kind of relationship that Barbara Bain and Martin Landau had in the original, you know. But obviously we're many, many years in the future from when it was made, and there's a lot more water under the bridge, thankfully. And I think the writers are acknowledging that and writing it appropriately, you know. So yeah, it's always great starting a new job, and you just have to throw yourself at it. Sorry, I've gabbled on for ages there.
No, but you're totally right. I'll listen to you forever, Mark. It's fine. But no, it's weird that it's sort of like it's imposter syndrome a little bit as well. It's for me at least. I'll come into a room and be like, oh God, look at all these amazing, wonderful people. Like, what are we doing? And then, you know, you meet Mark and you think, okay, hi, we have been on a spaceship forever. Hi, nice to see you. Great. And that history lives. You know, that history lives immediately, and I think that's what a really fun part of the job is, that you can be on set with somebody or on a job and a stage, and suddenly you're like, okay, we've been in a 20-year marriage, and already I kind of hate the way you have your hair. You know, it can be any of that kind of stuff.
And Breakaway, the first story that you had, was revisiting the original pilot episode, and when it was done on TV. I mean, they had to really, really condense it because there were so many ideas. It was so epic. And when Nick Briggs came to write it, he found similarly that it was something that couldn't just be confined to one disc. It became this big feature-length episode. So you really, really did hit the ground running with your very first story. It was epic. I mean, how did you find the recording process? Go for it, Maria.
I mean, I loved it. It was my first, I have to say though, admit that it was my first time working with Big Finish. So I sort of had that as well on top of it. I had never recorded the way that they record, you know, all of this kind of stuff. So I was definitely trial by fire. But once we kind of got in the groove of it, I again didn't really realize the scale of what we were recording as well in terms of how epic it was until we were, you know, in the space and everything was happening. So yeah, it was pretty amazing.
I think the wonderful thing about Big Finish is the scope and the scale of their ideas. I think you know, I mean, this is in a way it's a perfect match, really, Space 1999 and the audio format, because science fiction, unless you've got a lot of money, I think science fiction on the TV these days is tricky to pull off, unless you have a very novel approach or a novel idea to start with. But I think audio really lends itself to science fiction and to horror and lots of other genres as well. But in particular, this story, because the moon's been knocked out of its orbit, you know, and wormholes are in it, and strange new civilizations boldly going, blah. I think it really, really works. And what I'm kind of leading towards saying is that I think the audio design of the show is fantastic. I think the effects and everything that's added in post really, really, you know, supports us massively as we go. You know, it's in our heads, obviously, imaginatively, but the job that these guys do in post is just incredible.
I absolutely agree. I have to chime in on that because it just, like Mark said, you hear it in your head, but the picture that's painted with audio and post on something like this is really spectacular.
It's really epic, which is great, and it's great to know that you've been back in the studio recording the second release. That's now gone into post-production, and I've started to work on the extras and behind the scenes part of that. How was that recording session for you? Address to that to Mark first. Okay,
well, it was kind of strange because it was the first in lockdown. It was the first recording, I think, that I'd done in lockdown. I don't think I'd done anything else at that point, and it showed because I record at that point. We were just using Zoom, and we were recording it ourselves on whatever apparatus we had on our computers, whatever software we had on our computers, and I mistakenly didn't record myself on my actual mic. I recorded myself on the computer mic for the first 40 scenes. So I had to redo those 40 scenes on my own after everybody had finished work. It was like being kept behind at school. Oh my God, it was awful. So yeah, it was a real baptism of fire, that was, to recording at home and remembering to press the right sodden buttons, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely learning more about engineering and things that, I mean, I absolutely revere sound engineers even more than I did before, because I am certainly not an engineer. But I remember when Mark happened, all of our hearts just like dropped for him. Oh my God, Mark, I'm so sorry. And then I recorded something later and I had an absolute nightmare freak out that I had lost everything. I was on the phone with sound engineer, like, I love you, I'm so sorry, you're the most amazing person, thank you so much, thank you. Saved, but it was definitely very scary. But I mean, I agree with Mark that, you know what, recording was amazing. Again, we're doing it at home in lockdown, in sort of the world that we were suddenly in. It was lovely to be in a virtual space with all of these people. I do miss like giving people cuddles though, in life and in work. I won't lie about that. I mean, it's quite, it's a different world for sure.
Absolutely. But those times will return. We know they will. So fingers crossed.
So Space 1999 as well, uncharted territory, kind of trying to figure out where we're supposed to be going next.
But it must be great. I mean, I've heard some of the recordings so far. And Maria, Mark, you've definitely got that shorthand with each other now as well, which is great. And you've got a handle on your characters, haven't you? So that must have helped make the process a bit easier.
Hope so.
Yeah, me too. I hope so too.
Absolutely.
I think it's that's a lot of that.
Sorry, it's the.
Well, we've got incredible lag here.
I know.
It's because it's an international thing. Mark, I was going to say though, with the recording process, because you're no stranger to it, of course. To Doctor Who fans, you're best known as the 11, and I've been privileged enough to see you actually record that, and to flip from one voice to the other is absolutely phenomenal. But how do you feel about the way the fans have taken to the 11?
Oh, it's incredible to get people's reactions to him. I mean, he's the best fun you can have with headphones on in front of a mic on your own, unless you're anyway. But he's fantastic fun, and he really he has become, with the last few. I mean, we haven't done him for a while actually, but with the last few stories we did, he became almost sympathetic. He became part of the crew on the TARDIS, even though he had ulterior motives, of course. But no, he's really. I'm really thrilled and honoured actually to be asked to do something like that. And I mean, it's been a real learning curve for me. But I mean, it's a few years in now, and I really relish every chance I get to do him. It's always a joy, and people's reactions just been fantastic.
It must be one of the most challenging audio roles that you've had, surely.
Yeah, I would say probably the most. You don't want it's There's also it's differentiating between all of them as well, which is it sometimes gets a little tricky because a couple of them sound quite similar. But I mean, I guess that's okay. I mean, it's the overall feel that's the most important thing. But yeah, no, it's definitely always a deep breath. And then lots of emoting and sweating. Usually it involves a lot of, I jump about quite a lot in the booth to try and squeeze him out.
And that's it. I mean, you've got to a stage now, and I think one of the reasons why the fans, me included, love it so much is that you can tell who the voices are. You don't even have to refer to the names of them. I know what the 2 sounds like, what 9 sounds like, and what 6 sounds like. It's become that kind of shorthand with it, which is so good. So yeah, it's just fantastic character.
I'm glad you do. You're welcome to come and sit in the booth and remind me.
No, you're doing a good job with that one.
And, is there behind the scenes of this?
Yeah.
I'd like to see.
I don't know, actually.
I'd like to see the behind the scenes of this, Mark.
Yeah, well, there's behind the scenes at the end of each episode, which is surreal. And Maria, you're well and truly part of the Big Finish family now. And what have you got beyond Big Finish? What's coming up next for you when the world returns, hopefully, to normal?
Isn't that lovely? I really like being part of the Big Finish family. Well, what do I have coming up? I've got something in this world. I don't actually know what I'm allowed to talk about or not talk about, but something coming up on the Cartoon Network, which will be fun. That's something on Netflix, and then possibly something with Big Finish as well. So that's all very exciting stuff. But I don't want to say too much and get it wrong.
Something else. Cool.
I would never cheat on you, Mark, ever.
I hope not.
I mean, you've already been doing that, but for me, but that's fine. Oh, you've grown. You've grown.
I was just getting comfy, but it's not probably a good angle. Anyway.
It's all right.
Really to see your background, though. Looks nice.
Yeah, nice forest. And Mark, what have you got coming up next? I mean, it's been surreal because we've obviously seen you on TV during lockdown as well. It's you've been a busy guy.
Yeah, Quiz was on, I think, at the beginning of lockdown, wasn't it? But I finished that last September. But I've got coming up, well, I mean, providing that all the boxes can be ticked and the world doesn't cave in again to lockdown, we're due to start filming the second series of Guilt in October. And that, I think that's for next year. Shetland had to be rescheduled, so that'll be, I guess, spring or summer next year. We'll be filming series 6 of Shetland. And there's a couple of other things which I don't think I can talk about either, but they will hopefully become apparent. And hopefully more Big Finish as well. I mean, we've done 3 and 4 of Space 1999 as well. If I'm allowed to say that. Well, I just did. So
you did.
So yeah, we've got. You can't. We got into we've got into a real groove with it now. I think now that all the technical stuff's been ironed out and we've got new software that we're recording on. We're recording clean feed, and it really made a big difference, I think, to episodes 3 and 4. So that was they were really enjoyable to do. Actually, I guess Maria would say the same. It just felt like we were all in the same room almost at the same time. No lag problems, nothing. Nothing technical getting in the way.
Yeah,
brilliant. That's great, and I mean, it's great to hear just how busy you guys are and how big the schedule is, but also that you found time to keep working with us on Space 1999. We're really looking forward to the second box set coming out, and whatever happens during the rest of the year, I hope it's great for you guys.
Thank you, Jamie.
And you, Jamie.
Brilliant. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Our next interstitial anomaly speech, from the time of Matt Smith, from the time of the Doctor. There's such great perspective and wisdom and reflection in this. And I rather like this.
As Ozzy Osbourne, we all change when you think about it. We're all different people all through our lives, and that's okay. You've got to keep moving as long as you remember all the people that you used to be. I will not forget one line of this. Not one day, I swear. I will always remember when the Doctor was me. I think the Master was Geezer Butler.
Hi, my name is Jasper, and my very first foray into the Big Finish universe was a audio known as The Coup, which was the precursor to the Unit series, which we have now, and it features Nicholas Courtney reprising his role as Brigadier. And I remember, this was back in school, that when I first put on my earphones to listen to the audio, how amazing the stories were. Not only were they brilliant and fantastic, it allowed Doctor Who in general, the universe, to be able to explore stories without any kind of budget restrictions you would have on the TV and the film series. And ever since then, I've been hooked, as you can see for yourself. One of my favourite all-time series on Big Finish is both Jago and Lightfoot and the Third Doctor Adventures. I absolutely am a big fan of the Third Doctor era, and to be able to have the Third Doctor, Joe, the Brigadier, and all the brilliant staff at Unit to go on all these big adventures, which not only recreates the era, but also allows the Doctor Who to just, like, in general, be able to explore adventures and characters which would have normally been restricted on TV. And it's just phenomenal. Big Finish, just brilliant.
for the Hadoke project. It was really important for me to study a little bit of the context first, so we'll try to get a sense of the social, historical and political context. You can't be part of this historical drama and not know your history. So that's always my kind of starting point. Obviously that's after a couple of read-throughs of the script. And then it's really useful for me to kind of look at what other characters say about Rhiannon, what she says about herself, how her attitude and behaviour shifts with different characters. So for example, how she is with Gabriel, how she is with Commander Geyer, for example. So she definitely kind of steps into that, I would say that kind of schoolgirl deferential role at that point. So it's really kind of interesting to kind of plot her shifts throughout the script, because she does grow, and she has an inner strength, but that really comes to the fore, I think, throughout the whole narrative. So it's, I guess, just using the text as the springboard, that's the key with something like this.
It's an epic spacecraft mission, and it's sci-fi, and there's science in there, and there's past, and there's present, and there's future. So it's a wonderfully complex world. So I actually had a discussion with Nick Briggs, our director, writer, producer, and we just discussed the story and some of the things that maybe my character knows but aren't said, because that gives you a kind of a backstory. Working in the studio, although it's just with our voices, I feel like you can actually in a way be more physical than you would doing like TV. I think in terms of preparing, reading the script aloud and kind of just physicalizing things. That's what I love, especially about listening to audio dramas, is getting out of bed, you know, making, you know, those kind of sounds, and feelings of frustration or happiness, or you can vocalize all of that. So I think trying to block those when you're preparing is quite helpful.
It's great because for me, I'm a very emotional actor, and she has some great, tender, loving moments in there. So it was easy to sort of get into her that way. And one of the challenges that I, as an actor, faced was not letting the emotion override the scene, or just playing the emotion rather than playing the words. That is one of the challenges as an actor.
I always love working on Big Finish things, and the experience is always great fun. It's always very funny, there's always a lot of laughs in the studio. The work gets done. I'm not entirely sure how the work gets done sometimes, but it does get done always, and almost always under the wire. So I can only conclude that a nice, relaxed, easy working atmosphere is part of your master plan. I think it's a brilliant idea.
How I kind of prepared for a role like Gabriel is I spoke to my granddad a lot about this sort of time, and how, you know, he wasn't a pilot, but he obviously was around in this era, and again just about how people were perceived when he first came over from Jamaica to England, and having that sort of resilience. I'm always surprised by the confidence.
Working on a production like this, I suppose for me, I've been in the business for 43 years now, and I started my whole career working as an actor in repertory, which doesn't really exist anymore in this country, very little. So working with people for months on end, and although this is only a few days together, it feels like a repertory company, because we have to work very quickly, but we learn to trust each other very quickly. And when you do that, the product actually moves forward with much more ease, because there's the relaxation about the process, and everybody's there to achieve the same thing, you know, trying to make this as perfect, make the story as perfect and as clear and as exciting as possible.
I thought, oh, this is going to be, before I'd read the script, oh, this is going to be an Alexa sort of, so I practiced that a little bit around the kitchen of, yes, and the weather is, and then read the scripts, and obviously, because it's Big Finish production, they're infinitely more sophisticated and interesting than that, and I was playing a human being, and it's absolutely vital that she sounded like that. I did, on this occasion, read the script more than once, because, probably for that reason, because the story is quite interestingly complex and complicated, and we hop around a lot throughout time, So it was important for me to understand exactly where we were at any given moment. And also, Nilly is software. So the character of Nilly is different depending on which human being she's interacting with. That was something to get my head around. But also it's really, really important that she sounds exactly like all of the rest of them, really. So I prepared, I threw away what I thought that it might be, and just tried to do what was on the page.
No. Please, you mustn't. I don't want to be put to sleep again.
Well, time for another interstitial anomaly here. These wonderful speeches from the Doctor Who universe. That we love how profound they are. And when you say them as another person, they are still as profound, but in another way. And this next one is from Planet of the Daleks, the wonderful Jon Pertwee story. And I thought I might deliver this one. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Everybody will want to hear about your adventures. So be careful how you tell that story, will you? Don't glamorize it. Don't make war sound like an exciting and thrilling game. Tell them about the members of your mission that will not be returning. And whilst we're here in the Planet of the Daleks universe, this is another wonderful moment which also suits Obi-Wan. Courage isn't just a matter of not being frightened, you know. It's being afraid and doing what you have to do anyway. That works for him. Thank you very much, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I very much do hope that the Time Lords and Jedi will work together sometime. May the Force be with you. Thank you, Doctor. Live long and prosper.
Now we better stop it here.
any more of these phrases and there might be royalties. The cost of the royalties could be incalculable.
Hi, I'm Cara Dennison, and my first big finish was Storm Warning. I picked it up because I was an 8th Doctor fan. It was the newest Doctor Who that had been out at the time, the TV movie, and I was immediately enthralled. There was this character that I thought I would never see or hear more of outside the books. There was a new companion, Charlie, who was completely original to anything I had seen on the show. There was this scope in audio for settings that couldn't have taken place, I mean, at least back then. And it was so adventurous, it was clever, and I knew that I wanted to stick with the 8th Doctor and any of the Doctors going forward. I think Big Finish is a wonderful way for a show which is so heavily about change and movement. It's a way for us to, you know, revisit some of the old favorites. And I appreciate having that available to us.
Go on. You know you want to say it.
You know they're watching us, don't you? Whoever they are.
Confirm your assigned parameters. We must leave this place.
What, Earth? In the 21st century?
That is not currently possible.
I'm Naomi Davies. This is a plea for help.
You expect me to believe that you don't know what planet this is?
Locate and remove the threat. You may begin.
The continuing memoirs of an Edwardian adventuress.
My name's Natalie and I'm a Big Finish and Doctor Who fan. My very first Big Finish story was Storm Warning with Paul McGann, and I chose this story because Paul was my very first Doctor, and as most of you feel, your first Doctor's pretty special to you. Sadly, mine didn't have more than a single episode, so the opportunity to listen to him in New Adventures was a very exciting and enticing one. So the thing I remember the most would probably be the introduction of Charlie, or possibly even some dirigibles in the time vortex. It's been a long time, but the important part is that between then and now, there's been a lot of opportunities to listen to new adventures, so thank you, Big Finish.
Let's get on with this, shall we?
Navigational coordinates reprogrammed.
Temporal buffers online. We're clear for vortex access.
Power levels at maximum. Force fields up.
Dimensional stabilizers engaged.
I can't call the Brigadier, Doctor, because, well, I'm not the Joe you think I am.
Osgood, just hold tight.
Yes, okay. Signal's failing.
Please be careful, darling.
I'll try.
This is the very first time, hand on heart, that I can say I wish I had never set foot out of a TARDIS.
We are surrounded by the dead, and you joke.
I'm worried.
He'll destroy the universe!
Yes, a pity that. I rather liked it.
Remember to ease off the clutch gently when you're phasing. Don't touch the gearing!
I was expecting something, I don't know, a bit more time machine-y.
The TARDIS is a time machine.
There's a temporal disaster. Massive ball of timey-wimey stuff exploding, and you're right. When it hits, it'll tear this cruiser apart. We still need to get out of its way.
We agree on that.
This instrument detects trans-temporal disruption.
Trans-temporal disruption?
Time is not behaving as it should.
The anomaly seems to be drawing the 2 years towards each other.
In space-time terms, the 60s are being dragged towards the 70s.
Something's wrong with time.
Very much so. What happens next?
You know what I said when the war started? I said, I'm the Doctor, and I am not playing, not by your rules.
Professor Bernie Summerfield.
Professor Riversong. What kept you?
Dematerializing.
Best of luck, everyone.
Hello, Nick Briggs here. Continuing Big Finish Day virtually. As you can see, I have with me two fantastic guests. There's Caroline Ford and Claudia Grant, both of whom have played Susan, the Doctor's very first travelling companion back in 1963. Hello to you both.
Hello.
Hiya.
Hello.
How are you doing in lockdown?
It's a bit head banging, but apart from that, as you see, I am here.
Yeah,
Which
and
is
I pretty
fantastic.
much the same. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, as long as neither of you do any head banging during this interview, I think we'll be safe.
Try not.
So, Carole,
Yeah.
how did you feel when you first met Claudia, and when did that happen?
When I think I met you in the canteen of one of the studios. I can't remember.
Yeah, in the flesh. We'd met on the phone beforehand. Yeah, we'd had a chat on the phone, hadn't we? And you gave me any nuggets of information that could help. And then, and then I think Carole, it was in the canteen when we were filming, and you were, I think you'd either popped in or you were filming yourself. I can't remember.
And this was an adventure in space and time, was it?
Yeah.
Was it? Oh.
And so Claudia, when you got the part of playing Carole, essentially in it, they set up a phone call between the two of you for you to have a little chat about that.
Yeah, I think I'd asked if I could make contact with Carole, and she was very forthcoming. So, I wanted to, I wanted to make sure that I portrayed her as well as possible. So, the best way of doing that was to talk to the woman herself.
So, Carole, what sort of nuggets would you have given her, do you think?
Oh, what can I possibly say? I don't think I had to give her any. She was perfectly capable of producing her own nuggets, I think.
I mean, one of the things that's been known from what you've talked about before, Carole, is the affection between you and William Hartnell. Did you speak at all about that? And even if you didn't, can you tell us something about that rather lovely relationship? Yes.
Oh, well, it was sort of instant rapport, really. He was a sweet, lovely man, very good sense of humour. Everything about him was great, jokey, marvellous, very professional, and very loving and sweet, and trying to help me as much as he possibly could. His main bits of information and advice to me was about getting into my light, because of being the smallest by far of the rest of the company, I was always being excluded from the light, so you couldn't see me. I was in a little dark hole somewhere. Or you could see me always peering up at people getting a stiff neck. Does that happen to you, Claudia? I'm sure about the same happens to me, aren't you?
It definitely happens on stage, yeah. Finding light, yeah.
That's interesting.
So he would give me lots of tips about how to always step into my light to make sure that I stayed there and sort of fight everybody out. That's my space, go away.
It's interesting you mentioned theatre there, Claudia, because of course making Doctor Who back in those days, there was it was a bit more like theatre because of the continuous nature of it, and the fact that you couldn't say, oh well, they'll cut to a close-up there later, or we'll do another shot of that. That just wasn't an option, was it? It was sort of 3, 2, 1, go.
Much so that later on, in my older years, older and more forgetful years, I used to say, oh no, we did it live. And we didn't, it just felt like it.
I remember learning that when we were finding out all the information about you shooting it back in the 60s, and I was shocked at how long you'd film for, and all the things like the walls falling down and just getting on with it and just doing it. It's very much complete like a theatre. It's like doing a play, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Funny you should say that, because one of the plays I was in, that actually happened to me. While I was on set, the wall started falling down, the fireplace came down first, then the wall, and I was still continuing the scene, holding the bloody
Super professional of you.
Must go on. Yes. Yes, I remember doing a panto and seeing Friar Tuck holding up the scenery, but that's a whole other story.
Really?
Yes. He ran forward and braced it. I can only imagine that the way the two of you both got these parts is completely different. Carole, I know that it may have been a story that you've told before, but how did you land the part of Susan in the first place?
Well, I was actually doing another thing. I was doing a television play within the series Suspense. And I had a lot of screaming to do in that. And Rex Tucker was directing it. And Rex Tucker was originally going to be either directing or producing Doctor Who. And he was friendly with Boris and Verity. And he knew they were looking for a Susan. So he invited them onto the set, or up into the booth. Actually, I didn't actually know they were there. He invited them up into the booth to have a look at me. So I was being spied on, not only while I was working, but also when I was fiddling around, in between takes, as you do. And they thought, I asked Verity many years later when we were on one of the Doctor Who cruises together. I said, Verity, I never did know. Why did you actually decide to use me? She said, well, because you were strange. I said, don't you mean original, unique? She said, no, strange. So that's my story. What's yours?
Wow.
That's interesting, like a secret audition, wasn't it? It's like you didn't know the audition was going on. That's the best kind.
No, very unfair, very unfair. I mean, supposing I'd been incredibly ordinary, they wouldn't have taken any notice of me at all. The main
You could
thing
never
I
be
think was
ordinary.
I was a good screamer. I think that's the thing that did it for me, the screaming.
Claudia, yeah, how did you get cast as Carole?
Well, I think firstly they were looking for an actress who looked a bit similar, and I fell into those categories. And then, well, Jessica obviously is my agent, right? Who is William
Jessica
Hart.
Carney,
Granddaughter. So she was very keen to get someone in the show because it meant so much to her. And I was the only client I think she had that was kind of right for one of the roles. So as you know, I just got put up like everyone else. And Andy Pryor got me in, and then I met everyone.
He's the casting director.
Yeah, casting director. Sorry, yes. And I met Terry, the director. And I just did my audition, and then I thought I'd done terribly. So I kind of put it to bed.
What did you have to do for your audition, Claudia?
I had to do a bit of an unearthly child. That is right, isn't it? Yeah. And then I had to do a scene from a scene that Mark had written. Terry redirected me. I was so nervous, I'd only just left drama school. I was absolutely petrified, and also was really excited by the project, so really wanted to be a part of it, which makes you all the more nervous, I think. So I thought I thought absolutely, definitely didn't get it. I remember ringing my boyfriend being like, oh, I messed it up. But 2 weeks later, Jessica called me and told me I got the part. I couldn't believe it.
Fantastic.
Over the moon. Yeah, absolutely over the moon.
It's my experience with auditions is I always think I've done awful, and it turns out I have. Anyway. Anyway, enough about me. So quite a few.
Did you have one of those marvellous lunches with Mark Gatiss?
Oh, did you? Yes.
Sorry?
Did you have one of those marvellous lunches with Mark Gatiss?
The marvellous.
Did I have lunch with him?
Yes. I had lunch, I'm sure, many times with Mark in the canteen, and he is marvellous. So yes.
Did he take you out somewhere special, Carole?
Huh?
Did he take you out somewhere special?
Oh, he did. Yes. Oh, God, I'm going to get now. The Fantastic Actors Restaurant. Oh God, what's it called?
Oh, I don't know.
Very special, actually. Yeah, I can't remember the name, but it was very special.
So I just want to create a bit of lunch competition between the two of you here. I think Carole has won on the lunch competition.
She's resembling a canteen. It was one of those places where you go to be seen and to see.
Oh, it wasn't the Ivy, was it?
Yeah, you got it.
There
the Ivy.
Yeah,
you see straight. You didn't go to the Ivy. Oh.
No, I didn't go to the Ivy. No.
Oh, Claudia, when lockdown's over, Big Finish will take you to the Ivy.
Oh, there you are. Keep them holding to that.
Yeah. Jason Haigh-Ellery's watching this and thinking, What's he pressing now?
What have you committed me to?
So, Claudia, a while later, I don't know how much later, you ended up working, not playing Susan, but working for Big Finish. You did a job, didn't you, with a Tom Baker story? Do you remember that?
I did, yeah, I remember. You directed it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes, I did. I don't know how it came about. I think maybe you guys got in touch, or it was great.
I think it was David Richardson suggested you.
Yeah. And that was a really fun. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, and Tom's quite the character.
Now you're talking about lunches.
Yeah.
No, there's a lunch and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I remember being quite entertained by you when I was working on Adventure in Space and Time, when you were sitting, and I've told you this, I know, a million times before, but you were sitting listening to clips of Susan meeting the Daleks to get the little yelps and things right.
Yeah, your brilliant screams, Carole.
Yes.
Yeah, trying
and
to
it was totally weird for me because obviously, as you know, I'm a massive Doctor Who fan, and there I was getting my wig put on to play Peter Hawkins, the voice of the Daleks, and I kept hearing bits of the Dalek episode, and I thought I was sort of hallucinating. I thought I was getting overexcited about getting the job, and I was sitting in the makeup room hearing little bits repeated over and over again, and I realised it was you just playing it over and over again on your phone.
Yeah. Yeah, just trying to make sure I got it right. Yeah.
Yes, so then eventually we decided to do the First Doctor adventures, getting David Bradley in to play the First Doctor. And of course, that involved you playing Susan. So how did you feel about that? Because was that some time after you'd done Adventure in Space and Time? I suppose it was, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I think the first time we did it, how many years? I don't actually even know. Maybe 5 years after we'd done it, something like that. It was great. Yeah, it was very unexpected. You kind of think that you've put that project to bed. And you think fondly of it, but then that team was so great anyway. It was just so nice to meet up with old pals, and also there's something really comforting about it because I had got to know Susan and Carole through An Adventure in Space and Time. Visiting those series now and doing those series, it's like visiting an old friend. It's really reassuring and fun because you feel so confident in that character now that you it's very freeing. I love doing it. Yeah.
Claudia, which was the first one you did?
Oh God, I can't remember. I can't remember.
Well, I can look it up.
Can you tell me, Nick?
If I were on the right web page, honestly. I was going to ask you, Carole, when did you first start? Can you remember what you first did for Big Finish?
Oh
yourself?
God, yes, I do. It was a companion chronicle, and it was the one where we were in the spaceship, but the spaceship was this tree which was dying, and so therefore the ship was misfiring, and not because the tree was the ship was the tree. It was really very weird.
Wow.
I do remember very clearly because Lisa's so wonderful.
The director.
So yeah, Lisa Barman.
Did you have any?
I tried. Huh?
Sorry, did you have any trepidation about returning to play Susan again on audio?
Me?
Yes, you. Carole, yeah.
No, not at all, actually, no.
You found you sort of slipped back into
She's in your head. She's in your head. She doesn't get out, does she?
No.
No, the thing that went wrong almost was that I can't remember who wrote it, but the author had very clear instructions about how he wanted the voice of the tree to sound. And I was trying terribly hard, as one does, to follow those instructions. And he was saying something like, it must be remembered that this is a dying tree. So I need the artist to purvey the sounds of the tree dying, the sap drying up, the leaves drying and crinkling, and the boughs of the tree squeaking and groaning. I had to get all of that in my voice.
Yeah.
I really tried hard to do it. And I thought I got it. And the first few lines I did, Lisa stopped me and said, she does, "Oh, Carole, just a moment, darling." Yeah. She said, I love what you're doing with the voice. And I was just waiting for it, the but. But if you...
Oh, you've frozen.
No, she's frozen.
Oh no, we'll never find out about the tree.
I know, on the butt as well.
That's, I was hoping for some excellent tips on tree acting. I wonder whether the Wi-Fi... We lost the end of that story, Carole. We lost the end of that story because your Wi-Fi tripped up for a moment. So.
Oh, is that what was happening?
Yeah. So could you just tell us? Well, you were just about to tell us what you had to do about the tree because there was the but.
Yeah, we got to the but. Yeah, and she said, but.
Lisa warned me that I was about to lose my vocal cords completely if I carried on doing what I was trying to do to get Teresa. She was quite right, and I should have known better because I'm a trained vocal coach, and I would never have allowed an actor I was coaching to have done it. But I so wanted to get it. It was such a challenge, and I do love challenges. And I so wanted to get it. I tried so hard. But the funny thing is, she said to me, no, just give it your normal voice and we'll put on all the other stuff, post-production. I should have known, shouldn't I? But that was my first one, remember. Now I know what fantastic things you can do. And when I actually listen to it, can I hear somebody out? I can hear somebody talking. Excuse me, close my door.
Oh, okay. She's.
Can you hold? Because can you hear someone talking?
No,
I think I could see.
I
just saw a person.
A person?
Yes.
No person. No.
There was. Just he's hiding down there behind you. No, behind you.
Look there.
It's Rob.
Somebody outside talking.
Well, we can't hear them. We can't hear them, Carole, so it doesn't matter. There he is. Look. Sorry, he is meant to, Claudia, he is meant to be there. He's not an intruder. It's okay. I can see Claudia getting really like, oh my God, should we call the police? Some burglary. Anyway.
Such a camera hogger.
It's all completely live.
We're trying to get into the limelight, Get away.
Yeah, he obviously, I think he phoned some people and told them to come round and talk outside the window just so that he could get in on this.
Not. I'm going to give him a...
Don't knock his mask off, whatever you do, because he's perfectly isolated there. So anyway, Claudia, Carole's talked a little bit about her relationship with William Hartnell. Do you see any similarities in the way that you relate to Dave Bradley?
I think
he is a Dave, isn't he? He's not a David. He's a Dave. He likes to be called.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's as tough as William was. He's much more of a softie. But yeah, I definitely do. I'm really fond of him. And I think him of me. We all are as a team,
It is a joy to see you all together, I must say.
Yeah, and he's such a professional in every sense, but he's also a really thoughtful and caring man who wants to make sure that everyone's happy with everything, So he'll always go and chat to everyone. He's invested in people. That's probably what makes him such a brilliant actor. But it also makes him a very kind person and a brilliant friend. So yeah, I definitely do. I definitely look up to him.
Brilliant. But how do you view him, the way he plays the role?
How do I view the way he plays the role? Isn't like, what do you mean? Sorry.
Well, do you think he's a bit like William Hartnell, or does he do it in his own way? How do you think it comes?
Well, I think he definitely. We all try to have the essence of the original characters, and I think as time's gone on, you have created like he has and I have and Gemma and Jamie, you develop slightly your own style and take on it because you have to rely on your own instincts, but it's kind of a nice fusion between him and William. Yeah
Nice. Carole, do you have any particular favourites or standout memories from your Big Finish stories you've done? You've done many companion chronicles and also lots of full cast ones as well.
Well, I have to say Quinnis. I loved Quinnis from the moment I read the script. It was written in such a visual way, it could have been put straight onto the screen, I think. It was just fantastic. And of course, my daughter Tara was in Quinnis as well. So.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. And another favourite, for very similar reasons, Weapons of War.
Oh, yes.
Which was the most extraordinary thing. That's the one with the mad dogs in it. The dogs that were going to be turned into weapons.
Oh, yes. The first one was by Mark Platt. Did you get free cakes?
Did he get free cake? Does he usually bring free cakes in? He does. I'm sure we did, but I didn't remember. And the other one is Weapons of War. And that is Weapons of War, is what I said about the mad dogs. And apart from it being a fantastic script and a very exciting script, my grandson was in that. So
wow.
I had to have those too, didn't I?
Are both your daughter and your grandson are actors?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
And very good ones too.
I'm sure.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
They really are. I know I must be biased, but they are very good.
What do you think are the highlights of working for Big Finish, the best things about it, and perhaps some of the drawbacks, if you dare be critical?
Oh, where do I begin? No drawbacks at all. None at all. No, not one. Not one. Highlights. Well, we've got to say the lunch, haven't we? Toby's lunch. I mean, do we work for any other reason but the lunch? I mean, it is just so memorable. So wonderful. I think my main, and I'm being totally honest here, I'm not just saying it for effect, because we are like a family. It's really a feeling. There was a moment when we left that studio, Moat End studio, not Moat End, Moat.
Moat, it's the Moat Studios, yeah.
The Moat. When we left the Moat studio for a while and went somewhere else, it just wasn't the same. It was okay, but it wasn't the same. And when we came back to the Moat, I opened the door and I went, oh, I'm home again. It's so lovely. I mean, you look after us so beautifully. But apart from the constant coffee and donuts, you know, it's just lovely sofas, lovely chat, lovely actors. You always cast such lovely people. You know, when actors get together, there's always a lot of chat, which is marvellous. In fact, sometimes it's a bit of a drag when you can't take us in to do something.
Yeah, oh no, I know that feeling. Yeah. I'm in the middle of an anecdote. Yeah.
That's right. At least let us finish.
Well, I mean, we are very concerned that everyone has a good time. Do you feel that, Claudia? Do you?
Oh no, I
mean, I'm putting you on the spot. Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah, no, everyone's lovely. You guys always put such a really warm and enthusiastic team together. There's never a difficult person that joins the bunch. And, you know, you have so many people coming and going because you have so many different characters that it's always so fun. And I'm always so, you know, like a bit dumbfounded by the talent, you know, because you get to see the turnover of so many people. You're like, surely you're going to get a bad one today. But everyone's just so brilliant. Yeah, which is lovely. And unfortunately, Carole, we don't really go to the Moat, so I've only been there once, and that's when I got to have the amazing lunches. But at the other place, we get a finger food Sainsbury's type vibe, which isn't as good.
Isn't as good.
It's about the people as well.
Oh, didn't you two finally get to work together though? Or in the same production?
We were in the same production, but we weren't on the same days.
TikTok world.
Yeah.
TikTok world. Yeah, you were very good in that, Claudia, I must say.
Oh, thank you.
Very good. I was very impressed. Yeah.
I think that was. Did you do that one at the Moat? That was at the Moat, wasn't it? That one.
That was at the Moat, I think.
Yeah, I think I was in a play at the time, so I was just having to come down on my only days off. So I think I was doing a lot of stuff on my own, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're coming up to the end of our time, but looking to the future, are there any particular Big Finish stories that you would like to do? Any sort of areas you'd like to explore? Who wants to go first?
Yes,
Carole?
please put me in one of your other things, like Sherlock Holmes things, or any one of the other things, Avengers, anything.
Okay, right. I'll just make a note of that.
And me, please. I'm a very versatile actress.
You know so many times.
I know. I know, Carole. You made it known that you'd like to be in The Prisoner, but unfortunately, I didn't find a part.
Oh, The Prisoner! Oh God, yes. I'm
very sorry about that. We've finished doing The Prisoner now. Although maybe if we bring it back, we could always.
Oh yes, please.
Anything else? Any other requests?
Anything. I mean, I love Doctor Who, but to do something else would be so refreshing.
Oh yeah, brilliant. That's good. Okay.
Second.
Consider me told. Well, thank you both for joining us on a virtual Big Finish Day.
Thank you. Pleasure.
And I hope to see you again in reality. As opposed to in this.
And I hope we can then give each other a big hug.
Oh, that would be great.
Virtual hug, everybody.
Virtual hugs. Thank you.
Virtual hugs. Oh.
I can decide for myself. We're not the same, Grandfather and I. You both know, the Daleks have taken so much from me. Ever since I started travelling, and they've only got worse.
Susan, with me now.
It's untidier than ever in here.
Well, there's a war on. Send that message while I try to plot a course out of 1963.
End the call now.
You're not the Doctor, but you've got a TARDIS like his.
Seek and exterminate all survivors. This TARDIS must remain under Dalek control.
Barbara, is that you? You'll never guess where I've just been.
One of the most powerful speeches from the new era of Doctor Who. This from Rose, so powerfully delivered by Christopher Eccleston, such a truth and an immediacy with his Doctor. This passage rather reminds me of Wonders of the Universe. So let's have this one from Professor Brian Cox.
Do you know, like we were saying about the Earth revolving, it's like when you're a kid, the first time they tell you the world's turning, and you just can't quite believe it because everything looks like it's standing still. I can feel it. The turn of the earth. The ground beneath our feet is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and the entire planet is hurtling around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. And I can feel it. We are falling through space, you and me, clinging to the skin of this tiny little world. And if we let go, that's who I am. Now forget me, Rose Tyler. Go home.
Hi there, my name's David Steele, and my very first Big Finish purchase was this, the cassette of Oh No It Isn't, which I bought at a Doctor Who convention in Coventry in October 1998. Yeah, and I bought it on cassette because it meant I could listen to it in my Walkman on the train back to Glasgow. And if you don't know what Walkman are, and if you don't know what cassettes are, ask your mum and she'll tell you. It was so exciting. Bernice Summerfield brought to life. I got my copy signed by Lisa Bowerman. Can you see that? Lisa, who played Bernice, who still plays Bernice. This story was based on the book by Paul Cornell and also featured Nicholas Courtney and Mark Gatiss doing a very good Kenneth Williams impression. It was such a weird time in Doctor Who fandom because the Paul McGann film hadn't gone to series. The books were in a bit of a state of flux. But this was a sense that this was something new that could go anywhere. We really hoped that, soon it would lead to brand new Doctor Who stories, and before too long it did. So thanks for that Big Finish, and this is where it all started for me. Oh no it isn't. Oh yes it is.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this Fourth Doctor panel. I'm Jamie Anderson, and I've been doing some directing work with the two lovely people joining me. Those two lovely people are, ladies first, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Ellie. I'm Ellie Crooks.
And
I'm Christopher Naylor.
Fine, well, look, we should fairly urgently get on to who you play and what you do. Now, I think, Chris, the fact that you're bringing back Harry Sullivan has already been announced.
Yes.
And you're going to make your first appearance as Harry in The Return of the Cybermen.
Yeah.
We'll come back to taking on that role and trying to, well, I want to know how you went about recreating Harry Sullivan for the new generation audios. But Ellie, who are you playing? Can you tell me about your character?
Yeah, absolutely. So I play Naomi Cross. And yes, to be honest, from what I see, she's very much like me. She's very feisty and kind of says what she wants to say. And I guess her weakness, if you will, is that she is quite headstrong, but then kind of takes it and runs with it. So it's kind of nice to have Harry there to kind of balance her out a little bit, to be honest.
Very nice. So as far as I understand it, your pairing is going to appear in 2024.
Yeah.
So we've got a bit of a weird time travel situation where some of the stuff that's happening because it's already happened. There's some stuff yet to happen and we don't know about that. Let's start with what we do know. Chris, you are Harry Sullivan. I understand that you are also a bit of a Doctor Who geek, as I would like to think I am too. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it is. My geekery takes a rather loose form. I was a major sort of Tom fan when I was a boy. He was kind of a central pillar of my childhood, his Doctor Who. And I can't remember a time before Doctor Who in my life. It sort of faded in as my consciousness grew. And I kind of dropped off my fandom when Tom left. I think I was so traumatized by the fact that he'd gone and this blonde chap had turned up without the scarf, and it just was just awful. So I sort of faded out after that point, but have gradually learned more and more about the newer stuff as the years have rolled on. But I still love Tom. He's still the greatest for me.
Well, we will definitely cover some stuff on working with Tom because, yeah, absolutely. To many people, he is Doctor Who. I just wanted to ask about your selection as being the man to bring back Harry Sullivan. How did that happen, and how did that feel, and how do you go about doing that, trying to do justice to someone who's no longer with us?
Yeah.
But, you know, although his time on Doctor Who was relatively short in the scheme of things, still a really fondly remembered character. So how did you go about that?
Well, I mean, it was a wonderful thing for me. I got a text from David because I've been hanging around Big Finish for years. I've played lots of parts in many different things. And very early on, I said to David how much I'd like to work with Tom. And he said, well, we'll see what we can do. And quite soon after that, he got me into something. And so that was incredible to actually meet and work with my hero in any way. It was just amazing. And then I guess it was probably about 18 months ago. I just got a big theatre job, which meant I was going to be away for pretty much a year and a half. And so David sent me a text saying, I wasn't going to tell you this because I didn't think you could do it anymore, but we were going to offer you Harry Sullivan. And my head exploded in a little street in Dorset as I was walking back from Sainsbury's. And I said, we have to make this work. I'll have time off. And so I studied my schedule very closely, and I gave him all of my weeks off from this tour that I was doing. And we managed to make it work. And so, yeah, that was how it began. And it was for somebody who was, as I say, who grew up with Tom's incarnation. And, you know, Ian Marter was there in my childhood as much as Tom was at the start. So it was quite a privilege, and also quite a nerve-wracking thing for me to contemplate taking that on, because it's such an iconic character. That, you know, that trio of the Doctor and Harry and Sarah Jane Smith is iconic. So I watched a lot of. I went back and watched it all again. I'm not an impressionist. I'm not a mimic, really. So all I can do is try and get as close as I can to what he did and try to honor it and do justice to it. The writing is so good on these scripts that they really managed to capture the tone of those stories, but also the tone of Harry Sullivan. And so I think that really helps. I try and keep his voice in my head when I'm recording. And I watch a little bit of it just in advance of the recording days, so it's quite fresh. Try and keep an image of his face in my head sometimes. So little things like that. But I like I say, I'm not. You have wonderful people who can do extraordinary, very close vocal impressions, and I'm not really one of those. But I try and get the tone of the character.
Yeah, and I think very successfully. I mean, you know, we've at the time of this recording recorded very few pieces together, but yeah, I mean, I can hear Harry in what you're doing. I can hear Ian, so it's really lovely to hear that.
Thank you.
So Chris is recreating a character, a companion that's already been associated with Tom. Ellie, you're bringing a new character to life. What did you get in terms of briefing? I know you've done some Big Finish stuff before. Maybe, I mean, I understand that you are not so much of a Doctor Who geek as Chris and I. So, you know, how do you approach becoming a brand new companion when you're working with someone who is known as such an iconic Doctor?
Yeah, I mean, so, well, when I first found out that I was going to be playing like a brand new character, to be honest, I was just super excited. I was sort of like, okay, so it's not like I've got to try and, I guess, step into someone else's shoes and their big shoes to fill, you know. So I was kind of just like, I'm gonna put a bit of myself in it, I think, because, I mean, don't get me wrong, as much as I absolutely love like bringing something completely different about myself to characters, because I was sort of, this was a brand new character in such an iconic, such a big deal for people. So I was sort of like, I want to bring part of myself into it, because I feel like that's going to make this brand new character like quite sincere. So I thought that was really important to do. And yeah, the scripts that I've been given so far, they're so good. Like, it's been really actually it's just been very natural for me to sort of bring myself into it. So it's not really been something where I've like sort of struggled too much with, because I can kind of, even in the writing, like when I'm sort of like rehearsing it at home, like I can sort of bring myself into it easily. It's almost like I feel like it's been written like for me and the way that I speak. So it's been quite easy to sort of like bring myself into the character and make it my own, and then just add a little bit of spice.
A little bit of spice, yeah, fantastic. I mean, it must be a huge challenge for the writers, for the script editor, to try and bring a new character in. But I have to say, from working with you guys so far, not only is it a lovely pairing, but you fit really well with Tom.
Yeah.
So, Ellie, just giving you first dibs on this. How is it working with Tom? I mean, again, because you are coming at it from a different angle from Chris and I. I mean, I remember the first time working with Tom, I was actually quite terrified because, it's Tom Baker. Did you have that feeling? And then can you just talk me through the kind of the first scenes and getting to know Tom, both in the green room and while recording?
So I absolutely still had that feeling, because I mean, Tom Baker is Tom Baker, so you still know who he is, and like he was like an absolute icon for like my dad. So I knew who he was, so I was probably just as terrified walking in. But to be honest, like in the green room, he's such a big character. Like it's not like he's ever like on or off. Like he's always just like on, and he's just such a big character. So it's amazing being in the green room. He's just sort of full of life, telling all of his stories, and it's kind of cool to hear like his experiences growing up, and he's just very open, so you can kind of ask him kind of anything and he'll tell you as honestly. And it's amazing because it's he's just a larger than life character, and you think sort of like when you're in the studio, you think he's playing character, but he's just as amazing like when he's in the green room as when he's not. So yeah, it's kind of crazy but kind of fun too. So yeah.
And those first scenes with him, did they inform in any way how you kind of went on to interact with him as a companion, or were you already kind of set with the bit of you, the bit of extra spice, and it just worked?
So yeah, no, it definitely, like you come into things and you think, oh, this is how I'm going to do it. But for me, every single time ever I'm recording something, the minute I actually go into it and we start doing it, it always changes. It's always different, because there's just more energy to it. So when I'm kind of in my room, just kind of reading the scripts and stuff, it's not as alive as when you've got someone else like actually reading the lines back to you. So yeah, it always changes. It's always different. It's never what I expect it to be, but that's part of the fun.
It is. It's part of the magic of doing a big finish.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Chris, I absolutely want to know the same for you, but again, it's a different perspective for you because you're bringing new life to a character that, the Doctor's played against before, that Tom has, Tom worked within for a long time.
Yeah. And
I think had a great deal of respect for him, and was very sad at how Ian's story ended. So there must have been an added pressure and intensity coming to work with Tom to play Harry. So just walk me through how that felt, what happened, and was he how did he respond to you bringing Harry back to life?
Well, it was very interesting, and I like you, I was very nervous. I'd already worked with Tom a few times before we started doing these. So I'd been through that sort of terror of meeting your hero and will he be a monster, and being just thrilled and delighted to discover that he wasn't a monster, and he was avuncular and friendly and funny, and as Ellie says, full of stories, also very keen on other people's stories and anecdotes, and he just loves all that, and particularly theatre stories. And whenever there's an actor of equal vintage to Tom, who's working, whose paths he might have crossed in the theatre, he loves that. And if they can talk about Olivier or Gielgud or something like that, that makes him very happy. So yeah, he puts you at your ease when you're in the green room. When it came to recording, it was very interesting to see how he would react, and he kind of took it in his stride, really, that there was a new Harry on the scene. For me, it was rather wonderful hearing him call me that. Because it's just a strange thing to think that actually I'm playing that part, and you know, nobody has done it since Ian Marter, so it's quite a privilege for me. So to hear Tom as the Doctor calling me Harry was sort of rather mind-blowing. He does talk about Ian and says how lovely he was, and has been very nice about me as Harry as well, which is a sort of major relief. Weight off my shoulders, and the scripts are so good because they sort of refer back to the relationship that Harry had with the Doctor from at times as well, and so I feel there's a sense of continuity, and it's just rather wonderful. I think we're both building a rapport with Tom, and really feeling like we're part of his team. Being regulars is great. I mean, it's wonderful to come in on a story and play a robot or an alien or all those parts we've played for Big Finish over the years. But to be coming back again and to be arriving in the TARDIS and then leaving in the TARDIS again is such a thrill. And I think actually, I love all those old season 12 and 13 stories where Harry was in them, but he got a bit of a raw deal, I think. I mean, I don't want to criticize those writers and those classic stories, but he left rather like that. You know, there was no emotion really to his leaving, and then he pops back in the android invasion, and it's sort of, you know, it's almost an insult. This wonderful character, they barely acknowledge him, and suddenly at the end of it, him and Sarah Jane are back in the TARDIS without so much as a goodbye. So it's a nice chance to do that and to have a bit to put a bit more flesh on the bones of that relationship, and of course with Tom, as we all know, working with him, his character, his personality comes into what he's doing in the studio. So he's quite keen on embellishing lines, making suggestions, and suggesting bits of business and gags that we could do. And it's one thing we always have to warn people, don't we, Ellie, when other actors come in, that that your cue might not be the one that's written down on the page.
But that again is part of the magic. And I was going to say that the most recent one that we've recorded together, what I noticed, and that you may have views on this, and Ellie, because you've had other stories you've recorded with Tom, this may not be the case, but quite a few times during the story that we did most recently, I noticed that Tom would talk to you, Chris, about changing a line or changing the way he interacted with Harry, which was very the Doctor and Harry to me. The little kind of sarcastic nods and the little kind of gentle Mickey takes that he would give to Harry. He's inserting those into the script that feel very natural, and you respond in a very Ian Marter way. Ellie, I noticed a bit more that I felt that he wasn't doing the same things to your character, because your character has a very different relationship with the Doctor.
Definitely.
Are you seeing that, and you've seen that he's kind of changing things less for you because your character is new?
Definitely.
And there's a different relationship.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like that relationship is sort of developing still, and it's like it's different because it never used to happen like that. So as it's gone on, things have started changing more, if that makes sense. So it's kind of, I guess, the kind of evolution of their relationship, but it's actually just happening in sort of like real life as well. So yeah, no, I definitely noticed that, but it's to be expected, to be perfectly honest. But it's exciting kind of where it did start and where it's kind of going now. So who knows, we'll probably be changing the whole script by like in a couple months.
Just rewriting it on the fly.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I just wanted to ask you about your sort of entry into audio drama, because, I believe it's quite an interesting route in.
Definitely.
Could you tell me about the sort of Carlton Hobbs route in particular, and how you've come to this, and how you first got involved with Big Finish?
Yeah, absolutely. So I studied at Arts Ed drama school, and I, from there, just entered into the Carlton Hobbs competition. So I had to be honest, no expectations from it. I can remember going to the BBC. For me, it was kind of a bit like a day out. And yeah, so we went there. I recorded some. I just recorded some monologues. I think we did 2 duologues as well. And yeah, I had no expectation of it. So they literally rang me like not too long after the competition to tell me that I'd won. And I was so shocked. I was absolutely so shocked because I just did not expect that at all. That I actually had to get a call back because I thought they were someone was pranking me because I just wasn't expecting it. So yeah, they called me back and offered me a 5-month recording contract with the BBC Radio Drama Rep. So I was on there, and then from there, I've just had that sort of bits here and there come in, and then I remember this opportunity. Initially, they got in touch with me through Spotlight, and yeah, it's been something that I've always come back to since. So it's been amazing, and now it's literally just like a family feel. When I go back, I just love coming back, and I cannot wait to come back. And it's just so nice to have something that's sort of like regular, if you will, but has such like a family feel to it. Like I can't even stress that. It's amazing. I love it.
It always is a real family feel at any recording. And like you said, Chris, Tom and his anecdotes and his approach to the whole thing and the energy he brings. Just briefly touching back on your first upcoming appearance next year, which is the Return of the Cybermen.
Yeah.
It's not just you bringing back Harry, but it's Sadie bringing back Sarah Jane.
Yeah.
I just wondered if there are any kind of emotional constraints or kind of overthinking that can come in when in that trio, two thirds are, you guys bring those characters back to life, especially for Sadie when it's, that the relationship with Liz obviously makes it even more intense. So how was that experience? And again, for you, not just as a performer bringing Harry back to life, but as a fan listening to that trio and being part of it, how was that? And were there any constraints going into that?
Well, it was wonderful, and I don't remember feeling constrained particularly. It was so exciting to meet Sadie and to hear her through the cans when we were in the studio was extraordinary because she sounds like her mum. It sounds, and Tom and Sadie together, it's the Doctor and Sarah Jane. It really was wonderful. I think everybody was very excited when we first heard that. Just because of how close she sounds, and she really got it. And there were moments of excitement and high drama in the script, and you think this could be her. This could be her mother. And she's wonderful anyway. I mean, she brings her own energy and talent to it. So again, it's not an impression, but yeah, it was a big thing, really. I know how much it means, that trio means to fans of classic Doctor Who. And so the script is wonderful. It's adaptation, and John Dorney has done wonderful work on it, and to sort of tweak it in his inimitable way. But it has that seriousness of those early stories. It really has the tone of the sort of series 12, which is, of course, as we know, it changed over the years, and Tom's interpretation of the Doctor changed and expanded to fill his own personality. And so it's a million miles away from the sort of the Douglas Adams era, for example. So yeah, it's they've done such a good job, and I really can't wait to hear it. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, all the stuff I've heard so far, it really grabs you, and you kind of find yourself in moments thinking, this is them. This is the original trio. So it's really, really lovely to hear. Now, your particular duo of Harry and Naomi, you are, as we've said, not appearing until 2024. So yes. It's amazing that the Big Finish do of announcing things nearly half a decade in advance, which is great. and I know that you guys have quite an exciting and twisty-turny arc, which we can't talk about. Been told off for even considering talking about it. But I believe there's several monsters, familiar and unfamiliar, that you are going to meet. one of which I think I am allowed to talk about. And I even prepared a small impression for you. I mean, it may not mean anything to you, but Chris, you might. We're back, Doctor. So, Chris, hopefully that means something to you.
Yes.
What monster is back?
We are thrilled and excited to announce the return of the Sea Devils. That marvellous impression there will
thank you.
Says it all. Yeah, we're very excited about that.
Yeah, so that meant something to you. In fact, I don't even know whether you had any kind of live effect when that was being done in the studio or not. Can you remember?
I think we did.
Yeah, I think there was. Yeah, there was. Yeah.
And whose was better, the live effect in the studio or my?
Well, yours.
Yours, obviously.
Thank you both very much.
It's more organic, I think.
That. And I don't even know about the other monsters that are returning yet because either I haven't done them with you yet or they're coming up. I think I've actually a script has just dropped in my own inbox which may contain another well-known monster to Doctor Who fans, so that's quite exciting. So lots to look forward to from you guys. I'm looking forward to doing more work with you. If fans want to find you online on Twitter or Facebook, that kind of thing, where can they do that, if at all?
I'm who am I? I think I'm Naylor Actor on Twitter.
Great.
I think that's right.
And Ellie?
So I'm on YouTube just as Eleanor Crooks. And I mean, I can't even remember my Instagram handle. I think it's like MZELLECEEE for the moment, but it just changes a lot. So who knows what it'll be in 2024?
Yeah,
amazing. Well, there you go, everyone. Go and follow them and look forward to new adventures with new companions in 2024. Chris, Ellie, thank you so much, and thank you all very much for watching. More to come from Virtual Big Finish today, and we'll see you all soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, I'm Harry, and my first ever Big Finish was the mighty, the stupendous Spare Parts. And what an introduction to Big Finish that was. No wonder I stuck with the universe. It's the perfect storm of a mind-blowing script, incredible performances from Peter Davison and Sarah Sutton, a cracking origin story for the Cybermen, and I think we can both agree that it's the actual, genuine, official Cyberman origin story, Spare Parts, right? It's a great example of the wonderful work that Big Finish does in terms of expanding on the Doctor Who universe. And it was the first time I'd heard Doctor Who in audio form, just using my ears rather than watching it through the TV. And I realised that it can be just as gripping and terrifying through in audio form as it can be on the screen. It was a stunning introduction to Big Finish, and it will forever be my favourite.
This speech from the time of David Tennant from Gridlock. And this reminds me in some ways of that Daisiest Daisy speech as recited by John Pertwee in The Time Monster. So let's try it like that. Yes, there was a war, a time war, the last great time war. My people fought a race called the Daleks for the sake of all creation. And they lost. We lost. Everyone lost. They're all gone now. My family, my friends, even that sky. You should have seen it. That old planet. The second sun would rise in the south, and the mountains would shine. The leaves on the trees were silver, and they caught the light every morning. It looked like a forest on fire. When the autumn came, the breeze would blow through the branches like a song. That was a motorbike up the road.
Hi there, I'm Kenny Smith. I'm the editor of Big Finish's Vortex magazine, and I'm also here doing a panel today with two very lovely people. So let's say hello to some people who are starring in Big Finish's latest licensed show. Let's slip back to the 70s and meet Cheryl Burfield.
Hi.
And say hello to Spencer Banks.
Good morning.
Before we go on, Cheryl, we have to ask, what's happened to your nose? Is this some sort of time slippage caused by the barrier?
Yes, I slipped when I was shaving. No, I've had a minor operation on my nose, bit of skin damage from the sun. I grew up in Australia, so paying the price. Okay. So sorry about this.
Good stuff. And how are you today, Simon? No, Simon. Spencer.
Well, Simon and Spencer.
Live with the character.
Simon and Spencer are fine. Thank you very much, Kenny. Good to see you.
Good stuff. I suppose for both of you, Timeslip's come back in quite a big way for you over these last few months. Was it something that ever really went away?
You go, Spence.
Okay. It hasn't really gone away in terms of conventions and interest in the program, which has periodically over the years cropped up. So it hasn't been to the forefront. It has been percolating in the background. Having said that, I don't think in our wildest dreams Cheryl and I would ever imagine we'd have had the opportunity to do some more stories, be those visually or as audios.
Especially 50 years on since we first did it. But I'd say probably there was quite a gap between having made the series and it being shown and then repeated, and the first convention that we were invited to. I can't say, Spence, you might know, but roughly 18 or 20 years in between before we got the first one.
It could be even further back than that.
It might be, yeah. And that's when we first got approached, or when I first got approached. I think we both thought it was a bit of a wind-up. We didn't quite believe it. And ever since that particular time, as Spencer said, it's been on and off and sort of reasonably regular over the years.
Yeah. For those who haven't seen the show, how would you sum it up? For those who haven't got any idea what the premise actually is.
How would I sum it up? Timeslip is an adventure story concerning two teenagers who are thrown together more by circumstance than anything else, and discover they have the ability to travel both forwards and backwards in time through an invisible time barrier.
That's very succinct and perfect. But of course, you're not playing teenagers now for the audio series, as you're very much getting to play it as you are today, as mid-20-year-olds.
Yes. Now we're playing as adults, which is, and the storylines and the characterization is spot on in terms of what it was 50 years ago when we were reading those first scripts and playing teenagers. It really makes sense to us as the characters, I think, when we were reading the latest scripts after all this time, that they so were spot on with the characters and the whole story and the adventure that one embarks upon now as adults as opposed to teenagers.
Yeah. What do you recall about hearing the first Big Finish interest in doing a revived series?
My first contact was with David Richardson, the producer of the audio series. He contacted me to suggest perhaps an initial meeting, as Big Finish were in negotiation to secure the rights for an audio series. Naturally, I was absolutely delighted, as was Cheryl. That was several months ago. That would have been perhaps late summer, very early autumn last year. No, in fact, probably further back than that.
Yes, and my first contact to Big Finish was via Spencer, as he'd been having these dialogues with David, and then I was brought into the circle to discuss it further.
I'd assume that you'd
we're very close. We always have been, and our families also are extremely close. In fact, Spencer was an usher at my wedding, and my husband was his best man at his wedding. So we know each other longer than our other halves, but we've all become very close.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I suppose with these stories in Big Finish, obviously you did 4 originally, with The Wrong End of Time, The Time of the Icebox, The Year of the Burn Up, and The Day of the Clone. And at the end of The Day of the Clone, you were reunited with your families. But then here we are, 2020, and we found out exactly what you're up to now. And it feels absolutely seamless.
Yes, I think in particular, Andrew Smith and Mark Platt as the writers have perfectly captured the spirit of the original Timeslip, and quite seamlessly, which I think is an excellent description, brought the characters to their present place in life. Both Cheryl and I commented when we first read through the scripts that within about an hour we imagined ourselves back at Elstree in the rehearsal room, having a read through for the original series. It seems that we've fitted back in what one hopes we've fitted back into Simon and Liz, fitting as a glove, really.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was so easy to fit back in, and I mean, I hadn't done anything for over 40 years, so, but it was just natural. It felt very natural.
Yep.
Going back with those scripts.
Because I think with even straight away, The Age of the Death Lottery, it sounds absolutely like a Timeslip title.
It certainly does. Yes, yes. A grim idea.
It is. I mean, for those who haven't heard it yet, it's Spencer. Would you like to sum it up?
The Age of the Death Lottery takes Simon and Liz unwittingly into a future where, to control population expansion throughout the world, a very draconian method of control has been developed, in so much as population numbers are culled through them being selected through a worldwide lottery.
It's quite a grim concept, but of course it's very much one foot in reality, which Timeslip always did seem to have. There was something that's current thinking, current events, and drawing on a scenario where you really don't want to go there.
Yes, I think if ever there's another classic example of art imitating life, or the other way around, this is probably it. Helen Goldwyn, the director, commented as we went in to record the first set of stories how she'd read press story threads about crop failures in various parts of the world, particularly in the third world, and you know how near to the story we were about to embark upon that was possibly taking us.
Yeah, and of course we get to meet some new characters. We've got Sarah Sutton, who Doctor Who fans will know, playing Charlotte Trent, and of course we're joined by 2 new younger cast members with Neil Riley and Jade Okafor as our new characters. It must have been quite interesting for you having that. Obviously you guys know exactly what the characters are like and what they've been through and what the barrier's about, and then to have to introduce these new people to it. It must have been quite interesting for you to do that, Cheryl.
It was interesting, and it was thoroughly enjoyable, and they were so good. And as the new younger generation coming up and having that experience for the first time, like we did when we were teenagers. And Sarah, I mean, she's phenomenal. She plays so many different characters in these episodes as different versions of her as a person in the future develop. No, it was great. It was great to have that energy around when we were making it.
Yeah, And of course, in a way, the whole events of the Death Lottery, it's all really Liz's fault, considering she's your friend.
I don't know how to answer that one.
Oh, no fingers of blame. No fingers of blame. I suppose there's, you mentioned the fact that the stories felt right, and very much you can tell that the writers, Andrew Smith and Mark Platt, absolutely loved the series. Both have told me that they would run home from school so they could see what was happening and keeping up with the ongoing events. And I think that their passion and their understanding, and dare I say their childish excitement or childlike excitement really, really does come through. And the fact that they know the series and they absolutely get the vibes of it. And that must have been something that came across strongly to you.
Yes, I think so. Absolutely. As I say, from the first read, it was as if we were reading the next visual version of Timeslip, if you like. I could, in my mind, see us on a location somewhere, actually embarking on the new stories. But yes, as I commented earlier, I think Andrew and Mark perfectly captured the essence of Timeslip, whilst still offering a new insight to the current generations, because we mustn't forget that to a large number of the new audience, they may not have even heard of Timeslip, or if they had heard of it, it's something from the past for them. I was listening in interest to the latest podcast from Big Finish that was released on the 21st. So that was Saturday or Sunday. They were reading out to some very kind reviews, both emails and Twitter comments that had come through. And one particularly struck me, that someone said you could enjoy these brand new stories without having any connection or any knowledge of the original Timeslip, which I think is probably one of the greatest compliments you can pay.
Absolutely. What are your outstanding memories from back in the day? Because obviously we have the videos of them, sadly in black and white. But are your memories in full colour of these things? Because I know sometimes when I think back to my childhood, some things seem in black and white, but then others are in vivid colour. How do you remember them?
I still remember the colour. When I think back, it's all the colours that is particularly the icebox and the burn up, because the colours were so vibrant in both of those storylines. You're in the jungle, in the burn up and everything that goes with that, and the sun burning down. And then in the icebox, with the red suits and all the computers, who were so much bigger in those days. And the sets, they were very colourful.
Yeah. Spencer, what's your main memory from back in the day?
Just having such a fantastic time for 6 months. It was 26 weeks of complete and total joy. We became a family as a cast, and we have to remember that both Cheryl and I were teenagers with very little experience, and we were working with supremely experienced adult casts who were most welcoming. I think the fascination of watching the stories unfold in front of us, because we would only ever be released the scripts in story blocks at a time, and it was like reading a novel. We were equally keen to find out what's going to happen next, and the added challenge that some of the series was recorded out of chronological sequence due to contractual arrangements for Dennis Quilley, who played Commander Trainer, Derek Benfield, who played Frank Skinner, and Iris Russell, who played Liz's mother.
Yeah, of course, we've mentioned the age of the death lottery. Cheryl, how would you sum up The War That Never Was? Again, another brilliant title.
Ooh. It is a brilliant title, and thank God it is the war that never is going to be, we hope. Yes, I'm not quite sure how to sum it up, really.
I suppose we've got World War II, but not quite going the way that we would expect it to. When there's one of the main sci-fi cliches is what would happen if the Germans had won or the Nazis had won in World War II, but here we've got a rather different twist.
I think that was a particularly clever twist. The extension of the war by a year, 18 months, and the fact that having become so dependent on financial and military support, Britain becoming dependent on that from America, that left in the dreadful position of not being able to honour the war debts, as it were, that America had almost encompassed England as another state. Whilst not an occupational force, they are pretty well running the country. I thought that was a fascinating direction to go, and a very unusual twist, because, as you rightly say, the normal convention when examining that period is to examine the what if Germany had been the victors.
Yeah. How did you find the studio recordings being rather different from, as you mentioned, being in a TV studio, going into the Big Finish booths?
Well, I had never done any radio or audio before, unlike Spence, who had. So he was very, very helpful in advice before we even started, because I had no idea what to expect until I got there and started. And it is really great fun. And the fact that you're standing while you're talking, and so you can actually move your body to react to the expressions that you're making and giving. It was very enjoyable, and got easier and easier as the more you do it, I found.
How was your experience, Spencer?
Some of the technology has moved on since I was last in a radio studio. I was lucky enough to be a member of the BBC Radio Drama Company back in the 1980s into the 90s. So when I arrived for the Big Finish production, I was expecting for the green cue light in the studio to flash, which of course it doesn't. But I think the biggest innovation is the fact you don't have spot effects assistants stood next to you for the immediate sound effects. That's all done in post-production now. That was astounding.
I would imagine that when you were going through the time barrier, you weren't down on your hands and knees doing some method acting on this occasion.
No, it was...
no, I still found myself crouching a bit. You couldn't help yourself.
Fantastic. Of course, you did a photo shoot for Big Finish, which must have brought back a few memories for you, evoking the look-in shoot and getting to go with the dinosaurs.
Yes, they're still there in Crystal Palace. That was a fun day, wasn't it, Spence?
It was indeed, yeah. Yes, we had a very interesting day. They perhaps need a little bit of TLC now, the concrete dinosaurs, but it did bring back the memories of the photo shoot from the original, and just incredible to think that they're all still there.
Yeah, although the first time we went there, it was pouring. We got soaked to the skin. So it was much nicer weather this last time.
Thank goodness for that. Some things do improve with time then.
Yes.
Of course, having done these 2 stories, I mean, who knows what the future holds? It's Timeslip, there could be more, who knows? But are there any aspects of modern life that you would like to see featured, perhaps in a future script?
Oh. Well, at this stage, in the current ones, neither Simon nor Liz have other halves or families around them. So there's always a possibility that that could be developed. And who knows if those characters are developed and they have children or whatever, whether they have special powers. For instance, Liz and her mother had this special power. Maybe one of the children would also qualify for that.
What about yourself, Spencer? Anything that you think might work?
It's something I've occasionally thought long and hard about. I mean, as a bizarre current situation that we find ourselves in with the virus crisis, is perhaps one possibility. The fact that they've now allowed the stories to develop in such a way that the time barrier physically moves, because remembering in the TV series it was fixed. It wasn't fixed in one place. Perhaps explore other options of where it may next manifest itself and what they may produce. And also, perhaps, I've always wondered, where exactly did the original commander trainer as a clone, where did he go when the time barrier claimed him? What became of him? That's not necessarily to say to bring the trainer character back, but what is it? What is the power on the other side that holds this incredible facility to allow the chosen individuals to move backwards and forwards in time? I mean, there are lots and lots of possibilities. I
suppose that's the thing. We've got any time in the future and indeed in the past as well. There's no stopping Timeslip. Of course, one thing that I haven't mentioned is that obviously you briefly worked together again in 2015, I believe, on a horror film, the Amityville Playhouse. That's playing the Reverend Simon Randall and Liz Randall.
That's right, yes.
It's something of a, I suppose that must be a bit of a curio for the Timeslip fan to look out.
Yes, I think the real reason that they were named as that, it was as a nod towards Liz and Simon and indeed Timeslip. The author of the screenplay, Steve Harney, who has really, with his passion for the original programme, for it was he who set up the official website. It was he who pestered ITC to release the original series on VHS, having constantly been told that the tapes had been lost forever. I think it was his way of not a nod towards both the characters and towards the original programme.
Yeah, it's quite nice that they can do these things, and of course, thanks to Big Finish, that's a whole load of new episodes as well. Spencer, Cheryl, I'm afraid that we're running out of, ironically, time. So thank you so much for your time today and having a chat with me. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, thank you, and thank all the Big Finish listeners for their kind comments that have been flowing in, and I hope they continue to enjoy the serial.
Yeah, I second that. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Heather, and my first Big Finish release was Unit Extinction. I think I actually got the bundle for the first few box sets of that range, and I've never looked back. It was a great series. I came into it because I thought it was a good jumping off point with the characters of Kate and Osgood, and it was still rooted in the world that I'd seen on telly. And since then I've kind of gone into everything. I've gone into 8th Doctor, the War Doctor, a little bit of Derek Jacobi's Master. I've listened to the 3rd Doctor adventures, some of the original stuff like the Human Frontier, and I keep coming back for more because they're so well produced, they're so well written, they're so well made, and you just completely get immersed. So I absolutely adore Big Finish.
You stole a vial of Silurian plague just to get my attention. What are you?
The dead do not return alone. We are the static.
Oh dear. So you're a time traveller? A rather cocky one.
A fabulous one. Whoa! I wasn't lying. I am very good at destroying things beautifully.
You are. Sam, that cloud is a giant hand. Look out!
I am landing her.
Vertically.
We've survived Daleks and Cybermen.
Come in, Josh. We have a situation here with a baryonyx loose in the marshes. A dinosaur. Over.
Greyhound 2 here. Why does that not surprise me?
Stewart out.
Kate! No! Listen to me, Kate!
Our next speech from the brilliant Matt Smith, and the Pandorica opens. That splendid, profound speech, this time delivered by Boris Johnson. Now, the question for the hour is, who has got the Pandorica? The answer, I do. Next question, who's coming to take it from me? Come on, look at me. No plan, no backup, no weapons worth a damn. Oh, and something else. I don't have anything to lose. So if you're sitting up there in your silly little spaceships with all your silly little guns, and you've got any plans on taking the Pandorica tonight, just remember who is standing in your way. Remember every black day I ever stopped you, and then do the smart thing. Let somebody else try first. Well, that was very good, Dominic, didn't you? Yes. Yes, very, very resonant, Dom. Yeah. Yes.
when I'm acting, there is a whole, there's a weird kind of questionnaire that I go through for a character. I'm down to what is your favourite bathroom ever, so that you feel you know the character very intimately and you could throw them into any situation and they would be able to come up with a solution and answer a thought process that's very true to that character. And the director need never even know about that process. But of course, because it's slightly different in this circumstance, because I've performed in both series different characters, because I've created the characters, of course, I know them inside out anyway, because I know them as a writer. So in actual fact, the acting side of it has been slightly easier because the work is done before I even look at it as a performer.
Preparing for a role in a situation like this, where I am playing so many different roles in the creative team, as with anything that I've produced theatre in the past as well, the production and the direction and the set and the, you know, everything else takes priority, and then you're suddenly on the day and you think, oh, I'm acting in it as well. But thankfully with this one, with the bigger role of Faith, obviously I wrote the episode that she is very much in, and oversaw Louise's episode. I didn't oversee it, but had, you know, real sight of that one as well. And I know her. I wrote her, I created her, I know her in my bones. She is based on a real life photographer. And we wanted to kind of bring in a character who is not part of the women's group, but who recognises the same spirit of adventure in the pilots. They are the same, you know, they're all unconventional. They don't want to just be wives and mothers. They want a life and a real sense of experience throughout their lives as well. And Faith is an adrenaline junkie. She just wants to live. But that becomes a kind of a rod for her back as the war goes on. She sees so many horrific things that it's not adrenaline anymore. It's just about keeping going in spite of all the terrible sadness that she's seen.
I love directing, especially as I've devised this series. It's, perhaps I'm just a control freak, I don't know. But to see it go from a seed of an idea to full fruition, as a team, I'm not saying I'm solely responsible for that, but gathering people in, getting the writing done, the sound layer, the music layer, the performers layer. It's just been incredibly exciting to see it fold together like a jigsaw puzzle.
Hello, welcome to whatever this is. I'm John Dorney. I'm a sometimes Big Finish writer, sometimes script editor, sometimes actor. And to some sides of me or below me or above me, depending on how your screen is laid out, you will see Lisa McMullen. Hello, Lisa.
Hello. How are you?
Might not be for you. That's always the frustrating thing.
You're down there.
Below me at the moment is the lovely Gemma Arasith. Hello.
Hello.
All of whom we have written together. We've done stuff together on the various box sets and things. Most recently, Missy, the second series of the Missy Adventures. But let's get to that in a second. First up, so I'll ask the initial question to Lisa and Gemma. I know Lisa's story, I don't know Gemma's, about how you initially got involved in writing for Big Finish in the first place.
My friend David K. Barnes had mentioned that I would be a good person probably to write for Big Finish because I am very aware of the classic Doctor era because I grew up with it and I love science fiction and I'm a writer and I write a lot of audio stuff. So combining all of those circles together seemed to be, like, Big Finish seemed to be a good option. So he said I should drop them a line. So I literally emailed info@Big Finish and said, hello, I am a woman who knows classic Doctor Who. Are you interested in me writing something for you? And within 24 hours, I got a reply saying, yes, please, can you write this Doctor Who story? So yeah, that's literally how I got involved. I think that's the only time writing to an info@ email has ever yielded any results whatsoever.
This is the thing I've found. I've tried that sort of thing with a few places where I've kind of gone, hello, I've done this. I've got some awards. Please employ me. Yeah. No response.
Nothing, no. I mean, that's the writing industry, isn't it? I'm sure all of it. It's just screaming into a void for eternity.
But it's nice to know that Big Finish kind of actually does listen to that occasionally. I've spoken occasionally that I know a Big Finish often talk about no unsolicited submissions, and I always say that the key word in that is unsolicited, really, because if you have got some credits and some, good work in your back, which you definitely have, Gemma, obviously, we're not idiots. It's this bit of kind of go, oh, there's somebody good who's interested in writing it for us. Let's bring them in. Lisa, you, I seem to remember it's largely just bothering Fitton in a pub. Isn't it?
Yeah, much less professional than Gemma. I basically hounded Matt Fitton at a succession of functions in various pubs and birthday parties where I plied him with wine and begged. Yeah. I said, please let me write something. I really love it. And eventually I wore him down.
Yeah.
But I didn't write Doctor Who to start with. I did Survivors was my first one.
Yeah.
Which is such a brilliant show. Fun.
Survivors, I do enjoy Survivors. I've still got the third season to watch. It's up there on my shelves somewhere.
The 1970s one.
Yeah, the 70s one.
It feels a bit too sort of.
It's very current, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch it now. It's like I'm not going to spend an evening where I'm going to go, well, I'm going to watch an episode of Survivors and then play the board game Pandemic. That's going to be a great fun. Isn't it? Never watch Outbreak on Netflix. It's not going to happen. Yeah, I think my story of getting in is a long time ago. I always people ask me, I kind of go, it's completely unrepeatable because it requires somebody else to get a job. It was basically I'd got hold of all people, Nigel Fairs' email address when he was producing Sapphire and Steel, and sent in a pitch that I'm not sure he actually got a chance to look at for about a year and a half. And then he was doing the second series of Sapphire and Steel. Gary Russell dropped out and Nigel had to write a script quite quickly, and he wrote one set in a nursing home. My storyline had been setting in a nursing home, and he was alerted to this and went, oh my God, I haven't nicked anything from it. Looked at it and just went, actually, I think this is quite good. We'll use this in the next run. That's my way. So if Gary Russell hadn't got a job script editing Doctor Who on TV, I would not be doing this. That's an incredibly roundabout way of this happening, really, which is very strange. You kind of get all these strange little links, and then it's a sort of roundabout way. I then later on recommended David K. Barnes, who then later on recommended Gemma. That's kind of the way it works a lot of the time, isn't it? So and that's a useful thing. And so as I say, I think we all worked together on the second series of Missy, which is just about to go on. But that was ages ago.
So long ago.
I was genuinely.
We all met up to discuss the series back in the day when you could be in the same room as other people.
Yes, in a really tiny room.
Yeah,
like crushed in.
Offices back, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah,
and I think we were in a meeting room that was largely booked up by somebody else, because I have this distinct memory of just getting a bit too overexcited about the potential of using the Ogrons and being told to be quiet. So there are people in the meeting out there. You'll just go, my God, Ogrons, which is, you know, I have my priorities rather mixed up. Yeah, I think I actually even looked through the emails to try and figure out, and it is something like, because it was like some point in 2018, I think, that we had the.
Was it really?
Yeah, something like that. And my main memory of it is that I'm aware. I always feel quite guilty about these things because I get bounced around so many different things that I'm inevitably go, right, you're on this one, and then you will eventually write it in about 9 months' time. Because everybody else is, because at least I remember you getting quite grumpy that you've basically finished your script and might even have been recorded.
Oh, yes! I was furious.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hadn't even started yours.
No.
I'd done mine. I'd rushed to get mine finished, and then...
It can be very weird, the way the timing of things work. I've genuinely finished one in January, where I was the third... It's a 3-day spot set. I can't say what it is because it hasn't been announced, but I was the third story. And I think I was quite late in the day coming on the box set. They weren't sure if who's going to fill the third slot. And so I think I was maybe about 6 months behind everybody else's storylines. I think one of the other scripts has actually just come in. So the storylines were done like about the middle of last year.
Yeah.
I storyline 6 months later, wrote the script right away, and then everybody else has got their script. So it can take that long. The one I'm writing at the moment, I think I was like briefed in September last year or something like that. And just came up with the storyline 2 weeks ago or something like that. You write yours, Jimmy. Were you kind of?
I think it was last year. It was the beginning of last year, and I know I had a Missy, a Paternoster gang, and a Seventh Doctor, and they were like February, March, April, or something. One at the end of February, one at the end of March, one at the end of April, and I forget what order they were in. But then they come out in a completely different order. So I know that, like, for me, the Seventh Doctor one I wrote was the first one, but I think it's coming out the last. It's like Rubik's Cube.
You think it's better you have to, me and Lisa have done the occasional sort of Fourth Doctor one, and that's basically like, well, I hope there is still a planet
2025 or something.
2025, there is genuinely one that that is out, and I think, I'm not sure we're allowed to say that, but I've written one in 2025. That's getting announced now. So, yeah. Yeah, that's as far, and that's genuinely baffling, because you just have it maybe going, there's at least probably going, that's probably the last thing I'll have ever written for Big Finish, really, like, that's actually released. Did it last year, in the mid, amongst other things.
The beautiful thing about audio is that it's something that can carry on during lockdown, right? And I've seen all those brilliant pictures of Tom Baker with his brilliant audio setup, and of Peter Davison with his audio setup, and that's the beauty of it. And I think it's sort of, I've definitely seen a sort of explosion of podcasts, even more of an explosion of podcasts during lockdown, because you can do it and you can get it out into the world under these really restricted...
It did mean I do podcasts myself with some friends, which I've been doing for 2.5 years. It's not a new thing for me. But I thought, because I was in lockdown, I thought I kind of need a new microphone because we're not using it at my friend's house. And oh my goodness, getting a microphone, it's like gold dust.
Yeah, I bet.
About as expensive as, popcorn in an Odeon cinema. It was like, that hard to get hold of.
You can go crazy though on the equipment. So we've got sound baffling and pop shields and all of this, and you can start to build like such you can go obsessed with having
I record bonus lines for Timeslip under a duvet, under a child's duvet. In fact, on a floor, you're just going to go, I just go through this as quickly as I can with no technical know-how whatsoever.
I've heard a lot of people working under duvets. Apparently that's a big thing at the moment.
I think I basically said, I've got the ability to record at home, which I did, but I wasn't expecting to be able to have to do it at about 20 minutes notice. It was this big going, oh God, I should have planned this. Yeah, it's a very weird thing. But yeah, as you say, it's a great thing for working at the moment in this environment. Also, I think it's quite useful on a creative level as well, because I think at least one of the scripts I've got coming up, at least part of it was inspired by going, well, what would be interesting to do in this environment? What is using the way this is recording creatively and differently, and finding a way to make that work? And even if it wasn't, that won't necessarily be evidential from the finished product, an interesting angle. It's a way in, and it's finding a way to be creative with it, really.
Is Big Finish using Clean Feed, or what is it? I
don't know why. I am aware there are recordings happening, but I'm largely staying away from them because I don't want to I might have to sit there and listen to the whole thing. I don't want to do that. Most of the time, if it's a recording, I'm nipping out to have a cup of coffee, chat with the actors, and wait for Toby's lunch. That's all I'm doing.
I know. This is the criminal thing about the whole pandemic, is that we're missing out on so many really good lunches.
So many good lunches, none of them, and
very upsetting.
Yeah, it's just I get kind of slightly bored listening to my own stuff. It's kind of useful hearing bits of it, just out of the curiosity of going, oh, this gives me a vague idea of what it's going to sound like. But I just rather wait to hear all the sound design done on it properly, so it sounds real.
I have to say, I went to see my episode of the Paternoster Gang being recorded, and it was cool hearing the voices come out of the non-prosthetic faces of the actors.
I still can't quite see Neve and Vastra as the same person. I still can't see with Dan. I've known Dan for years. In fact, there was like one slightly strange day when I kind of was like going over to write with him, and I kind of saw he was watching a Tom Baker recording on TV. And this was the day I'd spent the morning working with Tom Baker, and going, I can't associate that man on the screen with the person I spent the morning with.
Yeah, it's really odd.
I can't quite see Strax. I know it's Strax. I can hear him. I can see him do the voice, but it's this bit going, it's my friend. I can't quite. There's a thing.
I love Dan because I know him through sort of improv scene and the comedy scene, and it was brilliant at the recording. And he'd say, "Oh, can I change drat to curses?" And I love that because who knows Strax better than Dan Starkey? It's 100% Dan. You can change that to curses.
That's one of the big thrills about going to the recordings, is when the actors ask you if they can tweak lines, or if they talk about the characters like they own them, because they do, because they created them.
Yeah, they live them.
I think one of them said, I think my character might say this instead of that. Yeah, crack on.
100%.
Love it. Such a thrill.
I think I might have told this story before. I remember going to I remember when I was at drama school, me and a friend of mine wrote a little duologue together. There was our duologue in the final year, and we got a note from the director about one of the lines, and all I remember thinking at the time was going, okay, that's interesting. That is not what that line is supposed to mean. That isn't what that line means. It's better than what that line means. I'm going to go with that. And it was a real revelation to me then, and it has been ever since. Going, I don't want to be so arrogant as to assume that what's in my head is necessarily the best version of this.
Yeah, definitely.
They've got to make, and also it's the actor can make what's in their head. They can't make what's in mine.
Yeah, you're providing a blueprint, aren't you? As a writer, you're providing the blueprint, and then they have to build it. So I mean, it's a collaborative process.
Yeah, and normally going back to our sort of our shared connection, have you been in studio when Michelle Gomez has been doing stuff?
No, I haven't, not yet.
She was down the line, so I was in the studio, but she was in LA. Yeah. But she is hilarious because she
will take any angle you could. There is you don't know what angles they're going to be coming out of that script. It will be just off at different tangents, and it's amazing and exciting and brilliant.
There's a couple of bits in mine where she just said, "Oh, I want to put this line in. I've just made it up and I really love it. Can I just say this?" And you go, "Sure, of course you can."
Yeah. Yes, you can, Michelle. We love you.
And it's so bonkers.
She is exactly, as I say, not having met her, only have heard her down the line. Yeah. Eventually this thing go, you are exactly what we want you to be, Michelle Gomez, because she's a bit bonkers, a bit sexy, a bit clever, and a bit, intimidating. Which is why I think we love Missy as a character so much.
Yeah, I think she was. There's a fine line, I think, between Michelle and Missy.
Yeah, I hope that Michelle doesn't kill people that often, or at least as often as we have her kill people in things. Yeah, I had such a good time. I remember I wasn't there for when the recordings of Too Many Masters, which I think ended up being something ridiculous, like about 3. Actually, no, I was there for one. I was there for the Ogrons and the sort of the guest cast. But I think Michelle had recorded separately and Rufus had recorded separate.
Right.
So I've got no idea what they've done. And that's the thing the thing I found amazing was with the first one I did for them, where everyone's going, the chemistry between them is amazing. They bounce off each other, say, they're not in the same room. They're not even on the same time. And that somehow it's the way it works. It's rather glorious.
That's a huge, that's such an achievement for both the actors and the editors as well, to have been able to sort of all separately create that chemistry when you're not in the same room together. That's
I mean, I think that probably happens. We lost people. I don't know. I think that happens more often than we necessarily give it entirely credit for, really, because I think even within like a scene where they're actually working together anyway, I suspect there are nips and tucks and timing issues, and sometimes this line will be from one take and this line will be from the other take, and all that sort of stuff where it's all pieced together anyway.
Yeah, true.
But I think there's it's such a sort of glorious chaotic energy.
Yeah.
I was recording I do voices on the Now show sometimes, and this latest season has been really unusual in that we started out in front of an audience, normally in the radio theatre. Then it was physically recorded in the radio theatre with no audience and sitting miles apart from one another at desks. And then the rest of it was all at home in 8 different people's homes. And they had to like courier microphones to us and things. So and with no audience. And I think that completely affects, as a writer, that completely affects you. Knowing whether you've got a studio audience or not, that will affect what you write and how you write and the rhythms and everything. So it has been hats off to all of the sound engineers that have been working on audio things for the last few months, because it's what a talent to be able to do that.
The sound designers at Big Finish, anyway, how they cope with the ridiculous sound directions that we put into our script.
Yeah, we just blithely put into the script, and then they have to realise it.
Yeah.
I was discussing this with a friend of mine on Facebook the other day, with the one where I thought the worst one I've ever had to give a sound designer was in the story called Not Too Many Masters, The Two Masters, very similar. And I think something along the lines of the Doctor flicks a switch. Suddenly the entire history of the universe is vented out. And to be fair, that wasn't what I originally wrote. I think I gave a bit more of a steer about what I was going to say. And there are like clips of audio from this part of history and this thing, and I was like trying to hint it along. And the note kept coming back going, well, unless you specify exactly what these things are, then that won't be. And I was going, I don't want to specify exactly because that'll just be all it is. And then I was like, no, it's still not specific enough. And I eventually just get, okay, the only way of making this work is if I actually remove all of that and just. And I remember seeing a post from the Facebook on Facebook from the sound designer saying, I've just reached one of those stage directions that make you want to take a toaster into the bath. And I thought, I know which one that is. I know exactly.
I feel like so many of mine are like that. I just sort of leave it up to them, the vague sound of time and space combusting.
That's
go.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys. Well done.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck with that. I don't know.
And send.
Yeah, I occasionally get emails where we go, so what were you thinking about these monsters with this description? I go, I've no idea. It's your job. You do. I don't mind. I think I've got some sort of monsters I've written. I think literally the one I'm writing at the moment, where I think that I was talking about like bark crunching and breaking behind the words, and we go, yep, I vaguely can think of what that might sound like. Not entirely sure though. Don't know. That's again, it's largely guesswork, really. So So I suppose if we link back to the Missy stuff, because obviously it's a connection. What was the sort of the starting point? Because I remember it was a fun meeting. I suspect Gemma's done the same thing. Lots of sketch room. I used to do sketches on radio as much as Gemma does now. And there was lots of sort of big writers' room meetings where we discussed things that happened that week, and everyone would fling in ideas, and you'd take bits out and shift it. And it was always quite a nice collaborative process, and I like that with this sort of thing. Lisa and I did that with Stranded. And there was a degree to which we were doing that with Missy, where I was trying to figure out what was on, and we had Roy Gill down the line via Skype. Yeah, so he couldn't attend the meeting. He was ahead of the curve. So.
Yeah. I remember because it was before the first series had been released. I think so. I'd read all the scripts, so I knew what the first series consisted of. But so I remember reading your monk one and just loving it. So I was delighted that you're going to do another one. But I basically nicked your idea for my Missy because you mentioned you were talking about the Valeyard for some reason and said, "Oh, wouldn't it be great?"
Well, we can't go too far on that, can we? Because that might be.
Is that out yet? What's out yet?
Not out yet. It's not out yet. I mean,
I didn't say anything. I just said.
I now remember the discussion and go, that thing. Yes, but then that's fine because that fired you up, and that went, let's kind of let's go with that.
That sparked an idea for what I then went on to do.
Yes.
That's fine. That doesn't give anything away.
I don't know when this is actually being shown. I mean, it might be out. People might know.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
But I have mentioned that conversation we had in every single interview I've done with Kenny for The Vortex and Doctor Who magazine, so...
Might blip out the specifics and just go, not that bit. Yeah. But yeah, that was a as I say, if that kind of got your imagination, was one which is
yeah. But it's not that. It's something else. That was just the trigger.
I haven't read it because I literally only read the ones I need to read.
Yeah, right too.
Steer it around because this is big. I want to hear it when it's out, so and I didn't need to read yours. I read Gemma's because I was a kind of connected to a degree, so it was important to know where that had been before I did mine. But I've not read Roy's either.
But mine ties in beautifully to the arrival of the Master in the series that has just gone on the TV.
Oh right, okay.
So I caught in my head, and possibly nowhere else, but my Missy episode exactly explains what happened between the last time we saw Missy the Master on TV and the next time we...
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Purely accidentally.
Nice.
But,
that does happen. I always love those bits where you go, wow, that looks like I planned it. That's always exciting. Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw Sasha on telly, I was like, oh no, this worked. Oh, actually, yeah, that works.
Very good.
I'm quite, I'm forward to that now. I know so little about the way it works, and that's the thing that's always I find quite. In a way, I always get a bit frustrated when I actually feel I have to read an episode before I hear it because it's a bit I was kind of wanting to have a bit more of a surprise, but then I largely forget them. But there are a few where I forget I haven't listened to them because I script edited them and just going, oh, actually, I should probably listen to this one. See what it's like because you get I kind of get a little bit
I love the one in the first series, which was like a podcast, like a true crime podcast.
Oh yeah,
that was great. Yeah. I read that one. I haven't listened to it, but I read it, and I that was brilliant. And it sort of tipped me off that you could break the format a bit more in this series, and that you could sort of play around with the format, which I thought was great. I thought it was really bold.
Oh. I think because I went with a joke with that in my one in Too Many Masters, and this is it starts with Missy basically saying previously on Missy, and then doing a bit of a rap. Literally saying that out loud. It's just because I thought it's too much fun. Yeah, the monk's saying, "Who are you talking to?" No, it's fine.
That's great.
Just because you go, no one. It's just fun. Yeah, it's kind of
very funny.
Love it.
You can just do that with Missy. There's something about her where you just go, she can break the fourth wall. She can do
She can do anything.
Yeah, and so much fun to write, and such a sort of testament to Michelle and Stephen and their various work, really. So,
what is it which he calls the companions comic relief and exposition?
Oh God, yes.
It's like that. So very self-aware, slightly meta, fourth wall breaking character. So I think we could get away with it.
That is right up my street, really. You've both done the Paternoster gang as well.
Yeah.
I still haven't. I wouldn't mind having a go at the Paternoster.
Oh, it's lovely. They're really good, fun characters to write for.
Yeah.
As someone who grew up really loving two things, Doctor Who and Sherlock Holmes, I felt like my whole life had been leading up to the point when I
Oh.
wrote that Paternoster gang. It's like, all things, finally.
I'm with you on that very much. Yeah, watching the Jeremy Bretts and...
the Granada series. Brilliant.
I've got about 2 complete versions of the whole of the stories, and I love them. Yeah, so I wouldn't mind doing that, but that was generally quite fun, and they were good in the studio. I get the impression.
They were brilliant in the studio, and as I say, I know Dan, and he's really funny, and I'm a comedy writer, so it really cheered me up when I heard. I was really intimidated initially writing for Doctor Who and for writing all these because I was like, oh, this is drama. This is drama. I don't write drama. And then I heard an interview with Stephen Moffat saying that he just writes a story and then he packs it full of gags. And I thought, oh, okay, so I can make it fun. Yeah. Fine. That's what I'm good at, is just writing funny. And
it's always the thing I've found that people kind of forget is that if you write Doctor Who or the episode thing, it's got to be funny. I always Doctor himself is herself is always effectively a supporting character who no one's told there isn't a lead hanging around.
Yeah. That's a great way of thinking about it.
Yeah, and it's the wacky best friend. For Lee.
Yeah, and I knew writing lines for Dan was going to be great fun. So it's like, let's write as many jokes for Dan Starkey as I can possibly do in a script. It was so much fun.
Well, you can hear the voices are so strong. You can hear them speaking the lines.
They practically write themselves, a lot of these
They
characters.
really do, yeah.
But at the same time, I think we appear to have run out of time now, because that is the end of our time that we have.
Quite quickly.
That went very quickly. I enjoyed that an awful lot. But yeah, so I will say sort of goodbye to everyone who is watching, and hopefully you've enjoyed listening to our nattering, and it went as quickly for you as it went for us. Right? Bye. Let's just keep waving. Smile. Or should we just have a session you've been watching appear?
Yes.
The fighting stopped.
Nothing gets past you, does it, B-boy? But why has it stopped? Who is spoiling Missy's fun? All girls together.
That's the woman who took Bertram.
Oh, Missy, I am very disappointed in you.
Might this mark be the large hill over there?
Yes! Objective identified. This way. I am not the monk. Today, if anything, I am the master.
Come closer. Do you want to know a secret? I'm not the doctor.
Pardon?
But I am a big fan of her work.
What?
Doodaloo!
So we've been doing these interstitial anomalies, famous speeches from the worlds of Doctor Who as delivered by other people, which they're strangely suitable most of the time. Earthshock from the 5th Doctor era is our next stop. The wonderful Peter Davison story. And Alan Bennett rather suits these words, I think. When did you last have the pleasure of smelling a flower, watching a sunset, eating a well-prepared meal? For some people, small, beautiful events are what life is all about. The illusion is always one of normality. And now on to the next bit.
Hi, I'm Sam Molesky, and my first big finish was Torchwood, The Conspiracy, by David Llewellyn. I only came to Who pretty late in life, because I'm French and we didn't really have the show growing up, and after watching a few seasons with Peter Capaldi, I became really interested in kind of analysing the show and trying to tear it down to little pieces and see how it all fitted, and I got into Big Finish on the advice of a close friend of mine, who told me it was really interesting and recommended me to Torchwood Audio specifically as a good example of the kind of stuff that the expanded universe could do, and they still to this day continue to be very deconstructive and really embodying that kind of spirit of trying to go deeper and find more interesting things from those zones of shadow and the ambiguities and the contradictions of the main show.
Hello, my name is Louise Jameson, and I used to play Leela in Doctor Who, and I was in the original Robots of Death, from which this spin-off series springboarded. And I'm absolutely delighted to have Nicola Walker and Claire Rushbrook with me today. Hello, hello.
Hi.
I was so thrilled when David asked me to direct this. I've done very little directing for Big Finish, but when I knew I was going to be working with you two, my heart did a little bounce. I was really, really pleased. I'm such a fan of both of you. And I was very nervous the first day, if I'm honest. Tried to look like I knew what I was doing.
It didn't show at all. But I don't know if you picked up that I don't know if you have this quite a lot, so maybe you don't notice it. You just think that's what people are like. There was, when I saw you, there was sort of there's a moment's hesitation because I felt like I knew you really well from having watched you a lot, and then you have to sort of you push that to one side and carry on working through the day. No, I presumed that you had directed loads for Big Finish, so
No.
You masked it very well.
Thank you very much. I do a bit for theatre, audios. You know, I'm still feeling my way as a writer and as a director, not as a performer. But yeah, it's lovely. What about you?
I just remember having an urge to give you an almighty hug. And I think, in hindsight, that's probably very much linked to what Nicola was saying. It was just, really, I was so happy to see you too, Sarah, and we really enjoyed the session. So yeah, we had a big hug, didn't we?
Yeah, lovely. I missed that. I've been missing hugs, I tell you.
Yeah.
Do a hug again.
Tell me your very first memories of working with Big Finish.
Well, I can't. It's been quite a few years that I've been doing it now. But when Liv Chenka first appeared, I was travelling. I don't think I was travelling with Sylvester McCoy initially, I think. And I remember going into the little studio round the back of Ladbroke Grove and being amazed at the setup, mainly that the booths are unique as far as I'm concerned, in that I mean, I don't know if people already know this, but they're set up, they're glass and wooden partition, and it means that you can see everybody. So you have like 6 little pods and you can see through to each other's performance, and I'd never experienced that before. You know, normally in a standard studio you're in one very air-conditioned high-tech room, and there was something so perfect about that studio, because it enables you to you're isolated in your cubicle, but you can make eye contact with everyone around you. And I spent the whole first day there. I felt like I'd landed in a completely different world, and there were a lot of Daleks in my first story, and watching it was Nick actually doing all these different Dalek voices, and just being blown away that he had a different voice for Dalek 3 to Dalek 4, and they were consistent. They all had their own personalities. I was just amazed that this was going on in this little studio in Ladbroke Grove, this huge creative environment that I knew nothing about. I felt like I'd been led into a very, very welcoming little club.
You think like very, very, very original Big Finish productions were produced in a garage with a tape recorder by fanboys, basically, and look at the empire that they've grown. I mean,
absolutely.
I adore working with them.
Yeah,
they have such a connection with the work, such a passion for the work, such a respect for the work that makes up for the lack of money, basically.
Yeah.
What about you, Claire?
Well, it is. It's a really special place, and it's you know, hidden inside this big industrial unit. Like Nick said, you know, you follow the corridor down, and suddenly you're in the most welcoming, sort of warm pocket of hospitality and enthusiasm, and then, you know, beyond that you go into the studio, and it is clear that it's, you know, not only sort of, you know, obviously technically brilliant in there, but yeah, really special, like Nicholas said. You're sort of, yeah, in this sort of semicircle of it's really intimate, you know, even though you're in your own box. I should say these glass partitions also have individual curtains that if your fellow actors dick about too much and make you laugh, you can just draw the curtain and make them disappear, can't you, Nicola?
You can. And there's always a moment during every day I've recorded there where I think it's something about the lack of oxygen. It's usually in the afternoon after you've had, you know, the infamous Big Finish lunch, beautiful lunches. You go a bit crazy. I go a bit crazy around about 4 o'clock. I mean, I can almost set my watch by it, and it usually it involves the director and everyone else on the other side being really patient and laughing at us and allowing us to completely lose it. I mean, ones with Claire I find very tricky. There is always a point where I have to either just disappear, because it's half wood, half glass, so I'd have to disappear beneath the wooden area so Claire can't see me. I do think it's a lack of oxygen at some point. I think there's something going on in those booths around 4 p.m.
David Richardson did warn me that you both got a bit balmy after.
Yeah, did they? Did he give you like an official tip off? Yeah. Well, you know, the nature.
An extra 20 minutes.
I think it's, you know, I think it's an inevitability, and it's a good thing that comes from being very relaxed, which is sort of easy to say, but sometimes these soundless, windowless, very intimate environments where it's just your voice, sometimes that can translate as you feeling quite tense and quite guarded and very self-conscious, basically, which translates onward into, you know, the performance. But the beauty of this place is that you are so relaxed and it is so playful. And yeah, you might waste some time with giggling or you know, mucking about. But I like to think that you know, the performances and what we strive for is you know, is natural, it's playful, it's spontaneous. So that's my excuse anyway. You can't sit and behave yourself and then turn that stuff on.
No, you can't have it both ways. If the level of the flight of imagination you're all being asked to make, and to make it really enjoyable, there has to be a level of relaxation. And when you're standing and watching someone die at the hands of a robot in you know, 6 or 7 different ways, and tonally shifting between, you know, in great pain, extreme pain, you know, you can't help at some point that does become delightfully amusing, and it makes you it makes me love all of the actors involved, because everyone totally embraces it. You know, there isn't really anything that we wouldn't try, because you know, Louise has asked us to, or you know, whoever's asked, we will try and make the story work in whatever way possible.
It's the art of surrender, really, isn't it?
Yielding.
Yes, completely going there. But just to cover David's back, he did also say that you two are absolutely delightful to work with, and I would have a ball. He was completely right about that. What I found so interesting about working with you two was the relationship and the slightly different rhythms that you have. It's an absolutely beautiful and natural contrast. Is that something you ever talked about? Because I came in after your characters were really well established, or did that just happen naturally?
I think it's written in to a degree, obviously. The backstory, I mean, it's been amazing to be allowed to go into the backstory of these two sisters, which there's been little breadcrumbs about the Chenka sisters in previous stories, and then when the opportunity was given to actually live spending a year on Caldor with her sister, there was a tiny, minute discussion about, you know, who would be a good person to play Liv's sister, and they very kindly, when we were recording something else, said, you know, who do you imagine as, you know, if you come up, give us a ring next week, or have a think, send us an email, let us know who you think might work, give 4 or 5 names. And I didn't even blink, and I just immediately said, it's Claire. It's Claire, because Claire, she, more or less in real life, I consider her like my sister. So we've known each other for a very, very long time. So I think it was just really fortunate that the way Liv and Tula are written really works well for me and Claire. We've known each other for a very long time, and it was the perfect excuse for us to get to spend some working time together.
I mean, that was my first experience, to go back to your earlier question of coming to Big Finish, knowing that, you know, it was on Nicola's you know, instigation and everyone's kind invitation, and you know, and I was delighted. It's a lovely feeling knowing that you've been chosen, you know, and it you know, and very quickly I had seen with the scripts, and then being there, that it was going to be, you know, really special. And so, yeah, I agree with Nicola. The writing's really beautiful. I mean, so much the sort of sci-fi stuff, which is obviously so, you know, all of the reason for it was new to me. Nicola had, you know, years of doing it, so there was a lot of that to sort of take on board. And but the intimate sort of nature of the sisters' relationship, the banter, or the more emotional parts, or even just the day-to-day, you know, rubbing along, like Nicola says, came very easily, because known her a long time, and also just feel, you know, you feel safe working with her, that you can perhaps you know, if there's the opportunity to be a bit irreverent, or to be a bit risky, or to be a bit imaginative in how you might play a scene, you know, you're going to get it, you know, back in in 100-fold back, which you do. So
The secret of its success really is that it starts from a very personal story, and you're not there to shoehorn the thrust of the drama along. You're there as a given with all your loves and all your hates and your jealousies and your quibbles and your wit, and that is the absolute heartbeat of what's happening throughout the whole piece. And I really do think that's why it works. Sometimes when I'm doing a Doctor Who script, I feel that the adventure can sometimes take over, and that's that's sometimes what the fans absolutely want, but you never lose your relationship within what we're doing. I just think that's brilliant. I don't know if that's a directive that's given out to all the writers before you start.
I think you're right, Louise, that seems to be the sort of the top note of all Doctor Who across all mediums where it manifests itself. It's the personal story, but of course it's got an overarching, forward-thinking narrative, otherworldly, sci-fi. But always, it seems to me, in whatever incarnation, Doctor Who actually comes down to examining individual relationships, family relationships. That's why I've been drawn to it over the years. That under the cover of exploring the entire universe, you are always touching on really basic human instincts and problems and love and friendship. And that, I think that's why we all still listen to it or watch it. I think that's because that's right at the heart of it.
This fear of robots that we investigated, it's a very, very genuine complaint and condition. And I think it edges into everybody's lives. I mean, technology has been a lifesaver during the last few years. And yet, there is still a kind of neurosis, for me anyway, around making sure everything is working, and you don't want to be the one to muck up. And it's, there's an extra pressure added, isn't there, to the work that one has been doing. I found it wasn't there before.
Yeah,
and I do miss the relaxation of those little glass booths, I must say. Did you know? Okay, I just have to show off for a second. This.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't it gorgeous?
That is.
The original Robots of Death.
No.
Really?
These were the whole Art Deco design.
Wow.
It's absolutely beautiful. And the story, the very original story, was based on an Agatha Christie script. Did you know this?
No.
It was based on, it used to be called 10 Little N-Word. Then it got changed to 10 Little I-Word. And then it got changed to, and then there were none. Which is now a politically acceptable title. And that's, yes, so that's that idea way back in 1977 is why we're here today. It's just fabulous, isn't it? That butterfly.
Yeah.
I love that you've got the mask. Do you have it like?
Did you steal it, or was it given to you?
I told you that. No, I didn't steal it. It's a duplicate. It's not an original.
All right.
But it is stunning, isn't it? I mean, because it just gave us a relationship with the robots that wouldn't have been there had it just been a steel blank face.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So have you done any other Doctor Who stories or any other stories with Big Finish apart from your robot series, either of you? Well, I know you have, Nicola. Have you, Sarah? Have you done any?
Claire, have you done any others yet?
Yeah, I did one the other day with David Tennant and Tom Baker and lots of other lovely people, where I played, oh my gosh, you put me on the spot, I played an abbess who,
there's always an abbess.
Yeah, she's very cool, but I'm not going to go into details because I'll get it wrong and then that will just cause problems.
But probably not allowed to yet anyway.
Yeah. No, probably not. It was another great script. And then of course, I had the pleasure of doing the couple of episodes on telly, The Impossible Planet and Satan Pit when David Tennant played the Doctor. So that was very cool. I spent
what were you playing in that?
I played. Oh my god!
Sorry.
I played someone very cool.
Do you want me to Google you? Shall I Google you?
Just Google Claire Rochford Doctor Who. Oh my god!
Hang on.
I'm embarrassing. Anyway,
keep talking. I'm
David
Googling.
Work with. I'm about to do one with David. So
with David. Oh, he's just be patient because he's not a very good actor.
Yeah.
So just bear with him. He gets there in the end, and also not a nice person. He's very, very
difficult. It's very difficult, isn't he? Apparently,
and no sense of humour. So good luck with that, Lou.
Have you seen Staged?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I've
Really enjoyed it.
I absolutely adore it.
Ida Scott. Oh God, sorry.
You played Ida Scott.
Yeah, I had brain freeze. Yeah, Ida Scott. David is charming, as I'm sure you all know, and he's brilliant. And
hang on. So it says on here. I didn't know this. She also took part in a Doctor Who themed The Weakest Link special. You ready, Claire? But was voted out early on.
Did you know?
I didn't know.
I thought I told everyone about that many times at Big Finish. Yeah.
I'm so impressed. I'd be terrified to do something like that.
I didn't get voted out early on. I stayed quite close to the end. I mucked up over a question. I mucked up. I was ashamed, but no, it was great fun. But yeah, David Tennant's lovely, and he's brilliant. And so I had a great time doing those 2 episodes. I spent a lot of time in a spacesuit in a quarry in Wales, and I think I was pregnant, and they're not easy to take off when you.
No.
Anyway, yeah.
I had to do Henko when I was pregnant, which was a series I did in the early 80s about.
Yes.
And we'd all signed this thing and we promised not to put on any weight.
Oh no! I hope they don't make you sign things like that now.
My inches went from 32 to 39 almost overnight. And all the outdoor scenes, and I was then coming through a door. We did all the indoor scenes 3 months down the line, like going.
It's amazing.
They had to shoot. Stephanie Beecham said the things you'll do for a close-up. That's my face.
Crikey, that's unbelievable that there was a time where you had to sign something to say you won't put on any weight.
We weighed us in every morning. We had to stand on the scales and it was written on the wall.
That's awful.
I know. In retrospect, you think, why would you?
Yeah. Well,
it was a great series. I mean, irrespective of your weighing ins, it was a phenomenal TV series.
Yeah, written by women for women about women who'd actually existed. It was a real joy to be part.
Yeah.
This interview is about you too. So you do a lot of other stuff.
I've done other things. I've done some really interesting other things. I did a one-off story, which was just going with Liv. Where she came to London, and aside from the cataclysmic thing that happened in the story, what it actually was an examination of her grief over Liv and Tula's dad. And I love it when it does that. The Big Finish. It's very good. I've found on grief. The writers for Big Finish are very interested, I think, in examining how we cope with grief. And there was another episode, not the one-off. There was another whole set of stories, and in one of them, Liv is getting phone calls from her dead father, from some sort of time loop dropout situation. I found that incredibly upsetting to do in a really, really good way. And the idea that would ever be possible, that somehow, you know, you could walk into this village, walk into this phone box, pick the phone up and speak to somebody long dead who you love very, very, very much, and you didn't get to say all the things you wish you'd have said. I found it incredibly moving, and that's what Doctor Who allows you to do, you know, as well as, you know, good versus evil and following the Doctor across planets and universe. It allows you to be really precise, like, and do stuff on a pinhead about really personal things. So I really enjoyed those stories as well, where you got to know a bit more about the Chenkers. And because they have this very complicated background, Liv and Tula, that we don't. What's interesting in the way it's being coped with now, like in the stuff we're doing with you, Louise, is that they're finding a way alongside each other, not back to each other, because it was never a matter of them. It never moved into such animosity that they didn't want to be around each other, but they have lived quite separate lives after the father's death. I mean, because Liv feels that Tula was the favoured daughter. Tula was the one who was adored because of her brilliance, and Tula paid for our father's funeral but didn't attend the funeral, and so all these things are being, and they're all underneath there, you know, they're all being held onto. But what I love is that, given the chance, Liv has decided that she wants to spend a year trying to find her way back to Tula, and Tula's obviously feels the same. So they're going along together at the moment, and it's not simplistically portrayed as them. You know, it would be easy to present these two women at loggerheads. It would be so boring and so predictable. But actually, it's these two sisters who love each other and know each other incredibly well, and have been separate because of this terrible pain about their relationship with their parents. So it's a very simple story, really, a very common story in this strange environment.
It's emotionally complex, isn't it? All that.
Yeah.
Very, you know, you just have to scratch the surface of any family and you've got an entire novel just waiting.
Yeah.
Whatever looks perfect. And the more perfect it looks, I find the more there is to discover.
Yeah. And how different they are. That seems to be coming through to me, that despite they're very different people, but I think fundamentally they adore each other in the way that sisters, you know, sibling relationships. It's often the way that how can two such different personalities come from the same parents? They are very different, but there's so much love there. That's what's coming through in the stories, I think. What do you think, Claire?
And we also
incredible that your sisters. Sorry, I'm interrupted. Go ahead.
No, just that also in the stories we see them both, you know, professionally independent of each other, and they're both very capable and obviously very efficient. And I suppose the relationship between them doesn't let us get beneath the professional sort of veneer that is, you know, so slick, and that abrasiveness or that love or the affection or the ribbing, all those things just offer us sort of chinks into the whole character that, yeah, we might not see.
One of my favourite things is that when increasingly as the stories have gone on, Tula's voice is used in a lot of the robot models, and Liv finds this sort of really weird and irritating when her sister goes to work. She deals with these amazing artificial intelligence that all sound like her. I mean, we did a court case recently where, you know, it's being run by the legal bot is her voice. Everyone, because I think Claire was doing about 4 voices at one point on a, so she'd have to do a pass through where the director was saying, you know, do you want to break them down and do them one at a time? And she doesn't need to. She was switching between human Tula and various robot versions of Tula. I mean, it's beautiful to watch. It's like when you're there, when you're not in lockdown, when you see it, it's like sort of. She doesn't even. There's no sweat. She just.
It's all the same voice.
It's not. They're completely different voices.
But also, you know, it's thank you, Nicola. I think if at all possible, it's good to do because it saves a lot of time, and otherwise we're doing, you know, a zillion takes, which is hard, you know, hard on everyone. So yeah, but I too like. It's very narcissistic of Tula. They've all got her voice.
They've all got her voice.
A story that kind of reflects that, because Lala was, you know, Lala Ward was famously married to Tom Baker and later Richard Dawkins, and Tom's voice was used as the text voice for the landline for BT. Richard took huge delight in sending messages to Lala in Tom Baker's voice. Darling, I will be late home. Life reflecting art. I mean, that's where the robophobia can absolutely start, isn't it? That's scary. Do you have a particularly favourite role outside of this world that you have done ever? On stage, on audio, on film, either of you? Is there anything that you particularly hold dear to your heart? Tenko it was for me, which is why I, you know, as we've touched on that, I wondered if you two had a similar fond, wonderful memory.
I think I did a film in 1995, which is forever ago, for the director Mike Leigh, and it was a film called Secrets and Lies. And apart from Tiddlybit in Casualty, I think this was my first sort of foray into filming. And in a nutshell, this director writes and devises the film, collaborating with his actors who create a character with him, and then through improvisation, a script is honed and then you film. So my first foray into, you know, film or television acting was affording me the luxury of really building a character over many months. I played someone called Roxanne, who was a road sweeper. So I spent time doing that, spent a long time building a relationship with Brenda Blethyn, who played my mum in it, and Lee Ross, who played my boyfriend, and Tim Spall, all the other characters. So sort of coming from drama school, this was an unexpected indulgence, really, from what I've been led to believe working in film and television was. So it was a luxury of an experience. And then seeing the film and not realising what my involvement would be in it, because he kept it all very confidential, even amongst the cast. But then just seeing it was a great film was a memorable job. Yeah.
Something I haven't seen that's definitely going on the list.
Have you never seen it? Oh,
go on. We've got to wrap up. Go on, Nicola. Give us your memorable role.
Well, not the one I played, but I would like to say you've got to watch Secrets and Lies, and it's one of the best British films that's ever been made, and Claire's performance in it is remarkable. So I feel a bit I don't know what to follow that with. I was in something called Spooks for a very long time, and when I went in, I was this sort of nervous desk spook who was all about brain and not emotional at all, really, and quite an outsider, not cool, not slick, not attractive. And after the first season, they noticed when they were editing it together that myself and Peter Firth had a really sort of naughty, light, off-camera relationship. It would bleed over at the end of takes. We would carry on chatting and messing around, and we had sort of started to intimate that Harry and Ruth were sort of wildly in love with each other, and the writers picked up on it and they ran with it, and it grew and grew. And it sort of ties in with what we were saying about Doctor Who. You know, Spooks was in the same way. Every week, these appalling threats of the week, global issues, homegrown terrorism. But for me, it was this little relationship between this awkward sort of desk spook and the head of MI5 sort of falling in love and not being able to speak, being all in the head and awful at dragging their hearts into their mouths. So again, on a very human level, it was, that's where the fun is in playing something.
Glorious, isn't it? The worlds we're allowed to touch.
Yeah.
We're going to wind it up there. Thank goodness you are allowed to speak in the robots. And can I say again what a delight it has been working with you both.
Oh, Louise, it's been an absolute pleasure. Really, I hope we get to do it again.
Thank you, Louise. I agree. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Bye-bye.
Hello. My name is SV1, and this is our story. Centuries ago, the Founding Fathers landed here on the planet Kaldor. They saw not a lifeless rock of untold peril and hardship, but an opportunity to create one of the most bountiful civilizations the universe has seen. From the sand rose skyscrapers of steel. A wall to tame the atmosphere and protect the people. And finally, they made us. They forged the most advanced technology ever devised to create the ultimate tool to aid life on the planet. We will support you, we will protect you, and most of all, we will make your life better. I am SV1, and we are your robots.
Well, when we did Shadow of the Sun, which we were scheduled to do anyway, we did it using remote methods, which did take a couple of sessions because I think we recorded Tom and Louise together, and John Leeson was able to do his stuff on his own, which he in fact, I think he volunteered to do that, K9 in a little metal box. And then we recorded the rest of the cast on another session. I think we were so pleased that it came together so well. We thought, hey, you know, we'd like to demonstrate to people that it is still possible to carry on. So why don't we, you know, I hesitate to say rush because that sounds like everyone's compromising. So there's no real compromise. We just got to work on it earlier rather than leaving it till later. And Toby Robinson and Jamie Robertson have done fantastic work on the sound design and music. And just before I did this interview, I actually listened to a couple of the corrections and amendments I'd asked for. I'm told it's okay. I've got until Monday to give my final amendments or receive them. I've given the notes. So yeah, that's why we've done it, to sort of celebrate the achievement really and prove to people that we can, you know, KBO.
Time for another speech, another interstitial anomaly. We are from the Tom Baker era, this time, the story, The Face of Evil. These particular words, I think, resonate rather beautifully when delivered as the Third Doctor, Jon Pertwee. I could imagine the Third Doctor saying such words to Mr. Chin, the politician from the Claws of Axos. They resonate in that way. Yes, the very powerful and the very stupid have one thing in common. They don't change their views to fit the facts. They change the facts to fit their views, which can be uncomfortable. If you happen to be one of the facts that needs changing. This also suits the wonderful and much missed Terence Dix, Uncle Terence, Uncle Terry. These words rather remind me of those wonderful DVD extras that Terence would always do, where he would explain the logic behind his story writing and constructing stories. So yes, the very powerful and the very stupid have one thing in common: that they don't change their views to fit the facts. They change the facts to fit their views, which can be uncomfortable if you happen to be one of the facts that needs changing, you see. God bless you, Uncle Terence. Much missed.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and my first Big Finish audio story was Jubilee by Robert Sherman, which I discovered after watching Dalek in the 2005 series when I heard that it had been based off that story. I wasn't quite sure what to expect because I'd never listened to a Big Finish story before, but I was absolutely blown away by the quality of the audio, the storytelling, the performances, the sounds, the music, everything. It's just spot on, really impressive. I love meeting a different Doctor to Christopher Eccleston in Colin Baker and the assistant Evelyn. I love the darker tones. I mean, it's much more darker than even Dalek was. I loved the alternate Earth, and yeah, brilliant, and I've been a fan ever since.
Welcome. My name is Benji Clifford. You might recognise my voice from the Big Finish podcast. I'm also a sound designer and a musician. And I'm joined here by two great musicians from Big Finish Productions, Joe Kramer and Blair Mowat. Welcome.
Yay. Hello.
How's it going, chaps?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. So we're going to be talking about music today, something all of us have made a career out of, which is always great fun. Both of you, you've come from backgrounds working in I suppose film and television. So moving images, writing music for that. What was it like transitioning from that to the medium of audio drama?
Good.
Blair?
Good question. I would say the interesting thing about it is that you have to be more careful, kind of not to obscure any dialogue, sort of whatsoever. You have to sort of duck in and around it. You don't have any like wide, sort of panning shots or vistas where there's no dialogue, where you can have a big like musical moment. But at the same time, because you don't have the visuals, you have to tell the story more with the music. So you've kind of got to do more storytelling, but less getting in the way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes absolute perfect sense. What about you, Joe?
Yeah, I have to second what Blair said about the lack of visual, adding an element of pushing the music harder, pushing the story harder. In, for example, Missy, the first story in the first Missy box set, the opening sequences with like a chimney sweep on a London rooftop, and I really had to tell the story of the chimney sweep being pushed off the roof and hanging by the rafters or by the gutter with the music. And I could sort of get away with murder. I could do things musically that a director of a visual thing would probably be too cautious about Mickey Mousing or overdoing it in terms of, maybe music that imitates what you're seeing too closely. Whereas on audio, like Blair said, we have to do that heavy lifting. One thing I do, because I'm sort of the final step in the sound design for most of the projects I score for Big Finish. And I also come from a background of working in sound when I first started out in show business. And that was like, I often will add just a little musical interlude between the scenes that will sort of work like a panning shot or a vista shot or a dissolve, or a fade to black and then fade back in. And I will sort of, maybe a bit cheekily just add those in whenever I feel like it, if I think that the music will help tell the story by doing that. And that's sort of the one way I sort of cheat and get away with adding my, establishing shots in with the music.
That's really interesting. So it's adding that little bit of extra something, isn't it? Sort of to help pep the whole thing up. So when you're working on a production, how do you, I suppose, set the tone for what you're doing? How do you decide whether this is going to be an electronic sort of score, or are we going to go down a different route? It's so interesting hearing everybody's kind of process and how they decide that.
I guess it's kind of down to whatever the story is. I guess if it's like, I just did a Torchwood the other day called Red Bass, and there was some very spacey electronic sounds and some orchestral stuff as well, which is all like evocative of space in general. So you sort of sometimes I'll obviously chat to the producer and the director and see if there's any sort of initial sort of ideas. But the nice thing that I really like about Big Finish is actually nobody's too prescriptive, probably because there's less risk involved, because there's less budget involved than there is in making a piece of TV or a film. So everybody's just a little bit more chilled out. Everybody really cares about the project, but there's not millions of dollars at stake. And so I really like the freedom that's offered, certainly on the projects I've worked on with people like James Goss and Scott Hancock, where they've basically just gone, do your thing, man, like have fun with it, which I don't know about you, Joe, but I mean, I find it incredibly freeing, because I know that you will have also worked on things where people are like being very prescriptive and you're on, version 10 of something, you're like,
yeah, there's like very little micromanaging
in the work I do at Big Finish. Even with the sound, there's very little micromanaging. There's direction, and there's notes. There's a notes process between the producer and the director and myself, but it's not bad. And then usually when it comes to the music, there's very little. In terms of starting out a project, if it's a Doctor Who, if it's a story that has the Doctor in it, what I tend to try to do is have the first of the 4 episodes. I try to score in the style that was being used during that era of the TV show. And then what I do is generally what sort of seems to happen is that there's a point in the story where it stops sort of being like, oh, it's a cute little pastiche of Peter Davison's era, and becomes a story that involves the listener. And it's usually like when the companion gets into some kind of trouble. And at that point, I introduce a musical element that's contemporary, and that starts taking over the score, so that by the 4th episode, very often it's a contemporary score that I've sort of eased the audience into by doing like a very sort of pastiche vintage thing in the first half-hour story. What about you, Benji?
Well, I think, I'm definitely the same as you there. I think a lot with the Big Finish stories, I think, not to say that they're any, darker or more serious than the classic sort of Doctor Who stuff, but I certainly find that there is an element of kind of the stories sort of next level, almost a little bit more cinematic. So talking about things like, the Peter Davison era of Doctor Who, it's very hard to kind of do that for 4 episodes of audio drama, I think, with what's going on. Because as well, I find that, a lot of scenes in audio drama tend to go on a little bit longer than they would on television, because I think it's kind of, you can't just have a monster turn up and do something. There's a little bit, you've got to kind of not explain it, but it's just the way that it works. So I think I've sort of ended up, I think my first Big Finish music job was on the 2nd Doctor Chronicles. So that was originally, I started that one off as kind of 1960s sort of stuff. But eventually it sort of naturally became the point where I ended up kind of contemporizing it a little bit and adding elements of both things in there. But like you both said, really, there's a great level of trust at Big Finish with the directors and producers. And I think that's so nice. It's great for us. And it's good, it's good that everybody feels that they can kind of trust each other, really.
Yeah, it really is one of the best things, that trust in being able to sort of play around musically without the fear of wasting time as somebody coming back and being like, maybe just do something a bit more boring and generic, it's a huge draw to what, makes me really enjoy working there, for sure.
And the other thing that you mentioned when you were talking about schedule on television, because it's not only the budget on a film or a TV show, it's also the schedule. And at least I find with the Big Finish stuff, we have time to try something and get some feedback on it. And if it isn't right, there's that safety net of an extra day or two to fix it. Whereas on a TV show, sometimes, I'm working on a TV show this summer. It'll be the 2nd season. We've got to get this episode spotted and scored in like 4 days, and it's an hour-long TV show. It's just insane. There's no time to second guess yourself in that kind of schedule. So. Yeah,
that is insane to me, because we have, I've done episodes of TV in like a week, which is a very short period of time, but like 4 days. I have heard this happening in America like relatively often. That's kind of inhumane. That's like getting Amnesty International and like somebody should be locked in prison. Inhumane. Seriously, 4 days.
Say, I have a good relationship with the showrunner, and I've worked with him for 20 years. So So why is he doing that to you? Well, listen, with COVID, with the shoot, nobody wanted this. We wanted to start shooting in June.
Sure.
But with COVID and everything, it got pushed. And I'm sure if I said I just can't do it, so.
But you're a masochist.
Well, listen, we all have our little tricks to get things done quickly.
Well, if it's season 2, then that's really helpful. Right. I wouldn't want to do episode 1 of season 1 in 4 days.
No. And I had during season 1, I had 2 or 3 weeks to do the pilot. So, like you say, the tone is set now. And
yeah, definitely. That makes sense. That
Helps
makes
to know
sense.
what you're doing, doesn't it? Really, and have a, you know what to do, where to go with it. So it's,
yeah.
Talking, it's touched on a really interesting point there about the lockdown kind of aspect of know COVID. Has that affected everybody's the way that we're all working? Do you find it easier, more difficult?
Well, I'm an extrovert and an introvert at the same time. So, having an actual legitimate excuse to avoid people has been nice. But, in terms of the workflow, I mean, the biggest difference has been that some of the dialogue has had to be recorded in less conventional ways, which has involved a little bit more tweaking in the mix to get compressed right and EQ'd right and make everybody sound like they're in the same space. But the ones I've been involved with, we've been able to pull it off, I think, to a degree that the average listener won't cotton onto it. That's really the only difference. In fact, I would say that for me, Big Finish has been maintaining a workflow for me that television and film has completely shut down.
Yeah, same. The only difficulty I found is that obviously when everything kicked off with the pandemic, I was just checking the news all the time. I was just on the BBC website and stuff like that, and I just found it very difficult to actually focus on working because I was like, what is going on in the world? Like, what is this new virus? So for the first couple of weeks, as we learned more about what was going on, it was really difficult to concentrate. And I think a lot of people found that. But now that we have more of a handle on exactly how this is going to develop and keep developing, things, I guess, are kind of back to normal in terms of my work schedule.
I think it's in a way, it's quite nice that we've all got sort of jobs, I suppose, where we can just get lost in our own little world. And it's not massively different for us to sit and be writing music, because we don't, I mean, I don't know, maybe some of you guys do, but I do all of my work from home. So it's a lot easier to be able to do that rather than have to worry about not being able to get somewhere. So it's,
And in the case of Big Finish, there's no expectation for like an orchestra, a live orchestra.
Yeah.
So, like that's a very practical thing here in LA. I'm joining you from Los Angeles where, the whole system of studio musicians completely shut down, and harpists and flute players were buying microphones and trying to figure out how they could do something at home that could be fed into the internet for a television score. And that's a whole new paradigm for them as musicians to also try to be engineers. Well, I don't have to deal with that with the Big Finish stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, like, I've got a violinist I love working with called Yuri Kalnitz, and I've been like wanting him to get like a home setup for recording stuff remotely for years and years, but he's just been too busy doing sessions all the time. And obviously, as soon as this kicked off, he was like, "Blair, I'm going to buy a microphone and like an audio interface." Which I should have gotten. I'm like, "Yes, come on, Yuri! Yeah. Now we can do stuff really quickly, and I can just like send you a little thing and be like, get that down for me or whatever." So in some ways, it's like advanced things that people would have done at some point anyway, a lot quicker because necessity really. So that's kind of interesting that at least there are some silver linings to kind of what's happened. But I really feel for live studio musicians at the start of this, because as you said, like there was no recording going on. But I know certainly in London, Air Studios and Abbey Road and stuff are open again, and they're pretty much running morning and afternoon sessions every day, and then setting up in the evening for the next day, which is, and quite often they would have like an evening session as well, but they're maintaining a really nice workload where actually they're having more of a normal life in terms of their work to life balance. And they're all really enjoying it, and everything's like, coming through, the clients are there, the demand is there, but it's just not quite as crazy as it was, which I think I kind of enjoy.
And I understand they're enforcing like slightly longer breaks because they have to regiment who can use the facilities and things like that during the breaks. And so the sessions are going longer, which is probably another reason why they can't really go into the evening.
Yeah, exactly.
So I agree with you. There are like odd silver linings to the whole thing. And, that's one of them is that in a weird way, we're all forced to live a slightly less crazy life.
Yeah,
except on this TV show I'm going to do.
Well, totally. I'm going to be doing a TV show this autumn and the end of the year through to the start of next year, and I just know that it's going to be it's going to be back to crazy again when it comes. So I'm enjoying the slightly more relaxed pace of life.
Yeah.
So obviously we're doing stuff for Big Finish. It'd be hard to ignore the fact that Big Finish does so much Doctor Who and Torchwood. Have you both come from backgrounds of Doctor Who yourselves? If so, is there anything in Doctor Who's massive history? And I say history, but of course history now includes the past 10, 15 years of Doctor Who as well. Can't remember how precise he is. Everybody's going to be screaming at me. But is there anything for you that sticks in your mind that's kind of helped inspire you with the way that you work and just your music journey in general?
I love all the stuff from the 60s and like the early 70s, all the radiophonic workshop stuff, all the kind of weird sounds, especially the 60s stuff. I just find is so timeless. And once you start moving to the 80s, some of those synth sounds still sound cool in a kind of like Stranger Things way, but some of them just don't. And you wouldn't use them unless you were sort of trying to pastiche something from that era. But all the 60s stuff, it's so like organic the way that they went about making it in the radiophonic workshop that I love how timeless all that stuff is.
Yeah, I think the 80s, the mid to 80s to the end of the first run are the hardest ones to watch right now, because not only sonically, they were doing everything electronic, like digitally, basically. But also, they stopped doing the 16 millimeter outside and went video all the way across. And there was certainly as an American, to me, it was fascinating how come every time they went outside, it looked like a totally different show, from when they were inside. And as a little kid, I didn't understand the difference between film and video. And when the show went totally video, that change, there's a difference between Colin's last episode on Trial of a Time Lord and Syl's first episode where it's all video. Yeah. That it hasn't aged as timelessly in a way, probably because it's more consistent, which is good,
Yeah.
There's still great stories, and Syl was a good doctor,
Oh yeah, I mean that's the era. He's my doctor. He's the one I sort of grew up with. So yeah, I've got a lot of affection for that era. But yeah, I wish it had all been shot on film, obviously, because then we could have had HD remasters and stuff like that.
Right.
Dream. I mean, I have to say, I do have a bit of a soft spot for the sort of era of music with Kev McCulloch stuff.
So do I. It's really crazy.
It's so really panned by people, isn't it? People are really like, oh, it's so ridiculous. I love it. I think it's really fun.
I love it too. It's really idiosyncratic as well. Like if you hear like a cue from Remembrance of the Daleks, you're like, that is Kev McCulloch going crazy. The drums are all so fast.
It's absolutely. I mean, he's another example of a manic worker in the sense that he. I'm sure I read that he did his entire first story was done only at night. He was working and doing stuff in the day, so he'd come home and just write Time of the Rani, and then so it was completely crazy for him. But obviously later on he was doing it, as his day thing. But at the start,
the start of Time in the Rani when he went, she's like, leave the girl, it's the man I want, and the music's just like, it's a genuinely brilliant piece of music.
Well, and I had the Peter Howell soundtrack album. It had the painting on the cover, so it had some music from Sea Devils, but it was mostly like the Leisure Hive season. So it was like Leisure Hive, Kinda. And I loved that album. It had Earthshock on it,
I love Earthshock. It's a great score.
Right. Yeah.
There was there was some sort of dance, I think, from the Keeper of Traken that's just like a great little melody, you know what I mean? And that Leisure Hive, it's sort of a march that builds really nicely with these sort of synthesized French horns that are doing this sort of the Holsty sort of build. That they didn't try to do at all with Dudley or, the first two Doctors, because it was more about sort of a music concrete or chamber group thing.
I think that was that maybe the first Peter Howell score, The Leisure Hive. So he was like trying to like really prove himself and show off like what he could do. And so the music does like it's really going for it in that story.
I think that's when J&T basically said it's a whole new show. You know, they had the new main title, the Sid Sutton one, and they had the whole sound was like no more live instruments. It's all synths, you know, and it's like a very DX70 sort of, you know.
Great.
and the Peter Howell version of the Doctor Who theme is great. It's really good.
It's kind of my favorite, actually. I love it.
Yeah, it's a lot of people's favorite.
I loved in season 4, I think it was, when Murray brought in, there's like a little French horn reprise of the bum bum ba da da.
Oh yeah.
That he kind of took from the Howell version, which I love when you guys do stuff like that.
Well, gentlemen, we've got about 4.5 minutes left, so
it's not long enough. That's my only complaint.
Long enough, yeah. So I suppose we use this opportunity. Is there anything that you've done for Big Finish that you'd like to talk about, or any honourable mentions, should we say, for work that you're proud of, or work that you enjoyed doing at the time?
Nothing.
I'll go first. I've got I've got a thing coming out. Missy 2 just came out, which I'm super excited to be part of that, and like really sort of, honored that Big Finish, asked me to do that. I think, Michelle Gomez and Rufus Hound especially, they're just so great. Their chemistry is amazing. And then I'm doing this series with, it's The Robots, which is the spin-off from The Robots of Death. So it's got
great fun.
Nicola Walker and her sister, and they're really compelling, Twilight Zone-y, Rod Serling, Black Mirror kind of morality plays about artificial intelligence. Some of the themes, like in that, what I think is one of the great video games, Detroit Become Human, that argument of robot and is AI proper life. There's a lot of that in this Robots series that has totally caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting it to be more melodrama, like Robots of Death, the Baker story. So those are my 2 things that I'm super excited about. I'll shut up now.
I mean, I've just obviously I've got a lot of love for Torchwood. So what we're working on at the moment, Torchwood Parasite, which is all set in Soho with Norton Folgate and Andy, the policeman. That's a lot of fun. I'm sort of coming to the end of scoring that at the moment, and we've used some slightly different instruments. There's some sort of jazzy things in there, which is fun to keep it fresh. And then I think the one I was talking about, Red Bass, which I don't think is out yet, that I did the other day. I think that's a really fun one, and actually I had a lot of fun playing around with some sort of spacey sounds in that particular story. So yeah, honestly, the quality of the storytelling is just always, to me, is just always fantastic. So everything that I just have finished working on is the one that's like my new favorite. So.
Well, this was an entirely invented question purely to hear you blast a bit of the Torchwood music that we were loading at the start of this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, we only have like a minute left, but I had the project like here, I was trying to, we could have spent like half an hour just going through like all the kind of weird, like, sounds and stuff. Like isolating all the little like stems and everything. Because there's so many. I mean, maybe one year we can come back and just literally just look at all the stuff. But that's like a whole other 25 minutes.
It is. That's the thing. Yeah, we need more time.
It's such a sound collage.
Yeah. It's lovely to hear it. I love one of the best things about, especially the way we write music, is you can isolate all the elements. It's not all recorded in the olden days, 1 or 2 microphones. It's digital.
Yeah.
Just,
That's the live strings. That's the live strings coming in over the top there.
Absolutely gorgeous.
There you go.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And it's been a pleasure talking with you. It's nothing better than talking music.
You too, man.
Yeah, thanks so much.
So take care, and I hope this isn't the last time. So thank you, guys, and
hopefully not.
Yeah, thank you, everybody watching as well. Ta-ra!
Cheers, all.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
This is my message to the world. The stars are waiting.
I've seen the future they're talking about, lived it, but now... I'm stuck down here.
This is about him, isn't it? The Doctor.
They think that mankind is at a dead end here on Earth, and that we should leave it all behind.
Every step of the way you've made it worse. Look at what we've done here.
My name is Gwen Cooper. I'm here to help.
Praise Captain Jack Harkness.
Our next speech comes from the bold and ebullient time of the Sixth Doctor, the brilliant Colin Baker. The epic story, The Trial of a Time Lord. I think this speech I think it suits Simon Cowell. Power-mad conspirators, Daleks, Sontarans, Cybermen, they're still in the nursery compared to us. 10 million years of absolute power. That's what it takes to be really corrupt. You're through to the next universe.
Hi there, sweeties. Mein erster großer Big Finish Einkauf war The Diary of River Song Series 1. Und ich bin so begeistert. Es ist phänomenale Musik, phänomenal geschauspieler von Alex Kingston und Paul McGann und noch ganz vielen anderen tollen Schauspielern. Und ich kann es euch echt empfehlen. Es wird euch echt begeistern. Hello, my sweeties. This was my first purchase from Big Finish ever. The Series of River Song Diary, Series 1. And it's phenomenal. I love the soundtrack. I love every word Alex Kingston is talking, and she's so phenomenal. And also Paul McGann, and I really can recommend it to you. And I love you, Big Finish. And they are too. So bye-bye, sweetie.
Hello, my name's Jason Haigh-Ellery, and I am today talking to Paul McGann, the Eighth Doctor, and Alex Kingston, who plays River Song. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
So you've both been working with Big Finish for quite some time, but Paul, this is now 20 years of the Eighth Doctor with Big Finish.
Stop it. Is it?
I know, it's gone so fast, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I'm a Time Lord. It flies, man. Is it really 20 years?
It is 20 years, yeah.
So that means we must, I mean, me personally with you must have done, what, hundreds of them?
Hundreds, yeah, yeah. Do you know what, just before this, I was flicking through online all the productions, and you have done so much. It's more than you would ever have done if you'd had that contract in Canada and done 7 years of the series.
Yeah, I'd make you right there. I mean, maybe it would, I don't know, it's hard to say it would ever have happened had I ended up in Canada. Careful what you wish for, I suppose. But no, and the Eighth has lived all this time, mostly, on Big Finish. It's his natural home. I like that.
Did you find that advantageous when you came back to do Night of the Doctor? That you've been playing the Doctor in the meantime on all
Yeah. It helped. It helped. I think if there'd been that huge gap, I mean, it didn't make much practical difference, walking onto a film set. But it helped to have still been in it, still being part of it, still being thinking about it, still, speaking the lines. Yeah.
Did you naturally know how to say the lines because of doing the work in between?
I never did to start with, particularly. I don't know that helped at all. No, but it was, like I say, I was glad to, and plus the nice feeling of it finally just coming round, full circle. The joy of getting back on the set and get back in the costume and playing the role again. It felt right, and then and having all this, whatever it was then, 15 years, I suppose, of Big Finish history. And then I'm being, which sort of endorsed it, because I suppose at the beginning, 20 years ago when we started Big Finish, I think the 8th, I remember thinking anyway, I remember we spoke of it, that in a way the 8th was slightly hanging on by his fingernails. It wasn't quite, maybe he's still important, maybe, maybe he isn't, maybe they'll forget him, maybe they won't, but it was still slightly up for grabs then. Anyway, that's my last word, and the Big Finish really has established him, sent him home. Yeah.
And Alex, you've been working with us for about 5 years now.
Yes, I have. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I don't really count. It's all wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey as far as I'm concerned. But the one thing I want to just say, to add on to what Paul was saying, is that I think it's been genius to have these audio stories, and for the lives of the former doctors to still be present in the world of Doctor Who, and also for the fans, because I was sort of imagining if this hadn't have happened and you just had whoever was the present Doctor on television at the time, I'm not actually sure whether you would continue to have this extraordinary fan base, because the fans continue to identify with who they believe is their favourite Doctor, and some of the fans are very young, and their favourite Doctors are Doctors who already were past filming before they were even born, but they have sort of
they have no right to know about them, really.
They have no right to know about them, exactly, unless they've sort of seen old reruns or whatever. But the fact that for them all of these Doctors are still living and present and going on adventures through the audiobooks, and of course when you listen to something, in a sense, it's even more visual because you're creating those images in your head and how you want to see them. I mean, I think it's been phenomenal, and it sort of feeds back into the current Doctor Who, because whoever is playing the Doctor at the time actually is always all of them. They all exist within that current Doctor. So I think it's been a genius idea that obviously helps all of us, but I think it's been fabulous for the fan base.
Are you going to take credit for this genius idea personally, Jason? Ever?
Well, to be honest with you, I must admit it's not a conscious genius, that's for sure. Because
when they strike the medal.
When I went after the contract for this, we thought we'd get away with maybe doing 6 a year for 3 years, which is the initial contract. And we thought if we could get through 18 productions, bearing in mind we've done about 2,500 now, if we could do 18 productions, that would be amazing.
And why did you think that? Why big? I mean, what were there technical difficulties, or were there limits to what?
No, it was is the fact I couldn't find a distributor. No one would distribute us. So
that sounds ludicrous now, doesn't it? I mean, that sounds...
Yeah. Well, that's why we set it up. I set up the way it was, which was I actually phoned up individual bookstores around the country and tried to convince them to take us on, and put adverts in Doctor Who magazine to try and sell directly to the fans. And by doing that, I I got 99 shops. I was always very peeved. I never got 100, but I got 99 shops that would take us, and I got them out there, and people bought them, which was wonderful.
So we're talking about what, 2001 to...
No, that was 99.
99, so we're still 5-6 years before the return of the TV series.
Yeah, it was. I'm afraid all the distributors said it was a dead series, and that no one would be interested. So we ended up doing all the distribution ourselves. And the knock-on effect is what you see today, which is that everyone comes to the site to buy things from us, and we supply direct. 80% of our sales are direct.
So effectively, the business model was foisted on you.
Sort of became like Amazon before Amazon existed, in that we supply direct. But and then with the downloads, etc. But it's been interesting 21 years of Big Finish. So doing Doctor Who.
And also all the sort of extraordinary offshoots that you've been able to create from the original story is phenomenal.
Well, that's because we love the series, and we have a production schedule which at the top is a list of things we'd love to do if we have the time, and those things slowly get pushed into. So, for example, Paul, that box set we did with Sheridan was up there for 5 years, waiting for Sheridan to become available for us to get Lucy Miller back, and for you to do that. And
but that's not. But are you saying that kind of thing is typical? I mean, that's Sheridan ain't typical in any sense. But it's typical that you might wait, or things might gestate for 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah. Often it's about availability of actors, availability of the writers to do it, getting the rights cleared.
Yeah.
Because there's often a lot of clearances we have to do.
Yeah.
In order to ensure that we can do something. But in the case of Sheridan, we needed a positive from her that she would make time available so that we could, because we desperately wanted the situation where we had the two of you together. Which and speaking of which, that was relatively recently. So what was it like having Sheridan back, Paul?
It was thrilling, worth the wait. Of course it was, and you know. Better still that she was thrilled herself and excited, you know, to be back, and you could tell. You know, there's a family feel to it, in the best sense, and that, you know, but which makes me want to ask you a question. Given now that it's almost cliche now that actors say, yeah, that's the gig, that's the best gig in town. You know, we love to do it, we love to go there, we love to hang around there, we like to eat the food there, all that kind of thing. Yes. When do you remember it became apparent that kind of thing was happening? When did it become the gig that it has for people? I mean, people love to do it now. And
well, it's very kind of you to say that. I think because we always started off from the point of view that we were all fans of the series and of the actors we were working with. And we wanted to make the experience of working with Big Finish a happy experience for everyone, including ourselves. And it never feels like we're doing any work. It always feels like we're all having fun, if you see what I mean.
It's true. When we started, or back then, there was a studio in South London. You and I did some in Bristol to begin with. You know. Yeah. Remind me, when was the West London studio established? When that seems to be now?
I want to say 2002, 2003.
Right, so that's almost.
Yeah, and that was for quite some time, and then.
Is that the Moat House?
Yeah, that was the original Moat, though, because the Moat actually moved from South London to North London.
That's right, the original
name. But those first few. Stories that we did in Bristol, if you remember, we came down. We didn't know if you would ever do it again, so we did 4 back to back, if you remember, and we were hoping you'd enjoy it and come back. But we got tapped up by so many people to come and work with you because you were the present Doctor at the time. So if you remember, Mark Gatiss came back down.
Of course.
We had Simon Pegg and people like that, and it was a good. Fun atmosphere, and it was almost like filming on location for us.
That's how it felt.
Came down to Bristol.
Yeah, happy days.
Yeah, very much so. So I should ask Alex a question or two. So Alex,
Yes.
River Song. This was obviously a character that was created on television, and you have grown with the character, and obviously over the last 5 years with Big Finish, and recently you've just been working with David Tennant.
I have, for the first time.
Yeah.
But in lockdown.
Yeah.
So, well, despite the fact that I can fly the TARDIS and I do it better than anyone else, I'm really not tech savvy. So it's been quite something trying to, actually I enjoyed building my sound studio because that's sort of very arts and craftsy. And I got 4 mattresses, and so I built like a padded cell around the mantelpiece of my fireplace, and I shoved the dog bed up the fireplace so that there would be no wind coming down or anything, and then put a blanket over the top. So I literally had this
that's tech savvy enough for me.
This padded cell, it was fabulous, and then I decorated it all with fairy lights. But actually, when it then came to the recording, I had major difficulties with my microphone and all, knowing whether I was on GarageBand or what I was doing. But we sort of got there in the end. And then on one of the days we were recording, it was the hottest day of this year. Yeah. So I was in my padded cell, and I actually did it just in my bra and pants because I thought, nobody knows.
I take it you phoned down the Zoom, or
no, we couldn't be on Zoom because that ruined the recording quality. So all we could do was take selfies of each other and text them to each other, but just hear voices. So, yes. It's been actually, I sort of miss it now because they've started to open up again, the studios. And I'm not sure whether I was asked to go into a studio because I was the worst at recording from home, but but I sort of now slightly miss it. I miss my little padded cell.
No, we're all still at home. You're the only one. That's
I think I am.
In London. Yeah.
I think it's the fact
they've heard about you.
I think it's the fact you're referring to it as a padded cell that made us want to bring you out of it. Maybe that was the reason.
Yeah.
So what was it like working with David again after all those years?
Oh, it was lovely. The thing is, I see David frequently at conventions. Sure. So that's actually also the beauty of the sci-fi conventions and the Doctor Who conventions, is not only that you get to meet the fans, but we all continue to have relationships with one another and catch up with our lives, and it's nice when I see Paul or Peter Capaldi, whoever it is. It's sort of great because we are family as well. Even though I've never worked with Paul on screen, I feel like we are all family.
Absolutely.
So it was sort of strangely normal to work with David because I sort of feel like yeah, he's kind of weirdly in my life, even though it's not very often. Yeah. And actually I worked with Peter Davison as well, his father-in-law. So Peter was under the stairs in the darkness.
Was this before lockdown or after lockdown?
No, it was during lockdown. But I think
the naughty step.
The naughty step. Now the thing is, I think he got so cozy in his little sort of Harry Potter under the stairs thing that at one point he nodded off. He was. It was sort of just all too dark and cozy and comfy for him. But no, it's been it was really good working with David and not all of the other actors as well that we were involved with. It's great, and it also takes you out. We're stuck in our homes, but particularly at that point when we weren't allowed out, suddenly to be working on storylines where again, you imagine you're suddenly in a different world on a spaceship or fighting whoever the alien of the week is. It just takes you out of it for a bit, which is great.
Just takes your mind somewhere else entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, Paul, you've been doing some work with Derek Jacobi recently as well.
Yeah, similar, from home. And I thought, I finally get to work with Jacobi, and I can't leave the house,
Was he playing the master?
Yeah, one of the reasons, while he's not here, we can talk about him, but, he's one of the reasons I became an actor, him and John Hurt, and, I'm very much of an age, so it's a big deal, we're all still fans, really.
Yeah.
But so slightly unlucky that when I finally get to work with him, I'm in my bedroom.
We'll have to arrange to be in the same studio in the future.
Oh yeah, please. Actually, no, we did meet, didn't we? We met at Moat, and we, there's pictures of us together and stuff, which I treasure. Anyway,
he's a
great man, great actor.
Yes, and you wouldn't believe, obviously he's had to be very careful during this period of time, but you wouldn't think of him as that age ever. But was so lively and enthusiastic.
Absolutely, bless him.
So, Paul, also you recorded a new series called Time Lord Victorious as well.
Yeah, that's the last thing we did. That's exciting.
Yes.
Just keep them coming, Jace, won't you? Because we're going to be stuck here for 2 more years. We ain't stopping either. Just send more. Please.
We will.
You keep sending them, we'll keep doing them.
It's true. It's true. That's the thing, actually, because the writers also are in lockdown and they don't have anything else to distract them. So they're just busy, beavering.
They've all come up with amazing excuses right now.
Why they can't.
Yeah, absolutely. This is it. You see, this is brilliant for a producer. You think you've got your writers actually, stuck at home and just tapping away at the computer, and no. I spoke to a specific writer the other day, who won't say who it is, but he was saying, "I'm just finding it so hard to concentrate because of everything that's happening in the big wide world." And I was saying, well, forget about the big wide world. Just think about Doctor Who.
Exactly.
Go off and watch 3 episodes of Doctor Who, and then come back and start writing. So
it wasn't so much motivation. It was just he was distracted.
It was, I think he was just feeling a little bit depressed. I think you mentioned it, Alex, about the world and how this has helped you in terms of bringing you out. Doing some acting has actually out, because we've all been in the same situation.
Yeah,
I had a moment about 6 weeks in where literally I just walked out the door, got in my car, and drove off, and just did a great big circuit for half an hour, and came back and came through the door, and I felt so much better because I actually just left the house for the first time in 6 weeks.
Yeah. But, I think if you've got something, I was talking earlier about with Paul about my personal family situation under lockdown, and as sort of dramatic as that has been and exhausting as that has been, it's in a funny way, it's given me sort of this incredible purpose and focus throughout lockdown, having to make sure everyone in my family is all right, in the same way that actually when you get to do an audio recording or something, again, you have purpose for that day. And I think that's something that is so super important just for human beings. You need to feel like you have purpose, and that's been taken away for most of the people on this planet.
And to be sociable and to connect with people, be they friends, colleagues, people so important. We're social animals.
Yeah. Of course, I have another of me, so I've been busy talking to me. Hi.
Striking likeness. Who remembers Shari Lewis? I'm older than you, aren't I?
Yeah, no.
Remember Shari Lewis?
Yes, Lamb Chop, exactly. This is made by a fan, Kathleen. She made it for me, so I just thought I'd share.
He's amazing.
She's got her sonic vortex manipulator. Yes, there you go.
Amazing. Have you been given anything similar, Paul, by fans?
Yeah, and there's a little space in another room in this house. They're mainly what's that word they use in the Crucible? Poppets.
Puppets.
They're
Yes.
puppets.
Puppets.
You know, sort of this high.
Crocheted.
Stacks of them.
Yes.
In a room downstairs, some of them are lined up on the top of a bench, you know. So sometimes it's quite disconcerting. If you're not in the mood, sometimes or you're distracted with something else, you know, and you sort of catch sight of these lines.
Do you find yourself playing with them at any point, Paul?
That would be telling. But it has been known, yeah, from time to time, to get into the spirit.
So, Alex, you've also done something a little bit different for us when you did Transference with Warren Brown.
Yes.
Part of our original series. So what's your memories of doing that?
What was that? I'm envious. I want to be in it. Can I be in it?
Yeah, and that was with Warren, Luther. Yes. Oh my gosh, he was so good. He was so good. It was it was really good actually. It was more kind of like a regular thriller, and I didn't realise that Big Finish sort of branched out into that as well. I always thought it was purely sort of sci-fi, but it's fabulous just to have a chance to play somebody different as well for me. I mean, in fact, actually, during one of the episodes with David Tennant, I so longed to actually play somebody else, because you have all of these other actors that come in and they're playing First Monster, Group Captain so and so, and Space Commander blah, and they all have all the different voices, and I'm just like, I want to have a go at that. And so in one of the recordings that we did with David, they needed background noise, and it was supposed to be sort of old London. So I was going, get your oysters here, get your oysters, and I was so happy to do something other than
small measures. Do you think if we Alex, you and me, if we keep our noses clean and behave ourselves, we might graduate to like Sapphire and Steel or something like that?
Oh, wouldn't that be good? Yes, come on, audio, Sapphire and Steel, come on.
But we did it actually.
That's what I'm saying. When the present incumbents have had enough, maybe we can.
Well,
you can boot us upstairs. You can boot us upstairs, and we can do that as well.
No, we lost the rights. So
what?
We can't do it anymore. I know, it's very sad.
We could be Starsky and Hutch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll have to be oh no, you've got curly hair too, but I could do it.
You could definitely be Dempsey and Makepeace.
Dempsey and
Makepeace, yes. Or
are there any? Does that bring? Paul, we've talked in the past about how villains often get the better roles. I mean, is there any other parts within Doctor Who that you'd like to play?
They're all the girls, yeah.
Yeah. That's all right. Gender fluid. Come on.
That's all right. Ace.
Yeah.
Particularly for reasons probably deep-seated and heartfelt.
And because you like swinging around a baseball bat, so
yeah,
absolutely.
Mainly the girls' parts. That's rather telling, isn't it?
So in a similar way, Alex, when Jodie got the Doctor, were you a little bit jealous that you never got the Doctor?
No, not at all. No, in fact, there were loads of people that sort of had conspiracy theories that actually I was the Doctor and I was going to be the next Doctor, and I was asked. I've been asked quite a few times whether I would have wanted to be the Doctor, and actually, I sort of feel like I don't, because I like River Song. I like that character, and I love her journey. And so I feel that if she suddenly actually was the Doctor, you'd sort of be denying both characters in a way, because you would have lost one. They would have merged into one. And so I never wanted to, no. And I'm glad they never even pursued that as an idea.
We love River Song. River Song's such a beautiful character.
Yeah, she's a great character.
And she connects so many of the strands of the stories, and the obviously the faces of the doctors and everything else.
Yeah.
No, she's so.
We took what Stephen had written in those scripts for River and extrapolated it to create your series. But she's so interwoven with all the Doctor's lives. It's so easy to do it.
Yes, and also, I mean, the truth is, because Stephen also created this alter ego that she had, Melody Malone, I mean, that has a great potential as well, because she's this sort of, you know, Chandler-esque detective in her own stories and world. So that's a whole other avenue one could potentially plunder. But then also, you know, she's got her own sort of stories. What does she do when she's not with the Doctor? There's so much potential there. She's an archaeologist, time-traveling archaeologist. So she's hooked up with Captain Jack. So there's so many ways in which River Song can travel, and so many people that she can travel with, that I think that I wouldn't want to deny
access all areas. She's all over it. Triple A. She's all over Doctor Who, isn't she?
Yes.
Probably unique
like
among,
a rash.
Like a rash. Unique among all the Doctor Who characters. That's a beautiful character. But also, you know, she's got some of that, I don't know, I suppose capriciousness, but there's something, you know, some of the mythology is a bit like the old, you know, the ancient mythology. She's a bit of a goddess in that way.
Oh, she is, darling. She's a goddess.
She's a force. She's there to remind you.
To be reckoned with.
To be reckoned with, yeah.
Yes.
You know. And her relationship with the Eighth, I love it. Because, and I've loved what we've done because, now I'm speaking as if we've done it all. Maybe we have done it all. Maybe there's nowhere else to go. I'm not sure.
No,
but
I'm
you know,
sure.
But she has to be different with him.
Yes.
Different, say, to 10 and 12. You know, the other
Yes.
husbands where, you know, obviously she can sort of tease them a little bit with what she knows,
Yes.
how much she knows. Whereas she has to be more careful or constrained or restrained.
Absolutely.
Which makes it nice
Absolutely.
for us. I enjoy that. I enjoy the scenes we do because they've actually got to be they're quite gentle and restrained, and they've got their own sort of quiet excitement to them. You can't know. You can't afford to let him know too much.
No,
there was a lovely scene
no.
we recorded at the end of one of the episodes. What was it? Crucible of Souls, was it? I could be wrong, but a scene at the end where Rivers helped him get back to his TARDIS. You know, she's rescued us from the pod. She helps him get back to his TARDIS, and only just for a minute, and I think it was the last scene of the script, and just for a minute, it's revealed. She lets him. You're aware. It's a two-hander scene, and he's aware of who she is, or of all the times that he's come across it, just briefly.
Yeah.
But
just has a sense.
But we're made to understand that he's going to forget this.
Yeah.
Any minute now. But the veil is lifted just for that moment.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, but you see, and that's the sadness and the tragedy as well, because
but it's gorgeous as well.
But it's gorgeous, exactly.
Because it's temporary and it's, you know.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the reasons. That was one of the things that made me want to do the very first episode I was involved in Silence in the Library, because I thought that was all it was going to be, just a 2-episode storyline.
That wasn't from the diaries, was it? I get confused.
No.
Silence in the Library was.
That was the original one I did with David Tennant for the BBC. Right. But why I thought it was such a beautiful story was that you had a sense that these two characters had a relationship, had a past, but she couldn't tell him what it was. And at the end of the second episode, she sacrifices herself to save him. And, you know, when I finished reading the script, I was just like, oh my God, well, that's just heartbreaking, because we'll never get to know what they had, who they were to each other.
You see what I mean? Again, these obstacles, these sacrifices, these, you know, everything's at risk, everything's in play, just like the old stories and the sort of,
yeah.
You know, so there's a real basis for them, and perhaps there's something in us all, you know, whether we're actors or, you know, readers or listeners, or there's something old in this. We respond to it. We enjoy it.
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right.
You know, if it's true that there are only whatever it is 6 or 7 plots, you know, obviously we're in that zone. You know, these are among the plots.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, thinking this, but no. But, you know, You know what I mean? But there's a joy in it. And there's a simplicity in it when it's well written and when it comes down to it. Like say, even in the end, where like you're saying, she has to sacrifice herself.
Yes. But I mean, who's the person who sacrifices themselves most, or is willing to sacrifice himself, herself, for the people of this earth? It's the Doctor. Well, who else? If you're going to talk ancient, who else sacrificed himself for the world?
There we are. But then you have,
we're
running with it now, Alex.
We're running with it now.
But also,
Jesus Christ.
But you have but also you have intercession. You have those other aspects, in the old books.
Yeah.
And maybe River plays a part in that. She comes in, she saves the day, or she intercedes, or she links. Anyway, it's beautiful.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
But like I said, when we get to work, when Eight and River have got to work, or got to meet, so to speak, or be in proximity in the same story, she's always had to be careful. There's always been a distance.
Yeah.
At the beginning, what was the story? Where we could only communicate by radio, couldn't we? In one of the stories, we couldn't get to meet. In another story, in Doom Coalition, she enlists the help of Helen Sinclair character. She has to get her on side just to make sure that the Doctor doesn't, find out who she is. For an audience, it's thrilling.
That one did my head in. That whole story, that did my head in. I mean, that's the one thing. The writers, it's like, where do they come up with these ideas? I mean, it is so all like this. But brilliant. I mean, the writers are so good who you found to write for Big Finish.
The cliffhangers work. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've gone on to win a number of awards for their work, not just for Big Finish, but themselves, because we've been very lucky to have writers who've, over the last 20 years, who've developed with Big Finish and then gone on to other things as well, and been very successful. And we are...
a couple of times down the years I've met, or I've been with writers, some young, some not so young, who've submitted things to you for the first time, and are at the stage where they're hoping, and some of them have got fingers crossed. I'm nearly there. I think they're gonna take it. There's real excitement, and there's among writers. I think
it always amazed me. Actually, we opened up this competition, which is called the Paul Spragg. Writers, a competition basically. It's an opportunity for writers who we haven't worked with before to submit an idea, which we would do as a short trip basically. And we named it after the lovely Paul Spragg, who unfortunately left us 6 years ago, I think it is now. And the writers we get through from that, and when we first opened it up, we thought we might get a couple of hundred entries, and we routinely get 2,000 entries from around the world.
Wow.
To write a short story for Doctor Who, basically. And it's something that takes a long time for us to work through, and it's so worth it, because it brings forward new writing talent all the time that we can use and we can develop. And this is, I know for David and Nick and me, this is one of the most exciting aspects of what we do at Big Finish, which is always moving on and finding something else and developing. Because if we'd been doing, it would be so easy for us to do, every show was a Dalek story, every story was a Dalek episode, everything would be about the same thing, and yet we're always looking for something new. And it's not necessarily coming from us, it's coming from the huge scope of fan involvement and the people who come forward from fandom to say, this is what we should be doing next. So it's always exciting.
So you're kind of guided by them. So when you put out to, so to speak, to tender, or you find these, you've got 2,000 people applying.
Yeah.
Have you given them any sort of guidelines, rules? I mean, themes, it's got to be this, it's got to be that.
Specifically, we say you're not allowed to use anything before. So you can't go and use Daleks, the Master, River Song, etc., etc. We want original ideas come in. because we want to see that, to meet people who are new and original and come up with something different, if you see what I mean.
Absolutely.
And it's been a great resource for us to find new writers and to move forward. A lot of the new writers over the last 5 years have come from the Paul Spragg Memorial competition. Yeah, it's always an exciting thing.
Have you ever written anything?
Yes.
What was that?
I'm not saying.
Sorry, should I know?
Under a pseudonym.
I do write under a pseudonym, actually. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, because then people give me their honest opinion.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm the boss. So if I said, this is my script, they all go, yeah, it's great. We really must do this. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know.
I'm not saying anything more. So
Gerald Wiley. Do you remember Gerald Wiley?
No.
It was Ronnie Barker.
Oh, right.
Gerald Wiley. So that's your Gerald Wiley thing. Well, that's interesting. And
yeah, it's interesting. I find writing interesting, but I find script editing a lot better. So yeah. I've script edited on a number of series. Funny enough, I used to script edit on Sapphire and Steel. Because the writers are doing all the hard work and then you finesse it. It's lovely.
So when Alex and I get to be Sapphire and Steel at some point...
You're not letting this go, are you? That's on the agenda. Right. No. So what you're saying is we need to find
I'm trying to sort our pension out here, Kingston. I'm trying to sort it out.
No, I know. You're doing very well, very well.
So we've got to find you and Alex a series, is what you're saying.
Lettuce and Lovage.
Yes!
There you go.
Yeah.
I think on that note, we'll bring this to an end. And thank you very much indeed, Paul and Alex. And
a joy.
Thank you for joining Big Finish Day.
Thank you, thank you.
Happy Big Finish Day, everybody.
Happy Big Finish Day. And
stay
lovely
safe.
To see you.
Stay safe. All of you stay safe.
Yes,
please. Do. And see you on the other side.
Sometime.
The TARDIS isn't responding at all. I really think I might not get her back.
If we're going to be stuck here a while, we might as well give the walls a lick of paint.
There could be someone or something else in the house.
You feel trapped?
Yes, exactly.
You want to get out there, see the world.
Many others.
What?
Look, what do we do? We've got a murdered alien, no idea who did it, and now there's a killer on the loose.
A police box on Camden Road. I'm old enough to remember what this was really used for.
I'm a Time Lord. I don't do up kitchens.
Hello, my name is Dominic G. Martin, and my first Big Finish release was The Four Doctors. I'd been wanting to get into Big Finish beforehand, and this was the first one that I ended up starting on as part of the subscription. So I gave it a listen, and I was utterly enthralled by it. I loved the new take on a multi-doctor story that hasn't been done much. I really enjoyed the fact that it was more of an anthology, charting the Doctor's experiences generationally, all part of a grand scheme of things in that respective story. And I thought that was a really neat way of storytelling, and it kind of kick-started my addiction on how Big Finish handles their doctors as well, because they were superbly handled in all aspects. So yes, happy Big Finish Day!
Hello, my name's Jenny, Bluebox99 on Twitter. The first Big Finish story I ever listened to is Doctor Who and the Pirates by Jacqueline Rayner, and that stars Colin Baker as the Sixth Doctor and Maggie Stables as Evelyn, and it also stars Barnaby Edwards, Dan Barrett, Nicholas Pegg, Bill Oddie and Helen Goldwyn. It's a rip-roaring adventure of the high seas with the crew of the Sea Eagle, and it's set in the 18th century Caribbean, where Colin Baker as the Doctor is the Gallifreyan buccaneer, and Maggie Stables as Evelyn is the Pirate Queen. And they go and confront Red Jasper, who's a scourge of the seven seas. It's really good fun, and it's basically Doctor Who the musical with songs inspired by Gilbert and Sullivan, and it has lots of lyrics with references to Doctor Who planets, monsters and previous characters. It's great fun, and I think Jacqueline wrote a brilliant play. It has so much in it, so much joy, sadness, fun and songs. Go listen, it's great.
Time for one more interstitial anomaly. One of my favourite speeches, one of the most powerful ever delivered. What a way to make your farewell to the role. This done so beautifully and powerfully by Peter Capaldi in Twice Upon a Time. I'd love to hear this as Tom Baker in the style of the Fourth Doctor. Let's see how this turns out.
Never be cruel, never be cowardly, and never ever eat pears. Remember, hate is always foolish, and love is always wise. Always try to be nice and never fail to be kind. Oh, and you mustn't tell anyone your name. No one would understand it anyway, except children. Children can hear it sometimes, if their hearts are in the right place. And the stars are too. Children can hear your name, but nobody else. Nobody else, ever. Laugh hard, run fast, be kind. Oh. Doctor, I let you go. But the moment has been prepared for. Oh, brilliant.